which the hyperbaric chamber is going to come out of. I've earmarked for the 2 days that we might need is a week in which there is a great demand on services in this country, certainly in Port of Spain, because of reasons you identified yesterday. So I'm reluctant to put the country to expense and or myself out of having to leave wherever it is I happen to be to come here if that is simply not going to happen. So I'm not asking you for the reassurance now, but for at some point to reassure us, please, that that is what's going to happen. At the moment, we've got tentative bookings made, but so I'd be grateful if by perhaps tomorrow you could let me know what
By the
has.
break, you should be able to confirm it, sir, because the contractor had to reconfirm because we were trying to get him to do it earlier.
Right.
But
no, I understand that. I'll be grateful for that. Thank you very much. The second thing is this: can I have from everybody, please? I see Mr. Ramdar is not here at the moment, but I'd like some sort of estimate of how long you think you are going to take. How much time you would like, should I say, to address this commission on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. So, can you please? I see, as I say, Mr. Ramdar is not here, but his assistant is. Are you Mr. Roopnarine?
Pleasant good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Vid Tribohansing.
Right, okay. And are you able to help me?
Yes, please. If I may, based on Mr. Ramadan's estimation, perhaps around 1 hour in or less, hopefully, for closing would be sufficient.
Thank you. Who else? Mr. Pigas.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My issue is a very narrow issue, so I don't think that it will exceed 25 minutes, half an hour.
Half an hour. Thank you very much. Who is going to address me from the Seaman Workers Waterfront Trade Union? Will it be you, Miss Alfonso?
Yes. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Yes, indeed.
Right. How long do you anticipate?
I would say an hour and 10 minutes.
Call that an hour. Cut the 10 minutes off if you would, please.
I will do my endeavor best.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
And then, is there anybody else who is seeking to address the commission? No. Good. All right. Well, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, could we give that to you by in the morning, opening of business?
Could you give it me by the end of today?
We'll try. If I am to address, it would be shorter. Mr. Mutu, he tends to be very
long, did you say, or young?
Very protracted.
More protracted, right. Well, I leave that for you to work out between you. I had in mind that you might each be, you and Miss Kamini Prasad Maharaj, an hour to 2 each. I'm prepared to agree to that.
That doesn't sound far off, sir.
But I would need some persuading as to why you'd want more than 2 hours.
I would have been indicating to Mr. Chair that is the time period I'm looking at as well.
Couple of hours?
Within 1 to 2 hours.
Right.
Yes.
Do you think, Mr. Peterson, that is a realistic estimate, just so that we have some...
It sounds realistic, sir.
Yeah. I mean, if it's going to go way beyond that...
No. Yes.
I would be surprised, but
yes.
Yeah. All right. Yes. Well, so I'm going to give, if I make the allowance that each other party will have up to an hour, I shan't seek to cut anybody off if they stick to that. I might become a little unhappy if it goes beyond the hour for everyone else, but for the two principal teams, as I see them, up to 2 hours. Right, that will give us plenty of time. I'm told by Council Mr. Maharaj that he's likely to be a couple of hours as well. That does mean that we're likely to have a shorter day on the final Friday of next week. So that would be very helpful to know that that is the position. Thank you very much. We are, I think, ready to start, are we not, Mr. Maharaj? Good.
Our first witness this morning is Mr. Paul Yearwood,
Yearwood.
and
Right.
the summary of that witness would be done by Mr. Ronnie Vicessa, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And he can be found.
I, Paul Yearwood,
Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
to
this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Yes, do sit down, Mr. Yearwood. The water's there for your benefit. You'll need to move a little closer to that microphone so that we can hear you clearly.
No
All
problem.
right. Thank you for coming. Mr. Bissessar is going to give a summary of your evidence, all right?
Okay, no problem.
You provided us with a statement. He's going to summarize it. Please listen carefully. And if it's an accurate summary, you'll tell us at the end, all right? That will serve as your evidence in chief. And then we will have a number of questions. I think Mr. Maharaj has a number of questions for you, and then the others may also, all right?
Okay,
So make yourself comfortable and listen carefully to what Mr. Bissessar has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Paul Yearwood was Paria's Health and Safety Executive, HSE Coordinator, reporting to Randolph Archbald. Mr. Yearwood had upwards of 13 years' experience in HSE operations and has held the position at Paria since January 2019. He says that several Kenson HSE specialists reported to him. Mr. Yearwood provided a witness statement dated 16th August 2022 to the Commission, which is at WB 1299, but declined to be interviewed by counsel to the Commission. Mr. Yearwood's role as HSE coordinator required him to develop and coordinate the implementation of a company-wide Health, Safety, Security and Environment HSSE management system. In June 2021, prior to the award of the contract to LMCS, Mr. Yearwood assigned Kenson's Mr. Ryan Nanton, HSE specialist, to be part of an internal team to review LMCS's method statement, risk assessment, and emergency response plan. Mr. Yearwood said that the purpose of the review was to ensure that LMCS understood what it was contracted to do, that it had identified the safety risks associated with the job, and that it had developed a plan to manage those risks. Mr. Yearwood explains, however, that because the works being executed by LMCS were highly specialized in nature and were not of a kind which Paria had the competence or experience to execute, Paria necessarily relied on LMCS's specialist expertise to identify the relevant safety risks. Mr. Yearwood underscored that he was not involved in the review process and that Mr. Ryan Nanton from Kenson was the HSE person designated for that purpose. He says that Mr. Nanton did not raise any issues with him concerning LMCS's documents warranting his, that is to say, Mr. Yearwood's, intervention. Mr. Yearwood further explained that during LMCS's execution of the works, he also assigned Mr. Andrew Dobson, HSE technician, to make periodic visits to the site and to provide HSE oversight. Mr. Dobson's role was to support the maintenance technician assigned to the job to ensure that it was being done in accordance with the permit to work PTW documents and the risk assessment. Immediately following the incident on 25th February 2022, Paria's ICS Emergency Response Plan, the ERP, was triggered, which Mr. Yearwood says was different from LMCS's ERP, and Mr. Yearwood's role in the ICS was to act as HSE officer, so that until he handed over to Mr. Piper, Mr. Yearwood activated and mobilized the ICS and convened the ICT. Mr. Yearwood then described the ICT activities and says that the ICT's response from its experts on Friday, 25th February 2022, was that they were reluctant to enter the pipeline to attempt to rescue the divers due to safety concerns. Mr. Yearwood said that in convening the ICT, he requested that a record be made of the events as and when they were occurring, and that Mr. Nigel Sandiford, Kenson's HSE technician, was performing the role of scribe before the arrival of Ms. Shelley Mirage. He recalls receiving information that an LMCS rescue team was on site and had entered the habitat, but saw no one inside. Mr. Yearwood also said that prior to his arrival at the Incident Command Post, the ICP, at about 3:59 p.m., he requested certain persons to contact Kazim Ali Sr. to send a representative from LMCS to join the ICT. He said he called Kazim Ali Sr. himself at about 4:50 p.m., who told him that he would arrange to have an LMCS representative at the ICP. Mr. Yearwood says he never heard further from Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. in that regard, and to his knowledge, no one from LMCS made themselves available to join the ICT or to assist the ICT, nor did Kazim Ali Sr. at any time discuss the rescue plan. At about 4:55 p.m. on Friday, 25th February 2022, Mr. Yearwood apprised Mr. Colin Piper, Incident Commander, of his efforts in relation to the incident up to that point. Mr. Yearwood said he observed Christopher Boudram being brought on shore, and Mr. Boudram was able to communicate with people on site. Mr. Yearwood also describes the events on Sunday, 27th February 2022, at two meetings convened with LMCS. The first was a morning meeting with Colin Piper, Michael Wee, Kazim Ali Sr., Andrew Farah, Conan Beddoe, and himself, Paul Yearwood, when LMCS proposed that Conan Beddoe be permitted to dive into the pipeline to remove 3 scuba tanks, which were obstructing the progress of the camera. He said that LMCS presented no method statement, risk assessment, dive plan, emergency response plan, or other documents, nor could they provide specifics or details, and Colin Piper requested LMCS to submit documents including an emergency response plan in the event that Conan Beddoe got into difficulty. The meeting was then postponed to later that afternoon at 4:49 p.m. Mr. Yearwood said he received documents from LMCS in support of its proposal at about 2:20 p.m., and he submitted LMCS's method statement, risk assessment, and emergency response plan to the ICT, the dive experts, and Lieutenant Hargraves of the TTCG for their assessment. He recalls that at the 4:49 p.m. meeting, he, Colin Piper, Mushtaq Mohammed were present for Paria, Imtiaz Ali and Hasib Ali for LMCS, Arlene Chow, Patricia King, and Roel Arno for Heritage, together with Rolf Seals, dive expert, Krishna Fuentes, another dive expert, and Lieutenant Hargraves of the TTCG. Mr. Yearwood explains that at the meeting, all parties, save for LMCS, raised questions and concerns about the documents presented by LMCS, and the experts advised that LMCS still did not demonstrate that the proposed exercise could be conducted safely. Finally, that Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed then decided that Paria would urgently explore other options having regard to the risks involved in LMCS's proposal. Mr. Yearwood, do you agree that what I have presented is a fair and accurate summary of your witness statement dated 16th August 2022?
I agree that is a fair and accurate statement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yearwood. What's going to happen now is Mr. Maharaj is going to ask you some questions on behalf of the inquiry, all right?
Good morning, Mr. Yearwood.
Good morning.
Would you agree, therefore, that before this contract was awarded to LMCS, Paria employed a review process of the method statement, the risk assessment, and the emergency response plan, which was submitted by LMCS?
No, the documents from LNCS would have been submitted as part of the tender. And when it was awarded, then that review process would have taken place.
So the contract was awarded before the review was done?
Yes, the review that I am speaking of with my team would have been involved in was done after the contract was awarded.
So are you telling us that Paria awarded the contract without first reviewing the method statement, risk assessment, and emergency response plan?
I don't know if anybody in the tenders group would have reviewed it, but this final review is before execution. So that is what I am aware of.
I just want to get it clear. So as far as you are concerned, and far as you know, before the contract was signed by LMCS and between LMCS and Paria, between Paria and LMCS, the risk assessment and the method statement and the emergency response plan was not reviewed by Paria.
So I wouldn't have been involved in that stage of any tender process, so I wouldn't know
Oh, so
if
you wouldn't.
someone
Oh, I see.
reviewed it.
But what you do know that Paria had a review process of the method statement, risk assessment, and the emergency response plan.
Yes, I do know that, and that's before execution.
And you were part of that in the sense that you know that Mr. Ryan Nanton was assigned by Paria to assist in that review.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your position at Paria at the time?
So my position at the time would have been HSE coordinator, and I would have a team of people who I work with, one of which is Mr. Ryan Nanton.
Right. So the purpose of the review by Paria and in the process you were involved in with Mr. Nanton, right, was for Paria to determine whether the method statement, risk assessment, and emergency response plan was acceptable to Paria.
Yes.
Yes. And one of the purposes of that review was for Paria to be satisfied that all the risks associated with the works were identified.
Well, Paria would have to be satisfied that the contractor would have presented the risk to us. So there are different people on that team with different disciplines, and they would all look at what is presented with regards to their specific discipline.
But as far as you know, as the officer there involved with Paria, and you were involved in having this review process done, would you not agree with me that Paria wanted to be satisfied that all the risks which were associated with the works were identified?
Yes, the purpose of the review is to ensure that the risks are highlighted.
Would you speak a little louder?
Yeah.
A little louder,
Can you move a little bit closer to that, Mike? Pull it towards you if that helps. Yeah, exactly. And speak into it. so that
Okay, we
can
okay
hear.
now? No problem. Sorry about that. Right, so the Paria would have wanted LMCS to do a few things in that review. One of the things is they would have presented their methodology as well as the risk that they would understand as part of the execution of the job. The other members of the team would be the HSE department, our operations department, and our technical and maintenance department. Each one of these members have a specific function. So the HSE personnel team, who would have been Mr. Nanton, would look at the occupational safety and health risk, and he would look for gaps in that respect. We also have the technical team and operations team to bring forward information within that review about the risk associated with Paria. So the parties work together in the team to come up with a satisfactory document. So it's satisfactory to all the parties there, including the contractor.
Right. Can I just understand that, So these different teams will have their own interests and expertise.
Right. So there's one team, and the team has these people in it.
Right. You said there's HSE,
There's HSE,
there's technical,
technical,
and
operations,
operations.
As
Right?
well
Each
as-
bring different
each bring
things
different
to the table, right?
competence. So it's analogous to doing a risk assessment. But what would have happened, the meeting is now virtual, right? So there's that meeting of everybody to do.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
review.
It doesn't matter if you're sitting in a room like we are now, or whether you're doing it on a screen, and we all experienced that with COVID and so on. So,
Correct.
but the representatives of each of those teams are all present in one meeting,
In one meeting.
right? And and that's part of the review process,
That
is
is
it?
part of the review
Of
process.
the submission that has already been contracted with Paria.
Yes. So what would happen is if any of the members of the team are unsatisfied with regard to something specific to their discipline, then the modification is made at that point before the execution of the
But I
job.
think what Mr. Maharaj was after, and what I want to know is, are we at the point where the contract has already been awarded?
Yes.
Right. So this review with these different departments takes place after the contract has been awarded
Yes.
to iron out issues that might arise from each different department.
Correct.
Ultimately, you as health and safety would presumably be able to say, well, whatever you want to do, Mr. Technical, you can't have that because there is an issue here with health and safety.
Yes.
So
that
let's
could
sort
happen.
that out first or last. Yes?
Yes.
Right, I'm with you. Thank you.
So after this review process was done, was Paria satisfied with the review?
Well, the team would have been satisfied as a
The
whole.
team would have been satisfied, and that team is the internal multi-departmental team of Paria,
Well, the team includes the contractor as well,
as well as the contractors.
as well as the contractor.
So both Paria and LMCS worked together, and they were satisfied with the
And
review.
they were satisfied.
And therefore the works could have then proceeded.
Yeah. So then you proceed to the permitting process, and the works
Works proceeded.
were allowed to go ahead.
Right. Do you at that point have, when you're having this meeting, does each of these parties have in front of them the method statement as put forward by LMCS?
Right. So what would happen? They will usually send emails with it prior to the meeting, as well as the document will actually be presented at the meeting and gone through step by step.
Right. That's what I'm. One of the documents that you would be reviewing, that the team would be reviewing, is the method statement.
Yes.
Right. Yes, thank you.
The method statement and the risk assessment and the emergency response plan.
Yes.
And that was reviewed by the team, which included both Paria representatives and LMCS.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, it was found acceptable and the works could have proceeded.
Yes.
Now, this
Sorry again. Is this documented? Is this meeting minuted, documented in any way? So, right, you're HSE, or one part of this, and you say, well, look, I'm unhappy with X. So is that then documented? How you're then going to deal with X?
Well, what would happen coming out of the meeting if there are any changes to be made?
Right, changes.
Then the documents, there are no minutes as such. However, the document would be amended and resubmitted, and persons would say that they are okay with it.
The document, let's say we're dealing with the method statement at this
Yes, so-
stage, and I appreciate Mr. Maharaj asked you about all three particular documents, but
Correct.
dealing with the method statement at this stage, you've got the method statement in front of you, whether it's on screen or a physical copy of it. Each of you are going through this and identifying issues that might arise, yes?
Yes.
And if there are to be changes made, is there a new method statement drafted which incorporates those changes?
Yes, it's basically an addendum.
An addendum,
So the necessary changes will be made and the document is resubmitted
right?
as per the discussion in the particular meeting.
I don't know if you're coming to this, Mr. Parrage, but I just wanted to see
Sure,
if we,
sure.
because the method statement that I've got is described as 116 revision 0. Does that mean that is the original document unamended, or is there some further document?
So I am not sure
Right.
if
Can we just have that up on the screen,
Yes.
please? 1048.
I'm not sure if during that particular meeting there was a requirement to make any changes to the original method
Yeah.
statement.
You see the document on the screen?
Yes.
It's LMCS's document, right? So this is what they describe as their method statement for carrying out the works, all right?
Correct.
And then it's given a number 116. I'm assuming that that's a particular job that they've allocated a number to, or you have, it doesn't matter. But you see after that, it says revision 0,
Yes.
right? In such a document, if this had been revised, would it have revision 1 or 2 or something like that?
If proper document control is taking place, yes.
If proper document control is there, yeah, obviously subject to typos or
Correct.
whatever. But this, we've been proceeding on the basis that this document is the final version of the method statement.
So it is possible that during the review, none of the parties would have suggested any change to the method statement.
Right.
So if
okay.
that happens, it remains
If
as.
there's no changes,
if there are no
everyone's happy.
changes, everybody's happy.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mark.
As a matter of fact, you
Mr.
said. in
Chairman,
your-
just by way of assistance, I don't want this to go down as any objection, but you, with respect to that area, you may want to recall Mr. Kazimali Senior's evidence with respect to what is in the parenthesis. He did make a comment about that. I don't know if, yeah, I don't know if you recall it, but you may want to factor that in.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, you said at paragraph 9 of your witness statement that Mr. Nanton did not raise any queries with me concerning the documents that warranted my intervention.
Correct.
So as far as you can recall, there were no queries raised by Mr. Nanton in respect of the documents.
No, he had no queries about the,
And Mr. Nanton was the representative of Paria.
yes.
Now, this Mr. Nanton, Mr. Ryan Nanton, is he still employed at Paria?
Yes, he is.
Do you know what are his qualifications?
I can't say often.
You said he's an HSC specialist. You have stated that because that is the designation he has.
There's his designation. So there's a job description, and there are requirements for the different positions.
Yes, but you cannot assist us with his qualifications.
Well, I know he would have he would have at least a bachelor's in the health and safety discipline.
You know that as a fact?
I didn't hire him. So he's
Sorry?
employed through Kenson.
Sorry?
He's employed through Kenson, so
I
they may
know.
be able to give you better details.
Yes.
But that is,
No, I want to know whether from your personal knowledge, if you know that he has any degree.
yes, I know personally that he has a degree.
Do you know in what?
I know it's
degree?
in health and safety. I'm not exactly sure what's the
Okay.
full name.
And how long has he been working at Paria?
Probably a little more than 2 years.
More than 2 years. Is there any reason why in your witness statement you did not exhibit his qualifications or his well, anything to show that he's an HSE specialist?
I would have wrote the written statement as best as I could. I'm not familiar with writing many witness statements, but I'm here to clarify
Okay.
anything that you would like to
Okay.
know.
Okay. So, did you satisfy yourself that Mr. Nanton had the competence to identify the hazards in these documents?
Yes, I am satisfied that he has the competence to identify apparent occupational safety and health hazards.
What are
Um,
your qualifications?
My qualifications, I also have a BSc in environmental management, chemistry, NEBOSH,
And your
MBA,
experience,
ICS trained,
what, how long you have been doing this work?
13 years.
13 years, okay. So, but you would agree with me that nowhere in these documents, method statements, or any of the documents, which you raised no queries about, was there a hazard of delta P identified?
No,
No.
it was not identified.
Can I ask why was Mr. Nanton assigned this particular task?
It is a task assigned to him as part of his job function. So this review is not only for this particular job. This is a regular part of the process at Paria. So there are several reviews of several jobs on a daily basis, and this is part of the job that he performs normally.
No, I follow that, but I mean, on any view, this was an unusual scope of work. How often do you replace risers under the water?
Not very often.
No. On any view, it was an unusual scope of work.
Correct.
Right. It had with it inevitable hazards
Yes.
because it was both unusual and dangerous.
Yes.
Why was it thought necessary to assign somebody other than the people that actually work for Paria to do that job? Mr. Nanton, I mean.
Well, Mr. Anton works for Paria through Kenson.
Yeah, but he's not a Paria employee, is he? Are you more experienced than Mr. Nanton?
Yes, I'll be more experienced on this.
You are more experienced. You've been doing it longer.
I've been doing it long.
You may well have better qualifications.
I would suppose so.
He was operating under your authority.
Yes.
Why didn't you do it?
At the time I made the decision to assign the task to Mr. Nanton, based on my experience with working with him. So I would have done several of these types of reviews with him, and I would have been satisfied that he would be able to play his role on that team
All right,
successfully.
I'm not criticizing that. I just wanted to be clear that you didn't appoint Mr. Nanton to do it because he had greater knowledge of this type of work or was more experienced than you were. You know, there was no reason from what you're saying why you appointed him because he had a greater ability to do the job than you did.
No, I did not appoint him.
That's not the reason.
No.
You just did it because, well, he's available, so let's get him to do it.
Well, it's part of his regular job duties, and I assigned that task to him.
Thank you.
But Mr. Nanton, although he was Kenson, supplied by Kenson, he was working at Paria as a Paria employee.
Yes.
So he was part of Paria establishment or staff as you were part of Paria's establishment.
Yes.
But if it is that Mr. Nanton had this expertise and you had the expertise, how would you, I don't understand you saying in your witness statement at paragraph 7 that Paria did not have the competence or experience to execute the job. And if they didn't have the competence and experience to execute the job, how could they have the competence and experience to review the works for the job?
So as I would have indicated before, the team comprises of different persons. Mr. Nanton's role is on that team is to identify the apparent occupational and health and safety risk. There are some specialist risks, as you would know, that he will not be competent to review. Okay.
But you also said here in your witness statement at paragraph 7, Paria necessarily relied on the specialist expertise of contractors such as LMCS, to identify the relevant safety risks. If you were saying that you had the qualification, you had experience, and you had more qualification and experience than Mr. Nanton, and Mr. Nanton had the qualification and experience, then why would Paria have to rely on LMCS to identify the relevant safety risks?
No problem. So let me try and clarify it for you. The contractor understands the risk of the task he is going to perform, right? But he's going to do it in Paria. So there will be risk associated with Paria that may interact with his task, right? So the reason for forming the team is so that the contractor brings his knowledge about the task he's about to execute, and the Paria personnel can bring their knowledge about the hazards associated with Paria to ensure that the document is completed in that manner.
So it's not really a review of what they say the risks are. What you're doing is to look at it from Paria's point of view and saying, well, what are the risks to Paria? And its
Well,
employees.
what the persons from Paria would generally bring is they will say to the contractor, these are the risks that we are exposing you to, right? Because you're going to work here, right? The contractor will bring their knowledge about the actual task that is going to be executed. So when you combine it, the intention is to get a document that covers all the risks associated with the work.
Well, all the risks that have been identified
That have been
by
identified.
either them or you, and or both.
Correct.
Right. So, but because you say they're a specialist firm, you relied on their specialism, and you're not in a position to have reviewed any risks associated with that specialism.
So because they're a specialist firm, we would expect that they would present the risk associated with the task.
Yeah. But if they're wrong, you're going to be wrong too, because you can't review it.
No.
I understand that. I'm not having don't misunderstand me. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just looking at it from a corporate point of view.
No problem.
The policy is that where a specialist, as you characterize it, firm is being employed to do the job, they identify the risks, and you're not in a position to be able to review those risks because you simply don't have the expertise.
That's a fair statement.
Right. Sorry?
That's a fair statement.
Right. It follows from that given the hazardous nature and unusual nature of these works, there was an option to employ someone who did have that expertise.
The option does exist.
And I appreciate it's not within your remit, but nonetheless, somebody must have considered or should have considered whether or not to employ outside contractors to review it.
I mean, it wasn't considered at the time, and this is the process which we have followed for this job and several other jobs.
I do understand that, and I can appreciate that there are inevitably costs involved, but where you're dealing with a particularly hazardous situation and one which you have little or no knowledge of, that would be one example in which your firm might have employed some contractor to do the task that you are unable to do.
As I said, it's something that could have been considered.
Right. It wasn't.
It wasn't in this case.
All right, Mr. Yearwood, let's go to another aspect of your evidence, the incident itself, right?
No problem.
At paragraphs 22, 23, and 24 of your witness statement, you made the point that Kazim Ali Sr. and LMCS did not accept the request for one of the representatives to join the ICT and did not provide Paria with any rescue plan for the missing divers. You recall saying that?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. So this would be in the early phase of the rescue. Yeah, that's correct.
Were you aware that there were several of LMCS representatives at Berth 6 from the time the incident occurred up to Sunday the 27th 7th of February?
Yes.
Yes. And were you aware that Miss Catherine Balkisoon, a member of the ICT, were on site at Berth 6 together with other Paria personnel on Friday, the 25th of February?
All right. So just to clarify, number 22 on the statement, it's in chronological order, so it doesn't refer to the entire day of the 25th. This is in the first 3 hours that this refers to. So I will have tried to write it in a chronological order. So this is me before handing over to Mr. Piper. So at that time, I made the request, and before I handed over to Mr. Piper, no one from LMCS made themselves available to the ICT.
Okay, at paragraph 24, you said, at no point did Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. or LMCS discuss with me or provide me with their rescue plan, if any, for the missing divers.
All right, so as I said, the statement is written in chronological order.
So you are saying up to what time then?
So this is before I would have handed over to Mr. Colin Piper.
And what time you handed over to Mr. Piper? Around?
I could go on the statement. It's in the statement.
I'm not seeing it. Oh, at 4:55?
At 4:55.
Yes, okay, okay,
So this is before 4:55.
okay. And what, you were not involved at all after that?
Yes, I would have been involved, but as I said, the statement is written in a chronological order.
Yeah,
So that
okay.
particular paragraph refers to my request before the handover, when I would have been trying to get the correct people into the ICT.
You were a member of the ICT?
Yes.
Yes. And so would you not agree that the ICT would have known, and you would have known, that Ms. Catherine Balkisoon was at Berth 6 in contact with LMCS personnel?
Yes.
Yes. And you would have been aware that Ms. Balkisoon would have obtained information from the LMCS personnel.
Well, Ms. Balkisoon would have relayed any information to the incident commander in her role.
So
After I handed over to Mr. Piper, I would have reverted to the position of HSE officer on the incident command team.
But as a member of the ICT,
yes,
you knew Ms. Balkisoon, as you said, was there at Berth 6, okay?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that the ICT had access through Ms. Balkisoon to get any information they wanted to know from the LMCS persons at Berth 6.
I really can't answer for Ms. Balkisoon.
No, I'm asking you to answer as a member of the ICT. You were at the ICT meetings?
I would have been at ICT meetings.
Sorry?
Yes.
And you know that the ICT was in contact with the persons trying to get information?
Yes.
And if, as a member of the ICT, you know Balkisoon was at Berth 6, then the members of the ICT would have known that Catherine Balkisoon was at Berth 6?
Yes.
So the question I'm asking you, that the ICT would have had available to it, if it wanted information from Ms. Balkisoon as to what was happening at Berth 6, to get information from Catherine Balkisoon?
They would have been able to get information
Yes,
from her.
yes. And did the ICT have information from Catherine Balkisoon that the LMCS persons at Berth 6 were trying to implement a rescue plan?
On the evening of the 25th, after the handover, I wouldn't know that.
But your handover, but you were still a member of the ICT,
Right.
functioning as the ICT.
So as I said, my role would have been the role of the HSE or the safety officer on the ICS structure. So my role is now different from the operations or the planning section chief or so forth. My role is focused more on dealing with the safety aspects around everything. So I would have been involved more in ensuring that there would have been adequate medical facilities at the triage area for anybody coming out of the situation. So on that evening, after my handover, that is where my focus would have been.
So you didn't know what was happening at the ICT?
I would have some information, but I wouldn't be privy to all the information because of the task I would have been assigned.
Were you at the ICT at any time when the ICT was making any efforts to contact Catherine Baltisian to find out what was happening at Berth 6 with the LMCS representatives?
No.
No.
Mr. Yearwood, were you in the same room at all times?
No,
with
I
the
wouldn't
team?
have been in the same room at all times. I would have been assigned the responsibility just after the handover and just after they would have heard the knocking. I would have taken my team to the launch landing to ensure that they were ready to receive persons.
Your team,
My team,
HSE
my
personnel?
HSE
Right.
personnel.
So, to be fair to you, whilst you were a member of the IMT, you weren't there all the time
No, I would not have been there all the
because
time.
you had specific tasks that would take you outside of that room.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. At paragraph 30 of your witness statement, you said that you observed Christopher Boudram being brought on shore accompanied by Andrew Dobson. I saw him being aided and handed over to the ambulance. Mr. Boudram was able to communicate with people on site and use a cell phone to contact a person whom he identified as his wife, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Boudram has told us at page 51 of the transcript when he gave evidence on the 22nd of November, lines 1 to 6, and he stated when he came out of the pipe, he was focused and he was debriefed, and that Paria could have gotten everything they needed from him. Question I want to ask you, Christopher Boudram, from what you saw, as you said, was able to communicate, was able to talk, and he was conscious.
Yes, he was able to communicate and he was conscious.
And that you could have spoken to him and get information from him.
Could have gotten some information from him.
In other words, if you had instructions from the ICT to talk to Boudram to find out what was the conditions in the pipeline, you could have spoken to him.
I did speak to him.
You did speak to him. Did you ask him the conditions in the pipeline?
No.
Did the ICT give you any instructions to find out from him any information?
No, but just to clarify, that is a oddly specific question.
Sorry?
That's an oddly specific question
Oddly.
to ask at that juncture. I don't know how to put it. Let me kind of clarify the situation. So Mr. Boudram is coming off a vessel and we have the triage area set up to receive him. So at this point in time, our main focus is his well-being. There's nobody there who could tell you that Mr. Boudram is out of the woods. Yes, he's out of the woods. We can't tell his medical condition. We can't say if he has internal injuries or anything that he could further succumb to. So the transition between that vessel and him being in an ambulance leaving is about 5 minutes. So the conversation at that time is limited. We don't know if Mr. Boudram has sustained possibly life-threatening injuries.
The bends, for example.
For example.
He's been at 60 or 70 feet below sea level for the last 2.5 hours.
Correct. So the focus at that triage area is to get Mr. Boudram to seek medical attention. Right?
Yes.
So the conversation at that point in time is limited. I know Mr. Boudram. I would have asked him if he's all right, and I would have asked him what happened. Right? At that time, he would have said to me in layman's terms, we got sucked into the pipeline, and he would have expressed his wish that we would go back for the rest of the fellas. At this time also, he's receiving questions from the medical staff there who are attending to him. So they are asking him medical-based questions. So this is a 4 to 5 minute gap. So, and that's why I say it's oddly specific that somebody will be able at that transition period to ask him about conditions in the pipeline.
I could understand that. I could understand that. But you were saying that you were concerned with the well-being of Mr. Budram.
Yes.
But was he not also concerned about the well-being of the other persons who were in the pipeline?
Of course I was.
And as a member of the ICT, wouldn't you have wanted to get information from Mr. Budram as to whether these persons could be rescued, the condition in the pipeline or anything like that?
As I said, within the activity of putting Mr. Budram on a stretcher, putting on neck braces, administering oxygen, the medical staff asking him different medical-based questions, I would have asked him what happened. Right? I would not have asked him the specific question, Mr. Budram, what are the conditions in the pipeline?
You see, Mr. Yearwood, why I'm asking you that is that the ICT members who have given evidence in this matter have spent a lot of hours trying to get a video footage of what was in the pipeline.
I understand.
And they were saying, well, they had to get that to see the conditions in the pipeline before they considered any rescue efforts could have been taken to send men in the pipeline. So that is why I'm asking you, well, if you on your own initiative did not do it, you would have communicated to anyone that Mr. Budram came out?
I would have been told that Mr. Budram came out, and that is when I proceeded to the triage area.
Right. So when, as far as you knew, the ICT knew that Mr. Budram came out, around what time? How long after Mr. Budram came out? You think that the ICT knew as a member of the ICT?
Probably a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes. During those couple minutes, did they tell you, or are you aware of any steps taken by the ICT for either you to go with Mr. Budram in the ambulance, to talk to Mr. Budram, to get any information from Mr. Budram?
So I would have asked for one of my team to accompany Mr. Budram.
So did you ask for one of your team?
Yes, I did ask that question.
And for what purpose?
So as we said, the primary purpose at that point in time is to ensure that Mr. Budram receives the best medical care.
Yes, so Mr. Budram is going to the hospital.
Correct. So I want one of my guys to go with him.
Just to go with him, not to ask him any questions.
Well, the person at that point in time would be able to get information.
But who was the person you asked to go with him?
I didn't ask anybody specifically to go with him. I would have asked the attendants from GMRTT to allow one of my persons to go with him.
But did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And did someone went with him?
No one went with him. The persons from GMRTT indicated it's not their policy at that time to allow anybody to go in the back of the
But
ambulance.
as a man involved in safety, and this is your job for 13 years, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
One diver came out of the pipeline.
All right.
4 divers inside the pipeline. You would have known there and then, that if you had to have a rescue of these men in the pipeline, it had to be done quickly.
Well, at that time, I didn't know where the men were.
At that time, you didn't know where they were.
I knew that Mr. Budram came out of pipeline. I didn't know if all the divers came up at the same time. I didn't know.
No, but didn't you just tell us that Mr. Budram told you?
Right, so he said to go back for them.
Yes, go back for them. Well, where?
But I don't know.
When he told you go back for them?
What I'm saying is, I do not know exactly what he meant when he said go back for them.
But did you ask him what he meant?
As I indicated, the situation at that time is a limited time window with a lot of activity, and we would have asked Mr. Budram what we could, given the circumstances.
Just before you leave this topic,
Yes.
can I ask you, first of all, are you saying that the ambulance staff told you when you made the request for someone to accompany Mr. Budram to the hospital that it was not their policy?
They told me it was not permitted. I would have
Well,
investigated.
you said not their policy. Which is it? Not their policy or not permitted?
I was not permitted to send somebody with it.
Not permitted.
I was
So I
not
should
permitted.
scratch out not their policy.
You can scratch out that.
Right, I'm going to scratch that out. Not permitted. They were not permitted. Did they say why?
They didn't say why at that point in time. As I said, the circumstances dynamic, but I would have found out why later on. And the reason was at that time we still going through COVID.
COVID.
So that is why they were not allowing persons to
Right.
go to the back of the ambulance.
So let me understand this. This man has come out of the pipe after several hours of being in it. He is brought out by other divers,
Yes,
held in the hyperbaric chamber for a little while because of the bends.
correct.
He's then transported from there onto the.
No, there was no hyperbaric chamber there.
I
Well,
beg-
I don't know if they held him because of the bends.
whether they did or not, we've
problem.
heard evidence about it. Either way, he was held in the hyperbaric chamber for a little while, for whatever reason, all right? He's held there by other divers
Correct,
and then brought to the surface and onto the berth, correct?
correct,
He's then taken from there onto a boat
correct,
and transported by boat to the jetty.
correct.
All of that takes time, and
Yeah.
he's with other people who are trying to save his life.
Yes,
And he's now on the boat. He gets to the jetty, and at the jetty he is met by ambulance staff from the hospital and
Correct.
by you and others.
yes,
Correct. He's then put on 5 minutes while I was waiting there, and then he's put onto the ambulance. And at that point, you're being told he cannot have someone accompany him because of COVID regulations.
Well, that's what I would have found out after.
You didn't understand it was COVID regulations.
I didn't
at the
understand
time.
it was
You
COVID.
subsequently discovered that he was not allowed to have anybody else in the ambulance with him because it was COVID regulation not to.
Yes,
In any event, because you were not told, can I take it you didn't ask why you were not permitted to have someone accompany him in the ambulance?
I didn't ask the question as it was a split second decision and I
No,
really
no, I'm
wanted
not
him to.
criticizing that. I understand. This is a dynamic situation. All
As I said,
happened rather
it's-
suddenly.
You really want to get this guy to seek medical attention.
Yes, yeah, I get that. But he's alive. There are 4 other people in the pipe who are not, perhaps. And what's important is for you and the IMT to know as much as you possibly can about the other 4,
Yes,
isn't it? I mean, hallelujah, this man has managed to crawl out under his own free will and through tremendous effort to get out of the pipe. That's what he's done, isn't it? You knew that.
yes,
And the fact is that he was best placed, as Mr. Maharaj was asking you, to tell you, the IMT, the conditions in that pipe.
Well, I believe he would have, what he told me is to go back for the others.
Yeah, right. So
Right.
pausing there for a moment, if he's saying to you, I think he was saying, we've heard evidence that he's saying, Faizi's right behind me. You know who Faizi is?
Yes,
Right. Faizi's right behind me. Go back and get him. Go and get him. And was he saying to you that the others were alive and in the pipe?
he didn't use the words alive at that point in time, but he expressed the need to go back for them.
Right. So he didn't say to you they're actually alive. Did you ask him?
I didn't ask that specific question.
Well,
But I would assume that if he's telling me to go back for them, that
you
Yeah,
assumed they were
that
alive.
they are alive.
Right. So you knew or believed at that point in time that he's got out of his own free will and that there others are in there and they're alive.
yes,
You also understood how important it would be to discover as much as you possibly can about the conditions.
right. So as I said before, when he says go back, at this point in time, I am at the landing. I don't know if all the divers came out the pipeline
Right.
and they're still in chamber. So when he says go back for them, I don't know if he means go back
Maybe
in the
they all just
pipeline.
came out together.
Maybe they all just came out
Right.
together. So the focus for me at that point in time is to ensure that I have enough medical assistance at that landing to cater for whatever eventuality may come
Is
to
it realistic though, Mr. Yearwood, if they'd all come out at the same time, that he would be the only one on the boat coming to the shore?
Well, As I said, I didn't understand fully the circumstances, the details are coming in. So they may have been just at the surface, they may be, but I would have been preparing to receive other persons coming in.
Anyway, nobody went with him in the ambulance.
Nobody went with them in the ambulance.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow.
So Yearwood, but according to you, he told you go back for them.
Yes.
Where you thought the others were.
They could have been in the hyperbaric chamber, they could have been just in the pipeline.
But did you go back for them?
It wasn't my role at that point
Did
in
you
time.
take steps to go back for them in the hyperbaric chamber?
So at the point in
Did
time,
you take steps for them to go back in the
so
hyperbaric
at the
chamber?
point in time, I was assigned to do a specific duty. For persons who understand the incident command system, you play a role in that specific system.
But here it is, you're a member of the ICT. One man comes out and he tells you, go back for them. So what, did you communicate, did you try to find out where they were?
So what I would have done, I would have relayed all the information that I would have gotten from Mr. Boudram at that point in time to the members of the ICT, including the incident commander.
You're the safety officer of Paria.
I'm the safety officer on the ICT.
Can you help me with this, please? There's a record kept of the events that were taking place in the, I keep calling IMT or ICT, it's the same thing, it's
ICT.
interchangeable, right? In the command center, as it were, there's a record being kept.
Yes,
You understood that there was a record being kept when you were in charge, in the first 3 hours or so,
yes,
before Mr. Piper arrived. That record is supposed to reflect all the major events that take place, is it not?
yes,
So you're relaying the information that you had direct from Mr. Boudram back to the ICT.
Yes.
Should have been recorded, shouldn't it?
it should have been recorded.
Yeah, it isn't. Or at least what you've been telling us isn't. That's a flaw, isn't it, in the system that was being adopted by the ICT, that it doesn't record. You're telling the ICT precisely what you had learned from Mr. Boudram. Because that's quite important, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I mean, you're an HSE officer of many years' experience. Having what, albeit limited information that you did, that was something that they needed to know, which is why you were telling them.
Yes,
And it's something which ought to have been recorded, on any view, ought to have been recorded.
I agree.
I appreciate you weren't there, so you can't say why. But that you can look at it if you wish, but it's clearly the case. None of this is being recorded in the ICT. You don't know why.
I wouldn't know why. I would have relayed the information as I got it.
When did you first discover that the reason why nobody was allowed to accompany Mr. Boudram back to the hospital was because of COVID restrictions?
Sometime later,
I mean, hours later,
not hours later, days later after the incident.
days later.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Could you tell us, well, what was the purpose of you wanting someone to go with Mr. Boudram?
I wanted someone to go to Mr. Boudram to ensure that he got the best medical care. If there were any troubles or any assistance that we could render to him, that person would be able to relay that request directly to me.
So it was not to get any information from Mr. Boudram as to where the other men were or what were the conditions of the pipeline or anything like that.
Right. So I would have been in communication with that person. And if Mr. Boudram was able to give that information, we would have gotten it.
But as you said, he was conscious.
He was conscious.
talking.
He was talking.
I want to ask, I'm asking you, as a health, as a safety officer on the spot on that date, you wanted someone to go with Mr. Boudram. Did you want someone to go with Mr. Boudram to get information from Mr. Boudram about the pipeline?
The person who have gotten information about the incident if they went.
Did you want them to get that information?
Of course, I wanted them to get as much information as possible.
Did you tell the ICT that you wanted to get that information and they prevented you from sending someone?
The ICT did not prevent me from sending anyone.
No, no, no. Did you inform the ICT that you wanted someone to go with Mr. Budram and that you were prevented from sending someone to go with Mr. Budram?
I informed the ICT that no one accompanied Mr. Budram.
Did you tell them that you wanted to get information from Mr. Budram?
I told them that no one accompanied Mr. Budram.
No further question.
Well, I do. Why didn't you send someone in a car behind the ambulance? If you couldn't go in the ambulance, at least follow it. I mean, if your primary purpose was to ensure the well-being of Mr. Budram, rather than getting information, then it really didn't matter whether you were in the ambulance or following it, did it?
No, it didn't.
Right, so why didn't you send someone to follow the ambulance?
And so I would have, as I said, I would have relayed the information to the ICT, and then I go back to my role. So
Yes, your role,
I would have
as
gone
you
back.
told us, forgive me, your role, as you told us, was to focus on the well-being of those who were to be rescued,
Correct.
if they were ever to be rescued. That was your focus.
Correct.
Your focus changed after you handed over to Mr. Piper. So using that focus, did you not think the well-being of Mr. Budram was primary concern? And if you weren't allowed in the ambulance, to follow it?
I would expect that I would have relayed the information to the ICT, and they would have made necessary arrangements to have someone go to the hospital.
Whose job was it to do that?
At the end of the day, decisions are made by the incident commander.
Is it health and safety executive's job to do that?
No.
No? Whose job is it then?
It was my job at the time to give the ICT as much information for them to make a decision.
It's not just information, though, is it? I mean, surely there's some action to be done as well.
Yes, and I would expect that the action would have taken place.
You would have expected it, but who was going to do it? Who was physically going to do it? Somebody, one of your staff, would have to get in a car and follow the ambulance, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Right. Well, who then? Was it going to be you?
No, it wasn't going to be.
Right. It was going to be somebody else
It was going to be
on your
somebody
team.
else. Yes.
Who was present? Who would have been present?
Yes.
Right. And who would have told that person on your team to follow the ambulance?
The instruction would have come from the incident command team,
Not to you.
not through me.
So that the incident command team would have decided somebody on your staff would have to follow the ambulance in their car.
But within the ICS structure, the incident command gives me instructions. And I
You're not allowed to take any initiative?
I can take initiative.
You can.
Yes.
Right. Well, when you asked, because you were so concerned, for one of your team to go with the ambulance, why on earth didn't you just say to that person, whoever it was going to be, look, they won't let you go in the ambulance, but follow them?
I didn't make that decision at that
No,
point.
clearly you didn't. But I want to know, and I do want to know, why that was not pursued either by you or the IMT.
As I said, the focus at that time at the triage area was to receive more persons.
You mean you thought they would all just come out themselves?
I wasn't sure at that point in time where they were.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Are there any other questions from anybody else? Yes, all right, just one moment, please. I just want to make sure that there's nothing myself I wanted to ask Mr. Yearwood to help me with. No. All right. I think I've covered everything I want. Yes. Is anybody, before I ask it, is anyone else going to be asking questions? Or is it, yes? All right. Well, we'll hear first of all from Miss Alfonso, please. She's from the trade union. So,
Good morning, Mr. Yearwood.
Good morning.
My name is Nairi Alfonso. I represent the interests of the SWWTU, and I just have a few questions. Quite a few of the questions that I wanted to ask have been asked by either the chairman or learned senior, Mr. Maharaj. Mr. Yearwood, I just want to carry you back to where the chairman just left you in terms of his questioning. And I wouldn't berate the point. You've been very clear as to, your priority when Mr. Budram was in the triage area. But just clarify for us, aside from the medical personnel who may have been asking questions about, his medical condition as far as he knew it to be, he was also able to, I gather, borrow a cell phone from somebody and have a conversation with his wife?
I observed him using a cell phone while he was still on the vessel.
Okay, while he was still on the vessel. And in your witness statement, you referred to he was speaking to his wife, so you have to be close to him.
Well, I could hear,
You could hear. Oh, so you're very close to him.
close enough to hear.
Okay, close enough to hear. So he's lucid. There's medical personnel there, but he's having another conversation.
Well, he's not having a conversation. He is talking to someone. I wouldn't say that it was a conversation. I remember him coming down. I remember him thanking Jesus. He is speaking to somebody who is his wife. He is saying, I come in home, thank Jesus. So it's not really as if they're having a conversation.
Just for my edification, Mr. Yearwood, what would you classify that exchange to be?
Well, I would classify it as somebody who just came out of a difficult situation and they're expressing their thanks and trying to connect with someone.
And he's speaking with somebody on a telephone.
He's speaking with somebody on
Okay, so
telephone.
he wasn't having a conversation, he was speaking.
He was speaking. You use the word a lucid conversation. I wouldn't say it's not a conversation as if we are having here.
Okay, well,
Right.
thank you for that, Mr. Yearwood.
No problem.
I would endeavor to be lucid. Mr. Yearwood, I said a number of questions have been asked on this point, so I'll leave you at that point. I would just ask you if you would agree that.
Somebody's phone vibrating on a
Oh,
desk somewhere.
sorry, that appears to be me.
Is that you?
Yes, guilty.
Right, okay.
I beg your pardon, Chairman. I have it on silent, but it is vibrating. Mr. Yearwood, you wouldn't agree that in between that conversation, thanking God and go back for the fellas, but you didn't know where the fellas were, you could, slip in a little question about where he came from or where the other persons that you knew to be somewhere else other than the hyperbaric chamber.
As I would have indicated, I did slip in that question. The question I asked him is what happened.
And he simply responded, what? Could remind me, what did he say?
He would have indicated that they were in the pipeline, and then he indicated that he wanted persons to go back for them.
Okay, so
Right,
you knew, so Mr. Yearwood, thank you for that. So you knew, Mr. Yearwood, that the persons, the remaining divers, which would be 4, were in the pipeline. You didn't think they were on the surface, as you said before. You didn't think that they were in the hyperbaric chamber, as you said before.
As I said, I would not be sure where the persons were. I don't know if all the men came out at the same time. I don't know where they exactly are. And I'm speaking to somebody who is being very repetitive, who would have been showing a great deal of emotion at that point in time. And what he would have told me is go back for them.
But he told you go back for them, and he would have added, and they were in the pipeline at some point in time in what he was saying, since it's not a conversation, in what he was saying.
Right. So he did mention a pipeline, as I said.
And you would have known which pipeline it was involved in the works that were being conducted. Yes, Mr. Yearwood?
Yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Yearwood. Mr. Yearwood, just for my clarification, because I'm sure I got it wrong when I read your witness statement. You would have said in answer to Mr. Maraj's questions earlier this morning that your department, the persons that reported to you in your department, became involved in the health and safety aspects of this contract after the tender was awarded. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, I want to carry to paragraph 6 of your witness statement, please, on page 1301. Could you read, are you able to read that, Mr. Yearwood?
In or around June
No,
2020.
okay, let me help you out. I'm sorry, my bad. Second line. What does that line start with? Second line in paragraph 6.
Second line in paragraph 6. A specialist contractor to conduct certain subsea work on Paria's 36 Sealine Riser at berth number 6 following the tender process.
Prior to LMCS being awarded the tender, I assigned Mr. Ryan Nanton, HSE Specialist Kenson, to be part of the internal multi-dimensional team to review the method statement, risk assessment, emergency response plan.
Multi-departmental.
So I beg your pardon. You see that sentence, Mr. Yearwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be correct, Mr. Yearwood, now that you see this part of paragraph 6, that Mr. Sorry, I just saw his name and lost it, Mr. Nanton. Mr. Nanton was part of the process of reviewing these documents that are detailed here prior to the award.
No, that's not so. The documents would have been submitted prior to the award, and Mr. Nanton would have been on that team after.
Okay. So what is here in your witness statement is incorrect then?
Yes.
It is, so what is more correct is what you said this morning.
Yes.
I see that your department didn't become involved till after the award of the contract.
No.
Okay.
So that should say, instead of prior to LMCS being awarded the tender, you should say after LMCS were awarded the tender.
Correct. What it should say is that they reviewed the documents that were submitted in the tender.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last.
Yes, it will be after.
So if I change the word in your statement, which says prior to LMCS being awarded the tender, to after LMCS were awarded the tender, I assigned Mr. Nanton, HSE specialist, etc. Yes?
That would be correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Yearwood, aside from Mr. Nanton, you also assigned Mr. Dobson.
Yes, I would have.
Okay. And Mr. Dobson, you assigned to have some oversight on behalf of your department.
I specifically assigned him to be the competent person with regards to the hot work activities taking place on the site.
Okay. Let me carry to paragraph 10 of your witness statement, which is page 1302. Have you read it, Mr. Yearwood?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Mr. Yearwood, could you tell me whether this is an accurate representation of what Mr. Dobson was detailed to do by yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
So in his function as the competent person with regards to hot work, he would have to make periodic visits to the site and provide HSE oversight.
Only for hot works, Mr. Yearwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what is said there? You said this is your witness statement, you wrote it. Is that what is said there?
It says that he would make periodic visits to the site and provide HSE oversight.
Okay, so that would include monitoring the job.
Yes, he would also do some monitoring of the
He
job.
would do some monitoring of the job. So you'll be monitoring to see whether, safe practices which are in the tender, which are in the contractor's documents, which are in accordance with Paria's policies and procedures are being followed, yes?
I would expect him to provide oversight with regards to what was to be done based on the permit to work.
I see. No, Mr. Mr. Yearwood, is it that
Sorry,
you?
before you move away
Sorry.
from that, can I just understand what you're saying about that paragraph? You say you assign Mr. Dobson, whom we've heard from, make periodic visits to the site and provide some oversight, HSE oversight.
Yes.
His role was to support the maintenance technician assigned to the job. Do you know who that was?
No, I didn't know who that was on a particular day.
No, the maintenance technician was, no, the man who was on the site at the time, Kurt Scott, yes. Is that Kurt Scott?
No,
Not him. I've got it wrong. Who was it?
it would most likely be Mr. Houston
Mr. Houston
Maharaj.
Maharaj Singh.
Maharaj.
Maharaj Singh, right.
Difficult
That's the
one.
Marjad Singh. No, you know me by now, right? Yes, thank you for that. Anyway, Marjad Singh. Marjad Singh. And he was the maintenance technician
Correct.
assigned to the job. Yes?
Yes.
Did you understand Mr. Kurt Scott was also assigned to the job?
I don't know if he was assigned to a job.
Right, okay. You don't know, right? Anyway, so this Mr. Dobson, his role was to support the maintenance technician, which is Marjad Singh,
Yes.
Mr.
Assigned to the job to ensure that it was being done in accordance with the risk assessment
Yes.
and the permit to work documentation.
Correct.
So his job, as I understand it then, there were three people whose task it was. I appreciate you don't know Mr. Scott was there, but we do. Scott, Mr. Marjad Singh, and Mr. Dobson, whose roles it was to have some oversight of the work being done, which included the permit to work.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that if they were to stray from that, they should stop the work?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Yearwood, is it that you live close to the location where the ICT was well, the compound?
Fairly
of
close.
Paria? Okay, so that you activated the ICT.
I would have contacted Mr. Piper and I would have been given the instruction to activate the ICT. Yes.
Okay, but you activated because you were close by,
Yes.
physically.
Physically.
Okay. So one of the people that you called aside from your immediate superior, which is Mr. Archbold, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You called somebody called Shelley Maharaj?
Yes.
Okay. And you called Miss Maharaj to act in what capacity?
I would have called her to specifically log events and data
Okay. For the ICT?
for the ICT.
I see. Now we've received some documents from Paria which are in handwriting. Is it that Miss Maharaj recorded certain things in handwriting in the ICT while you were there?
Right. So initially, I would have asked one of the technicians to start recording on a whiteboard,
I see.
and subsequent to that, Miss Maharaj would have arrived.
And how did she record what was transpiring or telephone calls or information being received by the ICT?
She may have written it down.
Did you see her write it down?
No, I did not see her write it.
Okay. But you know she was, you asked her to record
I
things.
asked her to record things.
But you can't say if she recorded anything.
She would have arrived after I would have handed over to Mr. Piper,
I see.
or somewhere within that vicinity. So
Are you able to assist at all whether she was handwriting things on, well, as you say, on the whiteboard, in a piece of paper, in a notepad, on a computer? Are you able to say?
So what I do know is the technician that I assigned before she arrived,
Mhm.
was writing everything on a whiteboard
I see.
to allow persons coming into that room to be able to easily see the sequence of events that we would have recorded. Right? She would have come in sometime later, and I wouldn't know how she was recording at that point in time.
Could the witness be shown 1541 of the supplemental core bundle, the corrected version?
It might be helpful if he starts at 1538, because I think they are the photographs of the whiteboard.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
You see that, Mr. Yearwood? Does that look like the images you're speaking of on the whiteboard? No, but that's a notepad, yes. There is a whiteboard after that. That's the first one, which is a notepad, forgive me. And then if you go to the next page, 1539. And then 1540. These are screens. I don't know if it's a whiteboard or a screen. It looks like a whiteboard. Sorry? It looks like a whiteboard to me, but just identify whether or not that is or is not what you're talking about.
No, this is not
It's
what I'm
not
speaking
right.
about.
Very well, thank you.
So the technician you referred to, you recall his name?
Yes,
What's his name?
Nigel Sandyford.
Nigel Sandyford. So did Nigel write these?
No, the color, the pen he was using, not the pen, the marker was an orange color.
Well, if I follow, not that I'm a techie person at all, this looks like some sort of like a photograph. I don't know, take with a cell phone and reproduce it, you know. Does
Go
that
back.
look
Go
like-
back to 1538. Go back to 1538. Let's just see where we are with these documents, right? And you see on the top left-hand corner of 1538, it seems to say Nigel. You can't read the next word.
So that is Nigel Bechu,
Uh-huh.
Different person.
different person.
Right.
And you don't think that Nigel Sandyford wrote these things?
No, Nigel Sandyford wasn't writing in a book. He was writing on a whiteboard,
Just on the whiteboard.
just on the whiteboard.
Right. And that's not what we see on the next page. Go over to the next page, please. Not that.
No, it's not that.
And
What
not
he-
on the next page either.
No, what he would have been recording would have been events, resources as they come in, and personnel coming in at that point in time.
All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to establish what they were because I didn't understand it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I myself, I'm just trying to ascertain, if we go to 1541 or 1542, any of those, well, that's a double page. Are you able to assist us with who wrote those things?
I don't know who would have written these things.
Okay, so thank you for that. Now, Mr. Yearwood, I note in your witness statement, I think it's paragraph 24. You say that Kazim Ali Sr. did not provide you with any with their rescue plan, meaning LMCS's rescue plan. You recall saying that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Mr. Yearwood, assuming that you're talking about what? Something oral, something in writing?
at this point in time, this is the first 3 hours. I would not have expected anything in writing at that point in time. I would expect that what would have been in writing would have been the initial rescue plan detailing the ERP for the job. And if they had any modification to that, that would be a verbal conversation, really. At that point in time, I wouldn't have really attempted to interrupt LMCS in any way. So the reason why we wanted somebody in the ICT was to figure out what happened truthfully, because they were working there, and to see if they would require any assistance from Paria to aid in the rescue effort.
So, Mr. Yearwood, I know, and I won't belabor it because my learned senior, Mr. Maharaj, would have traversed that area. You were calling somebody, you wanted somebody from LMCS to come to attend to the ICT as
Yes,
a representative of the company.
correct.
And you complained to some extent that, you know, nobody would volunteer themselves, and nobody was sent as a representative.
No, I didn't complain. That's
Okay,
what happened.
right. Well, I'm just saying it from your witness statement. But as I said, that's not an issue I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is if you had received whether or, okay, let me just deal with what you just said. Thank you for that. You said you were looking for some sort of modification on an existing rescue plan.
Well, there would be
Did I understand
there
that
would be
right?
a rescue plan for the job within the ERP, right? Granted, the scenario that may have been modified, right? But no plan was made available to me.
Okay.
Right.
Would it be correct, Mr. Yearwood, that the emergency response plan that you refer to would not have or did not contain any, what shall I say, any potential scenario, any scenario by which 1, 4, 5 divers would be find themselves inside of the pipe?
Correct, but at that point in time, the 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 focus was not inside the pipe. This is the very early stages where the focus was still very much in and around the pipe. So the search was there.
Wise.
So the real care to go inside the pipe was really after Mr. Bujram came out. So I wouldn't have, what I wanted from them is what their rescue plan is and what they're doing and what happened in the incident.
And Mr. Yearwood, I want to carry you back to what you said earlier in your witness statement in respect to something else, that Paria did not have the expertise or the experience, I suppose, and expertise, basically to, I don't want to say micromanage, okay, second guess or to review or to, you know, in any way challenge what LMCS had said with respect to the actual tender and the contents of the tender. If you received a rescue plan, as you say, are you in a position, were you or are you in a position, or could you have been in a position at that time to review it or analyze it or critique it in any way, evaluate it, any of those things? You personally?
Yes.
Yes?
Between me and my team. So what would happen is we have the method, we have the risk assessment, and then we have the ERP. If the risk assessment does not pick up the risk, then the ERP doesn't cater for it. Right. So if somebody says to me there's a risk that these guys could enter the pipeline through a Delta P, then you develop a ERP along those lines, and that could be evaluated by Paria.
So somebody in your team, you yourself, Mr. Yearwood, or somebody in the HSE department?
I could do it.
Okay, so you yourself are able to analyze and evaluate a rescue plan surrounding, which largely would be a diving operation. You yourself, because you're a senior person in the HSE person, much more senior than Mr. Dobson and Mr. I've lost track of the other one. Mr. Dobson and Mr. Nanton. That was the other one.
No, I wouldn't say specifically for a diving operation.
Okay, so even if a plan was provided to you, you would not, unlike what you say in your witness statement at paragraph 24, you yourself would not be able to sign off on it, to agree to it, or disagree with it, as the case may be.
But it depends on the rescue plan. It may be very straightforward that they enter the water.
But you're not a diver yourself.
I'm not a diver myself.
Okay, and you don't know anything about tethering and umbilicals and surface air and helmets and so on, or anything like that?
How about we could get the information.
You could get the information. So when you're reviewing the tender documents after the award, as you now clarify, you could have gotten, as you say, the information, you could have gotten the expertise to review the emergency plan, amongst other things, when you got those documents, yes?
If it was necessary.
You didn't think it was necessary at the time?
I said the documents were reviewed. LMCS had produced several rescue plans for many diving operations, and they would be similar in nature. And based on that, we would have determined it to be suitable and sufficient.
With the benefit of hindsight, Mr. Yearwood, which is always 2020 or better, do you think that that a course of action that Paria should have adopted to be able to rigorously test the rescue plans that were presented?
Coming out of this incident, it is something that would be considered.
It's something that would be considered.
Yes.
To your knowledge, Mr. Yearwood, is there any change in policies or procedures or safety in your department? I can ask you overall, in your department, that reflects taking into account what happened in this incident?
Yes, changes have been made.
Changes have been made. I'll take that, Mr. Yearwood.
Well, I won't. I'd like
Okay.
to know what changes, please.
Specific to rescue plans and diving? Or
So
in general?
changes that have been made, I'm going to make a note. Changes that have been made by Paria, HSE, following the incident.
No problem. Right, so we have done extensive retraining with regards to the permit work system.
Right, extensive retraining. On permit to work system. Yeah.
We would have issued terms of reference for the development of ERPs.
Sorry, you have to speak a little louder.
We would have developed a terms of reference for the development of ERPs and issued it to all contractors.
Terms of reference for ERPs, emergency rescue plans. Yes.
We would have had the process of the review being more rigorous.
The review more rigorous. Yes, that's the review you spoke of earlier of the team coming together,
Correct.
various different departments.
Correct.
More rigorous in which way? Considering having an independent person review the application in the event that it's something as serious or as hazardous as this particular job or as unusual as this job?
So we would have specifically considered diving. And it's not specific to the HSE department, but to the entire Paria. And we have had subsequent dives.
Diving?
Where we have engaged specialists to look at the documents.
Specialists have looked at the documents subsequent. So where you've employed divers subsequently, you've had specialists look at what the dive plan.
Yes.
Have they considered the question of Delta P?
We haven't had any diving activity on the chamber or anything like that. It would be in the open ocean.
Right.
In and around things. So Delta P wouldn't have come up, but we have chosen to engage persons to look at these documents.
Right. So, I mean, I asked you this earlier on, whether or not an option was to have independent experts review the particular project, given that it was a unusual and hazardous one.
Well,
and you said that that was an option.
That is an option.
What you're saying is that now that option is actually being taken up.
Yes, it has been considered as an option for diving.
Well, has it been used?
It has been used.
Right.
We have engaged Mr. Fuentes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yeah.
Right. So experts
on at least one occasion when diving.
One occasion have been used to assess the dive plan, yes?
Yes.
And safety.
Safety.
All right. Anything else?
I'll leave it there for now.
Well, all right, but you might leave it there for now, but I mean, is that what has been done post this incident?
That is what has been done.
Is there anything else that I need to know about? You'll appreciate that the position for us is that we're going to have to make recommendations to ensure this sort of thing doesn't ever happen again.
Yes, I understand.
And for us to be able to do that, I want to know at this stage whether or not you, your company, have made any, taken any action to change that which they did on the last occasion.
So those would be the major actions.
Right.
for now.
For example, has there been any drills of the IMT after this event?
No, there haven't been any.
Has there been
drills.
any change of personnel on the IMT following this event?
No.
So if this were to happen again, the same IMT would be convened, correct?
Yes.
Utilizing the same people, utilizing the same procedures.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Too.
Just for my just remind me, did you say Mr. Fuentes was the diver that you would have?
Yeah, so I'm
retained?
aware. I'm aware of at least one occasion where we had diving operations, and we would have retained Mr. Fuentes to look at the documentation.
Mr. Yearwood, do you know whether there is diving expertise on, I don't want to say, well, I'll say available through Heritage?
Yes, sir.
So Heritage has, I don't know if it's a dive team or a dive department or diving personnel. You may know better than myself. Do you know that to be the case?
I would know of at least one person who was recommended during the incident as a dive expert.
Would that be Mr. Rolf Seals?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that he's employed with Heritage, and you know that there's some relationship between Paria and Heritage.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Seals or anybody else who is in his department would be available to Paria on request. A sister or brother companies, yes?
I believe if the request is made.
Okay, so a request could be made though, as far as you know.
Yes, it could be made.
Okay, and certainly a request was made of Mr. Seals on the 25th of February. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Right? So that Mr. Seals with somebody who could be on tap, as they say, if so required, if so requested. I'm using your words.
I don't know what the response to the request would be,
Okay, but a request could be made.
but a request could be made.
Okay.
Would
Thank you.
that be entirely independent? If you wanted an independent person to review the dive plan, would employing someone by Heritage be regarded by the population generally as being entirely independent?
Certainly when the tender came in, Mr. Chairman, and,
No.
and if you lack that expertise,
We're
and the
talking about
expertise-
now, though, aren't we?
oh, no, I'm actually talking about at the time the tender came in and it was being evaluated and so on. That expertise didn't have to be outsourced too far.
I thought-
And I understand, if I may be incorrect, that Mr. Seals is also a Kensington employee.
Not exactly sure. If he's
Okay,
a Kensington
well,
employee or not.
he's a witness to come and we can always ask him that, but I believe so. So I'm just trying to establish that, that expertise, aside from Mr. Fuentes and any other independent person, would be available if you requested it.
I know the request could be made. I don't know how
Okay.
Mr. Seals is occupied.
Okay, fair enough. Now I'm taking you back to the telephone call that I think is Shan Balkisoon.
Yes.
Shan Balkisoon is one of your two employees who is dispatched to the San Fernando General Hospital somewhat belatedly to speak to Mr. Budram, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So that telephone call that we've heard that comes in about 10 o'clock in the night came in on your phone.
Yes, it did.
Okay. So Shan Balkisoon called you on your cell phone and you were able to put it on speakerphone, which I presume he did as well, so that you could, both sides could hear each other. Yes?
Yes.
The Paria ICT members who were present, and Shan Balkisoon and the other gentleman whose name escapes me, and Mr. Budram.
Yes.
Okay. So if I take you to page 1541 of the same ICT bundle, and that was a note that you saw previously, and I was trying to get from you if you knew who had recorded that note, and these documents were provided to us by Paria. So we don't know who made those notes, but I'll ask that you look at the notes and tell me if, from your recollection, that represents, in a summary way, in a bullet point form, what Mr. Budram would have said in the conversation, or some of the things that you'd have said in the conversation.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that is accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you very much for that. So if I take you to paragraph 34 of your witness statement, Mr. Yearwood. If you could just read the 6 points that are numbered under paragraph 34 for me, please.
He was sucked into
No,
the
no,
pipe.
you can read it to yourself, Mr. Yearwood. Thank you.
Sorry.
Read it to yourself.
Yes.
Okay. So you will see that this contains information that is not recorded in the handwritten note that we just showed you in 1541, page 1541.
Yes.
So for instance, and I'll just point you out to Blacks was a body and he crossed over him. That wasn't in the handwritten note.
No.
So that, I think this note was made contemporaneously while the conversation was going on, and you were right there. Your phone was being used.
Yes.
The call came into you.
Yes.
Right? So Mr. Budram at about 10 o'clock is giving you some information which would have been useful earlier, but he's still giving you some information.
Yes, he is.
Right? He's telling you how many air pockets, he's telling you how many well scenes he passed, and so on. You agree?
Yes.
So you had some information there. And that information didn't include somebody who was a body.
In the previous, no.
Okay. Right? But you have said the handwritten is accurate, so I will leave it that the handwritten version is accurate. Now, in paragraph 35 of your witness statement, you see that the response from the experts were that they were reluctant to enter the pipeline to attempt to rescue the divers due to safety concerns. So let me ask you a few questions on that. Could you tell us who the experts were that you were referring to?
Paria would have engaged several dive companies to look at the situation with the information that we had and make a determination if a rescue could be done and how it could be done.
Okay,
So.
could you provide us with the names of those experts?
Don't we have all of this?
Um,
We've got all of this.
no, there's something we don't have, Mr. Chairman. So if you'd indulge me
Well,
for
ask
just a
him that.
question or two.
Ask him that.
Okay, so would one of those dive places be in Eastern Divers?
I believe so.
Good. Did Eastern Divers or Eastern Emergency Response Service attend on the ICT?
Could you clarify what you mean, attend?
Okay.
on
Okay.
this?
Did they have input with the ICT? Did they call? Did they come in personally on the Friday night?
I knew there were several dive companies. I can't remember if they actually came in. I don't know if
Okay.
any evidence here would say that they came in.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you directly. Did Eastern Emergency Response Services or Eastern Divers, as I've seen interchangeably, did they say we can't do the rescue? Refuse.
Really can't recall which company said what. What I do recall is generally the companies that were engaged were reluctant to enter the pipeline, and they were concerned about safety.
Mr. I'm trying to abide by the chairman's direction. You recall a company called OTSL?
Yes.
Okay. You recall anybody in OTSL saying that they're refusing to dive, it is unsafe to dive? On Friday night, let me clarify. So that's my error. On Friday night, do you call anybody from OTSL relaying to the ICT team that they were refusing to conduct a rescue or undertake a rescue or participate in a rescue?
Can't remember any specific person.
I'm going to stop this now because I've asked Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed to provide us with certain facts, which he said he would undertake to do.
Okay.
And I think this will cover all of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That will be all my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Somebody else had their hand up at the back.
Oops.
You did tell me your name, and you'll not be surprised that I've completely forgotten it, so forgive me.
That is quite all right, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ved Tribohansi. I instruct Mr. Prakash Ramada.
All right. You're responsible. Sorry.
Indeed, I accept full accountability.
That slipped out. I didn't mean it to. All right. Please ask the questions. Introduce yourself to the witness and tell him who you're asking questions on behalf of.
Indeed, please, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Yearwood.
Good morning.
My name is Ved Tribohansi. I instruct Mr. Prakash Ramada, who represents the interests of the deceased family, deceased Mr. Faisal Kurban, and also the daughter of Mr. Yusuf Henry, that is Aliyah Henry. I have a few questions concerning your rule upon being notified that there was an incident at Berth 6. Particularly, when you were notified that there was an incident, you would agree that you stepped into the role as being the senior person at Paria for implementing a response, an emergency response to the incident.
I would have been asked by the incident commander to set up the ICT at that point in time.
So by that fact, you would have been the person who was responsible for implementing a response, an immediate response to an incident that you were notified of.
The person immediately responsible would be the contractor who has a ERP.
Make sure you're speaking into that microphone. Move it slightly to your left. That way it will be, yeah, then as you turn, you'll still be in.
Thank you so much, Chairman. So the contractor is responsible for initiating the response. And because of the nature of the response, the ICT was convened.
When you say because of the nature of the response, what response are you speaking of?
Well, because of the nature of the incident, it's a major incident.
So therefore you are responding to the incident.
Yes.
And you were responsible for responding to the incident.
The contractor is responsible for the initial response.
And please clarify whether you were responding to the incident or the contractor's response.
I am responding to the incident.
And therefore you were responsible for your response.
Well, Paria will,
yes, simple yes or no.
Paria would respond to any incident on their compound.
Of course. And I note in your witness statement, it even sets out clearly in paragraph 5, subsection 11, where you would agree that your role is also to assist in the management of emergency response.
Yes.
Now, can you recall what time exactly this happened, that you stepped into this role?
As soon as I got the call.
And do you recall what time that would have been?
It would be in the statement.
And at that time, How long were you in that role for?
2 hours or so.
And within that 2 hours, at any point in time, did you consider that it was important to ascertain what the conditions were in the pipeline during this time?
At that time, nobody was sure that the persons were in the pipeline.
I'm asking you, did you consider what were the conditions within the pipeline during this time?
As I said, that was not the major consideration at that point in time. We hadn't ascertained that anybody was in the pipeline during those first hours.
Did you consider it to be a possibility?
At that point in time, no.
And during this time, what were the possibilities you considered to have occurred?
The major possibility that we would have considered is for some reason, water would have entered the chamber and would have washed the persons out of the chamber. The information that we got at the start of the incident is that a splash was seen on the camera.
And that would have been the only possibility, or did you consider anything else?
Well, we would make considerations based on the information given to us. And that is why we would have asked for somebody from LMCS to join the ICT, so we would get more information. At that point in time, we would not have been aware that any plug was being removed. So really and truly getting into the pipeline wasn't really the major consideration at that time.
And during this 2-hour period, whilst you were responding to an emergency, were any further steps taken apart from what you stated in your statement to formulate a response to figure out what were the other possibilities? Were there any further steps you took apart from in your statement within paragraphs 15, you recited certain steps you took. Now, paragraph 15, subsection 1 refers to you activated and mobilized the ICS for the purpose of initiating a coordinated emergency response. Of course, at that point in time, or around this period, did you consider any further steps apart from what you have set out in this paragraph?
Is this the paragraph he is referring to?
No, that isn't. No, paragraph 15.
I think you should have a look at the whole of this. Do you have in front of you a bundle of witness statements? I don't think it's that one. Yes, it's that small one. Should be behind tab 35. And if you go to page 1303, little numbers right at the bottom of the page, 1303, and then you'll see at the top of that page, paragraph 15. And then you'll see what you set out there as being the things that you did once you were appointed. Just take a look at it. And then you can answer Mr. Trebalal Singh's question. Perhaps you'd repeat it.
Yes, please.
So I think
Yes.
I think the actions continue on to the next page as well.
Yes.
I think there's That is what was done.
So therefore, you are saying that there were no further steps taken as it concerns the possibilities in your mind as to what could have happened. Nothing further.
Now that is why we would have contacted LMCS to get that information.
And my question to you, Mr. Yearwood, is that during this time, 2 hours have passed since an incident occurred. Would you not agree that time is of the essence to act as soon as possible to take steps?
Yes.
And during this time, of course, I can ask this question in a twofold manner. If perhaps at that time, firstly, or even now in hindsight, do you think that more could have been done during this time?
Well, the actions during an emergency are based on the information that you receive. So if more information was received, maybe more could have been done.
So based on the information received, you did all that you could have done.
I did what I could have done with the information I had at the time.
Can you tell me at what time did you consider that determining the conditions within the pipeline were of relevance to the ICT?
That would be after Mr. Boudram would have come out the pipeline.
So therefore, you are saying that an estimate now of over 3 hours have since passed since the incident, and the first time that considerations of the conditions within the pipe only arose at that time,
Yes.
not prior.
Yes.
Mr. Yearwood, in your witness statement again, particularly in paragraph 5, your duties are set out. One of those duties include to ensure compliance with statutory standards and the company's policies and procedures. So I can assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you are familiar with the Occupational Health and Safety Act of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Now, of course, as part of your role, you would agree that you are required to report an incident of this nature as soon as it occurs, as soon as it's reasonably possible, of course, for you to report this to the Occupational Health and Safety Agency.
Yes. We usually have a 24-hour period to report.
Do you recall doing this within this timeline?
I would have been trying to place in all my efforts to have these persons rescued.
So therefore, the answer is you did not make that contact.
The contact would have been made within the stipulated period outlined by the law.
And in relation to this contact that you made, what was the response that you received?
I never said I made the contact.
Do you recall who made that contact?
No.
Are you familiar with you are aware that the contact was made?
Yes.
Within the stipulated time frame?
Yes.
But you're unaware of who made it and the particulars of that contact?
I know it would have given advice that the contact needed to be made, and during the course of the incident, we would have had communication with
now, you would agree that this area falls within your roles and duties?
No. No.
But
for the incident, for the purpose of the ICT, we have different roles, which may be different or separate and apart from your substantive function. So within that, there's a liaison officer on that organizational chart.
Who would be that liaison officer?
I think it may be Mr. Archbold.
And you cannot say whether he made contact and what was the response from the Occupational Health and Safety Agency?
Well, what I could say is the contact was made, and I don't know what their response at that time would have been.
Did you, or were you privy to any steps taken by Paria to preserve the scene of the incident after it occurred?
Yes, the incident site would have been cordoned after the incident.
Would have been cordoned? What does that mean?
It would have been barricaded and so forth after the incident.
Were there any further steps taken to preserve the scene of the incident after it occurred? Anything further?
Oh, when you say after it occurred, after all the days, after the first day,
Immediately after the incident and thereafter.
well, immediately after the incident occurred, we wouldn't be in a mode to preserve anything. We are still in the mode where we are looking to rescue people. After the incident, we would have engaged the same Occupational Safety and Health Authority. They would have, certain items would have been handed over directly to them. It would have been documented and photographed and handed over to them, and the site itself would have been barricaded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yearwood. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pegas?
I have no questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Prasad Maharaj?
I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Yearwood. My name is Kamini Prasad Maraj, and I'm representing LMCS. I'd just like you to clarify something that is in your witness statement at paragraph 16.
16.
16, that's at page 1303. I'd like you to look at number 5. Now, paragraph 16, you're saying these are the key personnel that you would have contacted and informed them of the incident.
Yes.
Yeah? Now, at 5 in particular, you mentioned Colin Piper, Paria Terminal Operations Manager, at about 3:53 p.m. And then you have who had already been notified of the incident prior to my call.
Yes.
My clarification is that you at 3:53 p.m. that was the first call that you would have made to Mr. Piper.
Yes.
All right. So I know you said in an answer to my learned friend in relation to the time that the incident command ICT was commissioned. It's in your statement, correct?
Yes.
All right. So at your paragraph, well, that very paragraph, you said you spoke to Mr. Randolph Archbald. That's at number 1 at about 3:12 p.m. That's correct?
Yes.
And you would have first received, now paragraph 11. Paragraph 11. You said at 3:06 p.m. you would have been informed of the incident.
Yes.
Right. What I'm trying to establish is with you activating the incident command, being that the incident commander was Mr. Piper, how did that remit went into your charge? What was that process? Because it's not clear from your evidence here what or how that came to be. Could you explain that to us?
And so during the phone call, he would have asked me formally, Mr. Piper would have asked me formally to set up the incident command.
So that would have been at 3:53 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And you arrived at Paria's incident command center around 4 p.m. or
Correct.
thereabout, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's somewhere in your statement. All right.
Right. So notwithstanding that, before this, I would have guys on the team and we would have started to get guys to the site and do certain things within the remit of the HSC department. However, at 3:53, the formal request was made to initiate to me to have the incident command set up, and that is what I would have done.
All right. I would like to take you to the board that you have mentioned earlier in relation to what you had commissioned at the incident command center. It's
Sorry,
at
I'm sorry to
page-
interrupt. Can I just be clear? Prior to 353, there was no incident command center. No IMT.
Well, the members of the IMT would have been made aware, but I formally would have made that formal call to get the IMT and that command center prepared.
Yeah, well, Mr. Piper was the 5th person you called. And I just want to understand, you knew he was going to be the head of the IMT.
Yes.
You didn't know where he was.
No.
He might have been there for all you knew.
Correct.
Right. In any event, he was the 5th person you called, and there was no IMT until you spoke to him. And then he requested you to set one up.
There would have been no physical IMT. I would presume that all the members would have been engaged in some way.
Well, I don't understand that. I mean, you first find out about it just after 3 o'clock, as you've just been asked. You make a number of calls, which you set out in your statement. What I'm interested to know is, surely primary amongst all of that was to set up the IMT.
Yes.
Yet you waited until 3:53 before you spoke to the person who was supposed to be the head of it.
Well, Mr. Piper could have asked anyone to set up the IMT.
Anybody could have happened. Anything could have happened. Your HSE. What was happening before? Between when you first were told at 3:06 and you being asked to set up the IMT at 3:53, nearly an hour later.
Information was being gathered. Persons from the HSE department would have been sent to the location.
Well, did you know that?
Yes, I would have been engaging with Mr. Dobson and other persons at that time.
I mean, the first person you call, which I can entirely understand, is Mr. Archbold,
Yes,
who is your immediate superior, isn't he?
correct.
Right. And so you called him within 6 minutes or so of having been told of the incident, all right?
Correct.
And then after him, it's nearly 20 minutes before you speak to Mr. Donovan.
Correct.
What first, before that happens, what did Mr. Archbold say to you?
I can't remember the exact details of the
No, but did he
conversation.
say, well, set up the IMT, let's get moving here. This has happened now some time ago.
Yeah, so we would have had some discussion about the incident.
Right.
And we would have started to make contact with our guys on the ground.
Well, the next person you called was Mr. Donovan, 20 odd minutes later.
So I could make contact with my guys via analog radio and give instructions.
All right. So these calls that you've logged in your statement are telephone calls
These calls are telephone calls.
rather than using your radio.
Correct.
Right.
So there would have
did
been-
you actually use your radio?
Yes.
Well, none of that is in here. So who
So-
did you speak to?
So it's very hard to verbatively write down every communication.
No, I
via-
understand that, but you could give us an overall view, you
So-
see.
so
as
what I
to-
would-
Once you were told,
Right.
just a moment, once you were told, Mr. Yearwood, look, there's been this terrible incident. These guys have gone missing.
Correct.
4 or 5 of them that were in the habitat, they've just gone missing. Your immediate response to that was presumably that they were in the ocean somewhere
Correct.
and needed rescuing.
Correct.
Right? So you speak to your immediate boss within a few minutes, that's fine. And then what happens? You get on the radio and do what?
So I'm giving instructions to my guys.
You keep saying that to my guys.
I-
I don't understand
I
what
asked
happens.
my team to go to the site of the incident to get
Right.
more information. I would have asked them to start to prepare in terms of the ambulance service and to set up that triage. I would have asked them to get information for me from the operations person. So this is going back and forward.
And this is all on the radio,
This
is
is
it?
all on the-
What's the range of your radio?
I could talk to my team in Paria right now.
It's worldwide. It's countrywide.
It's
anyway. Yeah,
countrywide,
right,
basically.
fine. So you're using the radio. You're getting your guys, as you put it, to make the various arrangements, contacting
Correct.
ambulance service and so on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're making your way to the.
And I'm making my way to.
Right. And so when you've logged here the phone calls that you've made, where have you got that from?
This is from my phone.
So you've looked at your phone and subsequently
Yeah.
went writing this
So in
statement.
writing this, I would have looked at my phone and seen the
Who you
exact
called
times.
them when?
Who I called them when.
All right. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Yearwood, I would like to take you to the.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
move on. I've just seen the time. How long do you think you have?
Mr. Chair, I just have a few questions.
Well, why don't we-
depending- No, perhaps about 10 minutes? So much.
And may I ask, Mr. Peterson, do you have any questions? No?
No, Mr. Chairman.
It's probably preferable if you use up your 10 minutes, use up the 10 minutes and then we'll take a break. And that way you'll be able to go. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Let's do that then.
Right. So, Mr. Yearwood, I'd like to take you to a picture that's at page 935 of the witness statement bundle. No. Next page. Right. Right. So you mentioned earlier in your evidence that there was an orange color marker being used for the timelines that you would have commissioned.
Yes.
Would this be what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. In this log of events, the information being fed was taken from various persons.
Yes.
Yes. All right. At 15:48, it says HSC personnel S. Balkisoon reported chances of survival are slim.
Yes.
Yes?
I seen that there.
And you were made aware of the information as it was coming. You just said that to the chairman.
Well, this is a statement. So this log is everything. We're trying to get everything that comes out on the radio. And that was said.
That was said. So when you would have spoken to Mr. Piper at 15:53, your conversation with him, you would have already gotten this information.
This would have been logged, correct?
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm just struggling to find my copy of this, just because I'd like to follow this. Where are we at? This is in.
We are at page 935 of the witness statement bundle.
Yeah. That's volume 2, I think. Volume 2. Yeah. $9.36. $9.35. Yeah. Yes, my copy is illegible. That's why I can't read it at all.
And same with me, please,
Right,
Mr. Chair. Right? So
okay.
I'm looking at it from the computer.
Right, so let me just make it
Yes.
open. Page 935. Witness bundle 2. Orange. Yes. Sorry, I'm going to ask you to start that again, if you would, please.
Right. So my question to Mr. Yearwood was the time that this annotation is given, this log has been made, that HSC personnel reports that the chances of survival are slim. It would have been at 15:48, which was prior to his conversation with Mr. Colin Piper. And he answered,
Yes.
Yes.
So this is a log of everything that I said on the radio.
yes.
The HSC personnel would have heard one of the divers make that statement, and they would have reported it, right? So, and it would be logged at the time it was reported.
Right. But my question to you was that this information was received by you prior to your conversation with Mr. Piper.
The times here are accurate, so if that's how the timeline.
Right. Okay. Did you discuss this bit of information with Mr. Piper in your conversation?
Specifically, no.
at the time that these information would have been coming to you and your conversation with Mr. Piper at around 3:53 p.m., you were the de facto, let's say, incident commander. Yes?
Yes,
And part and parcel of being the de facto incident commander is that you're concerned with what has happened to the persons who were gone missing.
yes,
Yes? And this would have been pertinent and relevant information in relation to what efforts you are to make thereafter in relation to these missing persons.
well, this is information as it was said. As I would have said before, the technician at that time, he would have heard this statement made by one of the divers after going into the chamber. So the instruction to Mr. Sandy Ford at this point in time is whatever you hear, just write it down. Right? So what he heard is what he wrote down.
Mr. Yearwood, can you be specific? One of the divers at the site, you're saying that he would have heard this from. Who is that diver that would have given this information?
I would have believed at the point in time we were trying to communicate with Mr. Farah to get somebody into the ICT, and that is the statement that was made.
So it is your evidence that Mr. Farah made the assessment or made the statement that these men, the chances of survival of these men is slim?
It is my evidence that Mr. Ram Kisoon would have reported that.
So you're not aware of who would have given this statement or caused this assessment to be made?
Which is why I initially said one of the divers.
No. Are you aware? Are you sure? You're given evidence. This is for consideration. We are dealing with, at this point in time, lives, and we are dealing with the assessment and the process by which, as the de facto incident commander, you're employing to respond to an incident.
I don't know what your question
The
is.
question is the information that you're saying that you've gotten. How did you treat with it, and from whom did you verify it? You're saying it's just that they heard. So it was just by the way information. It made no difference. This is just a log. You're just creating a log for, and I'm saying a lot of things here. I would like you to.
I would like a question you can answer.
I don't know what went on.
My question is, how did you treat with this information that was spewed and placed on the log as the de facto incident commander?
It was placed on the log, and we continued to attempt to engage LMCS to have somebody come to the IMT so that we could get information that we would have sure we would be sure that it was credible. As I said, that was a statement that was relayed and would have been documented as such.
All right. And you spoke to Mr. Kazim Ali, you said.
Yes, I did.
And that would have been around, you said 4:50 p.m.?
Yes,
Right. So that would have been some hours after you would have gotten that initial assessment logged.
correct.
Right. And you requested that he send persons to the shipping building.
Correct.
All right. Did you inform him that at any point in time that there was an incident command center that was now, or team that was now in place?
Yes.
My instructions are that that never happened.
Well, might be wrong.
That's your answer to it?
I would have informed them to come to shipping building at the incident command post.
All right. And we also have an evidence, and it is also my instructions, that Mr. Andrew Farrow was in fact on his way to the shipping building. But then at that point in time, Mr. Budram was, there was noise to which he returned at the Berth to deal with.
So after I handed over to Mr. Piper,
Yeah.
we were finally able to get Mr. Farah to proceed to that.
All right. So you're aware of that. It's just that your statement has nothing acknowledging the fact that Mr. Farrow was on his way to the shipping building.
Well, he was on his way, as I said, after I would have handed over to
Right.
Mr. Piper. At the time when I was trying to get him to come, he seemed to be in some distress. The guys would have reported that he was kind of lying.
And
On the boat.
you were there, you observed that?
That is what was reported, ma'am.
And that's the report you received. Okay. I'd like to revisit something that you spoke about this morning to Mr. Mirage. You said that part and parcel of the procedure that was engaged in relation to the assessment of the review, of the method statement in the JHA, was that there was a meeting of both Paria personnel and LMCS,
Correct.
correct? When did that meeting actually take place?
I don't have the exact date.
It's not in your evidence. That was the first time I heard of it.
Correct. I don't have the exact date.
You don't have the exact date. My instructions are that there was never any meeting. What say you?
I say that there was a meeting.
Sorry?
I say that there was a meeting.
There was a meeting. My instructions are, in fact, that the mechanism and procedure by which the review was done was LMCS was asked to email their documents to Mr. Terence Rampersad Singh, and then those documents, meaning the method statements and the GHAs and other accompanying documents, would have been reviewed. However, it was reviewed by your team, and then the approval of it notified to LMCS. What say you?
So that's not the process that we use at Paria.
Is that, say that again, sorry?
That is not the process employed by Paria.
Okay. You said that's not the process employed. I'm asking you what in fact happened.
There would have been a meeting.
Sorry?
There would have been a meeting.
There would have been a meeting.
Yes.
So you've moved from there was a meeting, so there would have been a meeting.
There was a meeting.
There was a meeting. All right. I would like to, in relation to what my instructions are and what I've just put to you, I would like to take you to an email trail that is at page 2924 of the witness statement bundle.
Which number?
Don't
think we have witness statements to go up to 2924.
It is 2924. This is a supplemental.
Ah,
Yes. Right. I would actually like you to scroll to 2925. So the email is actually in reverse order. Yes?
right. Which part do you want to look
So I would like, Mr. Yearwood, I would like you to look at the entire email trail starting at page 2925, and you would see that the first email, and the date is actually on page
Yeah, the
2924.
page before
Yes.
starts, the bottom of the page, at page 2924.
24, correct.
There's an email from Mr. Kazimali dated the 4th of January 2022 at 22 minutes past 1. Subject, installing subsea slip-on flange at 36SL Berth 6. 2, Terence Rampersad Singh. And it says, see attached documents for the above captioned job. They are method statement, job safety analysis, lift plans, etc. The job here is to perform the work of replacing the leaking section of SL36 riser, etc. These works will follow reduction of, yes. And then there's a reply. You don't need any more than that, do you?
No,
Then there's a reply back on page 2924. Do you see that, Mr. Yearwood?
Yes.
Yeah, and the reply, good day. This is from Mr. Kazimali again. January the 4th, now 3:59. Good day. See attached documents for captioned job.
So I'm seeing here there's a review.
Yes.
Um,
And then
So
if
I
we go
believe this
higher
review-
on the
So I
email,
believe this review
right?
may have been, as we indicated, there would have been a meeting. If anything need to be reviewed, it would have been reviewed. And
Sorry,
then-
you've got to speak a little bit louder because I'm not hearing you.
Right, so I'm actually seeing that you said you had the review 0, but there's a Rev 1 to the method statement. So I would presume that the meeting would have been held before this review would have been made. There must be a basis for the review.
Well, we're still on the 4th of January.
Correct.
It's now 4:20 in the afternoon. And from Mr. Ramprasad Singh, sent to Mr. Ryan Nanton. That's one of your men, isn't it?
Correct.
In which he says, please review respective attachments. MS was reviewed, updated, is acceptable. Regards, Terence.
Correct.
From Kazim Ali, then below that, we can see he's replied. But what's being asked is whether or not there was a meeting which involved the contractor.
So the meeting that I'm speaking about would have been held before this review 1 of the method statement. I assume that there may have been changes, and this is the last line there is for the guys to look at what was changed and say that they're okay with it.
Well, it says here the MS was reviewed, updated, and is acceptable. The only one we've got, the only one I've seen, is the one that we've got that I showed you earlier on.
So we're seeing that there's some review 1 document.
Yes, the one that's attached to the permit to work. Yeah, but it's unchanged from the previous. Revision 0, yeah, exactly. So
That's the point I was making
earlier when we asked Mr. Kazim Ali about it, yeah.
Yes, because Mr. Kazim Ali, without prompting, when it came up on the screen, he said, yes, 116, but he said there's a problem there. That record is wrong because in the brackets, where revision 0, it's supposed to have a number, he said, because he said it was reviewed. And I mean, it wasn't a point of contention.
I don't think so. I think
Yeah.
what we agreed that was the one that was ultimately being used.
Yes,
As
but
the method statement.
as the revised final one.
Yeah,
And I
so-
didn't challenge him on it because it was understandable.
Quite so. So whether it's a typo or whatever, it doesn't really matter. We ended up with the same document. So the one that we referred you to, that I referred you to earlier, is the one that was used
No
as the
problem.
method statement. I mean, the fact that it's written here that it was reviewed doesn't really matter because we are all agreed. There is that one that was ultimately used for the purposes of the works.
Correct.
I think the issue here is really the question that's being put to you is that there was never a formal meeting which involved the contractor, because you told me earlier on and Mr. Maharaj that there is a review process which involves various different departments
Correct.
at Paria. You told us HSC, which is yours, technical and operations, and then momentarily you shortly after that added the contractor is also represented. Remember saying that?
Correct.
So that it's being put to you now that the contractor was never at that meeting. Now, do you think that might be the case? That in this instance, the contractor never did attend the meeting. It was reviewed by your 3 departments without the contractor.
The information I had is that there was a meeting. And that's the information I have.
Yeah, well, that information is reliant entirely, is it not, on your memory?
Yes.
There is not a note, a minute, a email, a text message, or any other written document which identifies the persons who were present at that review process.
No.
I mean, are you even able to tell us who from the contractor attended?
I wouldn't be part of the meeting.
Are you able to tell us who from the technical department attended?
No.
Or the operations department?
No.
No. So we're entirely reliant on your best recollection from the better part of 9 months ago, more than that, nearly a year ago, as to who was present and that this meeting took place. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But do you think that there is a prospect that what's being suggested to you might be right? That on this occasion, the contractor didn't attend?
It would be very odd. This is a standard process that we use for
I
all
know, but
jobs.
we've been going through years of oddness, haven't we, with the COVID? I mean, somebody might have died, but for some fairly narrow-minded view of COVID regulations, and then a person not being allowed to get into an ambulance. So it seems to me having a meeting which involved, a personal meeting which involved the contractor, unless you're saying it might have happened by video.
But all the meetings are
Or by
via
video.
video.
Right.
So all our teams meetings.
But all you can say is, to the best of your recollection, it involved the contractor.
Yes, that's
And that's the normal
that is
procedure.
the normal procedure for a
You're
judge.
not able to, could you rule out the prospect of it happening without the contractor?
I wouldn't like to say that.
You wouldn't like to say, no, I bet you wouldn't. But could you rule it out nonetheless?
No, I wouldn't be able to completely rule it out.
You wouldn't be able to completely rule out. Does that deal with your point as best you're able? It's
Certainly,
as far as you can take
as
it.
far
isn't
as
it?
I can take it with Mr. Yearwood.
Is there anything else?
Just one thing that I'd like to confirm from you. You were never part or parcel of the award of contract process, were you?
No.
With anything to do with the content of the contractual terms between Paria and LMCS?
No.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we move on, there's one other thing I need to ask. The note in orange writing that was photographed onto the board, I do now recall having seen it before. And the position is this, is that what is in that note is actually replicated on page 1572. So whoever was writing the note on your behalf entered it into the log that we have on 1572, I think, but for a couple of very minor words that are of no consequence. It is a replication of what's in that, on that page that you drew our attention to. It is the same as what we can see on this log here. I'm not asking you to take it through. I've done it myself, so I know it's accurate.
No problem.
Thank you very much. All right. Do you still have no questions, or is there anything you'd like to ask, Mr. Peterson?
You have nothing, sir.
Nothing to ask. But I think Mr. Maharaj,
I
you
just wanted to point out to you, Mr. Chairman, that at paragraph 9 of his witness statement, he said, "I was not involved in the review process in any material way, because as mentioned above, Mr. Nanton was the person." So he was really not at the meeting.
Ah, right. Is that right? So I've misunderstood. You were not at the meeting at all.
No, that's what I've said.
All
before.
right, well
I
then-
assigned somebody.
Then I have misunderstood. So thank you for that. I was about to take a dim view of the fact that you couldn't recall. But the fact is you weren't at this meeting at all.
I assigned somebody to be.
So Mr. Nanton was at the meeting,
Yes.
and he would be better able to tell us if there's anybody from LMCS that was at the meeting.
Correct.
You are saying you would have expected someone from LMCS to be at the meeting.
That is the normal process.
That's the normal process. But because you were not actually yourself at the meeting, you can't say whether there was or not.
It's my information that it occurred. So
Sorry?
it's my information that it occurred. So
Yes. Well, you're reliant, are you, on Mr. Nanton telling you so?
yes.
Anything arising? Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson has a question.
Good day, Mr. Yearwood.
Good day.
Just staying on the topic of that meeting. What is that meeting in service of when you get your your departments and you invite the contractor to discuss the job? What is that meeting in service of?
So it is there to bridge the gap between Paria, letting the contractor know what their risks are, and the contractor letting Paria know what their risks are.
I like the phrase you use, bridge the gap. What sort of documents come out of those types of meetings?
The documents that come out of those meetings are the revisions of the documents being reviewed.
Now, since you use the term bridging gap, are you familiar with the term bridging documents? I heard a list of your whole qualifications. So
Yes.
yeah. In this case and/or any other cases, is it the practice of Paria to utilize bridging documents?
No, it's the practice at this time to review the documents as per the guidance of the team.
So how do you effectively bridge the gap if you don't use a bridging document and/or equivalent?
I understand what you're saying, and it's something that will be considered.
Please don't let your voice drop. I can't hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
So you said it's been considered. So I want to go back to some of your earlier testimony here, where you said that improvements have been made to some of your processes. And I mean, I asked it of some of your colleagues, but I understand you're more of an end user of it. So I'll put it to you again. What were the industry type processes like lessons learned, continuous improvement, agility used to come to those lessons that you're now employing at Paria?
There would have been some consideration of the incident. There would have been an extensive engagement of the regulatory bodies after, and some of those would have come out of that process. So they would have done OSHA would have done a full audit on the site and all our processes and so forth. So some of those things would have come out of that. There's also an internal investigation into the incident. So these things are what would have driven
Okay.
that.
So as a HSE practitioner, you're just solely dependent or solely dependent upon the incident report generated by Paria to drive the lessons learned, because what I'm not hearing powerfully or not seeing powerfully and or not getting from Paria powerfully are any known industry processes that would adequately, robustly capture lessons where they can be implemented, interrogated going forward. All I just heard is, we did A, B, C, D, but there's nothing that I'm convinced, and it's quite relevant for the chairman and I, when we're considering our recommendations. I don't want to do dual work. So I'm quite keen, especially in your capacity as a HSE professional, what methodologies were employed to get that.
So we have not formally gone through any specific methodology.
Okay,
Right?
thank you. All right.
Well, we can ask Mr. Archbold, who will be next. So let's take a break. We've been going for a little while. Let's take 15 minutes then, please, and then we'll have Mr. Archbold. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're taking a 15-minute break. A 15-minute break. So take your time, and we shall be back soon. All the best, folks. Do share the live in the meantime. Take care. Be back in 15 minutes.
Mr. Maharaj would be quite useful too. Yes. Mr. Archbold, is it? Yes. The oath will be administered now.
I,
I, Randolph Archbald,
solemnly swear
that the evidence
I shall give
to this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Archbold, thank you for coming. Make yourself comfortable. The water's there for your use. What's going to happen is a summary of your evidence will be given, first of all, by Ms. Maharaj. Please listen carefully to that summary. Hopefully you'll agree that it is accurate. If not, tell me and we'll proceed from there. After that, Mr. Maharaj will have some questions for you, and then others may or may not, as the case may be. All right? So listen carefully to Ms. Maharaj, who is going to summarize your evidence hitherto. All right. Can I, just before you do that, I've just been handed a further supplement to your statement dated today. And that is your statement. It's 5 paragraphs. That has now, I believe, been posted on the website. It's only just been brought to my attention. So anybody who hasn't, you can access it from the website now. Thank you very much.
That was just to formally account for the emails that were disclosed and used earlier in the earlier sessions.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Just to cover it by way of evidence.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Yes,
Ms.
thank you.
Maharaj.
Mr. Archbold declined to be interviewed by the commission, but he provided a witness statement to the commission dated the 16th of August, 2022, which is at page 1312 of the witness statement bundle, volume 4. And as indicated, he also provided a supplemental witness statement today, which is on the website. The following is a summary of his first witness statement. Mr. Archbold is the HSEQ lead at Paria. The HSEQ department is guided by the HSE requirement for contractors, which is at the core bundle 12, page 12. The HSE orientation procedure, which is at the core bundle, page 11. The permit to work procedure, which is at the core bundle, page 24. Various emergency response plans, which can be found at the core bundle, pages 39 to 90. And procedures and incident reporting procedure effective 1st December 2019, which can be found at the core bundle, page 101. The HSEQ department monitors the work being done on the site to determine the level of compliance with Paria's permit to work procedure and other company standards and procedure. Mr. Archbold was involved in the development of the permit to work procedure, and this procedure was developed to provide a formal documented process for controlling risk associated with certain work activities such as contractors and maintenance works. Without a permit to work being generated, no work can be undertaken by a contractor. The procedure, which is separate and apart from a job risk assessment, intended to, among other things, 1, establish the requirements for identifying critical information on jobs, such as the nature and extent of the work to be done, the exact location of the job, the equipment to be used, the hazards involved, and the precautions to be taken. Ensure that work is not carried out unless there is proper authorization. clearly identify high hazard work and requirements and the requirements or precautions to be followed, and establish monitoring and auditing requirements for permit jobs. The HSEQ department, independent of the permit to work system, monitored the works being done by LMCS at Berth No. 6 through Paria's HSSE technicians who generated shift technicians' daily logs and daily activity reports, which were submitted to Mr. Archbald and Mr. Yearwood. See, for instance, core bundle pages 1021 to 1022. The HSEQ department assessed the HSE documents submitted by LMCS in relation to the 36 Sealine Riser repairs at Berth No. 6 and found them satisfactory. Those HSE documents included the emergency response plan, risk assessment, job hazard analysis, site-specific safety plan, and COVID-19 safe work practices. Mr. Archbold first heard about the incident through Mr. Yearwood at about 3:12 p.m. on Friday, 25th February. He was also informed that whilst the men were conducting the works, a splash was observed on the monitor showing the works. LMCS dive supervisor Andrew Farah went into the chamber and reported there was no one in the chamber. Mr. Archbold informed OSHA, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service of the incident and requested support. Upon Mr. Archbold's arrival at the incident command post, the incident command team was already activated and comprised Mr. Colin Piper as incident commander, Mr. Archbold as planning section chief, Mr. Michael Wee as logistics section chief, Catherine Balkisoon as operations section chief, Paul Yearwood as HSSE or safety officer, and Narissa Fevic as information officer. Mr. Archbold obtained an update on the status of the incident response and was informed that the incident command team was then gathering information about the incident and reaching out to various agencies and parties for assistance, coordinating searches, and discussing rescue options. At about 5:30 p.m., Mr. Archbold gave instructions for a triage station to be set up with ambulances, oxygen, emergency technicians, and at around 5:45 p.m., Mr. Piper informed Mr. Archbold that one of the 5 divers were rescued. Mr. Archbold stated that he contacted Mr. Mark Rudder, Director at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and informed him that a diver was found in the chamber and that help would be needed to extract the other divers, believed to be in the riser. Mr. Rudder advised that the Coast Guard should be contacted. However, Mr. Archbold informed him that the Coast Guard was already engaged and other options were being sought. Mr. Archbold also spoke to the Coast Guard's Lieutenant Hargreaves regarding assistance to rescue persons, but was advised that the Coast Guard did not have the equipment and crew on site to do such a rescue, as they came prepared to look for persons in the open water. Around 6:24 p.m., Mr. Archbold spoke to Commander Mirage of the Coast Guard, who informed him that the Coast Guard interceptor, the vessel engaged in conducting an open water search for the missing divers, must return to Stobbles Bay to retrieve a Coast Guard dive crew and equipment to possibly attempt a search and rescue exercise within the pipeline. Mr. Archbold was advised that the Coast Guard crew had already left for Stobbles Bay. The incident command team subsequently made contact with the diving experts and companies including Eastern Divers Company Limited, Hull Support Services, and Offshore Technologies Solutions Limited to provide assistance with search and rescue efforts within the pipeline. It came to the attention of the incident command team that persons were diving into the pipeline in the wake of Mr. Budram's rescue. Mr. Archbold, based on his qualifications, knowledge, and experience in occupational and health and safety, advised the incident commander that diving into the pipeline was not safe. Furthermore, when he spoke to Mr. Dion Lawrence of OSHA, Mr. Lawrence asked in a disapproving tone whether Paria was allowing rescue divers to dive into the pipeline. Mr. Archbold believed that it was unsafe to dive within the pipeline at the time without a continuous air supply with a tank and tether. He stated that the divers would at least need a rope with them, a supply of air, and a tank to be on them as emergency air supply in case their regular air supply was interrupted. Also, to his knowledge, LMCS did not discuss with or present the incident command team with any rescue plan. The incident command team agreed with Mr. Archbold, and the incident commander, Mr. Piper, made a decision based on the information and advice received that further diving into the pipeline should be suspended until it could be determined that it was safe to do so. The decision was communicated to LMCS employees at Berth 6 at about 7 p.m. However, to Mr. Archbald's knowledge, no attempt was made to enforce the decision or physically interfere with LMCS's diving into the pipeline. To the best of his knowledge, LMCS personnel continued to do so. At around 7 p.m., Mr. Archbald made arrangements with Survival Systems Limited to provide filled air tanks to LMCS, as Mr. Archbald was informed that LMCS were running out of compressed air. Mr. Archbald asked Kenson EMTs, Nigel Bechu and Shan Balkison to go and interview Christopher Budram at the San Fernando General Hospital to get information to assist with the rescue efforts. They arrived at the hospital at 9 p.m. and about 9:58 p.m. they called and the incident command team was able to speak with Christopher Budram on the phone. Mr. Archbald stated that the Coast Guard crew returned at around 11 p.m. and were informed of the information obtained from Mr. Budram. However, Lieutenant Hargreaves advised that the Coast Guard would not be able to attempt a rescue into the pipeline as it was too high risk and there were too many unknowns. At approximately 1:37 a.m. on Saturday, 26 February, Eastern divers, after visiting Berth 6 to obtain information, returned to the ICT and advised Mr. Archbald that they were returning to their base to obtain the necessary equipment for a possible rescue attempt. At about 2:04 a.m., Mr. Archbald was advised that Christopher Budram was in a stable condition and that he should undergo decompression treatment. Mr. Archbald says that a hyperbaric chamber was at the time being supplied with air from the compressor, and there was a risk that the compressor and the backup compressor would eventually fail. A 30-inch spool piece was therefore installed on top of the riser to which the chamber was attached at Berth 6, as it was felt that this would mitigate against compressor failure and allow rescue divers to enter from on top rather than from the chamber. Mr. Archbald stated that a crawler was sent down through the riser at Berth 6 and reached a distance on 45 feet along the horizontal portion of the line, but could not progress any further. He was informed that Hull Support Services and OTSL advised that they would not be able to dive into the pipeline to attempt a rescue. At around 8 to 11 a.m. on Saturday, Mr. Archbold made arrangements for Christopher Budram to be taken to a Hull Support Services Limited facility at Larbury to receive decompression treatment. However, there was a subsequent change in his treatment plan by Mr. Budram's doctor. Kazim Ali came to the incident command team on 26 February. He wanted to send a diver down at Berth No. 5. However, Mr. Archbold stated that the dip, which was a device used to show the presence of water, showed that the entire riser at Berth No. 6 was filled with water, and that at Berth No. 5, the pipeline contained hydrocarbons and the riser was empty. This, he stated, meant that the pipeline was blocked, possibly with the inflatable plug. Mr. Kazim Ali Sr.'s idea, therefore, was not feasible and was not included in the incident command team's forward plan. Mr. Archbold also said that Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. informed the incident command team that he knew the diver who would be willing to go into the pipeline, but he was not available until Sunday. Mr. Archbold discussed the plan with him, and Mr. Ali Sr. advised that the diver would enter the pipeline feet first, and try to remove the obstructions in the pipeline, which prevented the progress of the crawler. At the end of the discussions, Mr. Archbold states that Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. said, "I am a practical man. My son is no more. This is now a recovery." No one from LMCS ever discussed with or presented to the ICT any rescue plan for the missing divers, as the only discussion Kazim Ali Sr. had with Mr. Archbold was about having a diver enter the pipeline from above to remove the diving equipment, gear, and other obstructions in the pipeline. However, Mr. Archbold indicates that despite what Mr. Ali Sr. said to him, no decision was taken at that time that Paria's rescue operations would cease and move instead into the recovery phase. The incident command team continued in conjunction with the assistance of diving experts to try to develop a plan for rescuing the missing divers. Mr. Archbold says that several rescue options were considered by the ICT. This included the option of cutting a test hole and inserting a camera to determine the exact location of the divers, and the option of cutting the riser to allow for access of a competent and willing diver. But both options were deemed to be too risky and would have taken too long to execute. By Saturday evening, none of the diving companies contacted by Paria were willing to attempt a rescue. The incident command team then determined that the most practical rescue plan at that time was to get to the divers by pumping the water down from Berth No. 6 riser. This would possibly have introduced air into the pipeline. The ICT's forward plan at 5:37 p.m. on Saturday, 26th of February, was as follows. First, remove the hyperbaric chamber. Then install booms at Berth No. 6 to collect any oil from the pipeline. Pump down the water from the riser at Berth 6. Inspect the pipeline with a crawler. At 11 p.m. on Saturday, Mr. Archbold renewed discussions with Eastern divers. He says he pleaded with them to attempt a rescue. However, ultimately they refused because they thought the risk to their personnel was too high. At about 7 a.m. on Sunday, February 27th, Mr. Archbold indicated that he contacted Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. in an attempt to get the diver who Mr. Ali Sr. said would be available on Sunday, and discussed with him the possibility of attempting a rescue by pumping down the water at No. 6. Despite Kazim Ali Sr. indicating that he would get back to Mr. Archbold, he never did. Mr. Archbold left the incident command post at about 8 a.m. on Sunday, and when he returned at 3 p.m., the incident command team had taken a decision to transition from rescue to recovery operations. In his supplemental witness statement, Mr. Archbold exhibits a thread of February 2022 emails between himself and Mr. Ahmad Ali of LMCS. In paragraph 4 and 5 of that supplemental witness statement, he states as follows. The email thread concerns an incident which occurred at Paria on February 17th, 2022, where LMCS Limited mobilized their barge to commence works on the job which is the subject of the commission, and prior to the issuance of any permit to work by Paria. This incident caused a suspension of the job by Paria and an investigation into the incident to be launched by LMCS Limited for Paria's review. The email thread contains an email sent on February 17th, 2022, where I asked Mr. Ahmad Ali several questions targeted towards the prevention of a reoccurrence of a similar incident, and his responses by email sent to me on February 18th. In his response to my third question as to whether a self-check or checklist system would be implemented, Mr. Ahmad Ali indicated, among other things, that LMCS Limited felt that the permit itself already served as the most powerful control document in the existing system, and it would be of little value to add another form recapping the same requirements as were already documented. Mr. Archbold, is this a correct summary of both your first and supplemental witness statements?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you for that. Mr. Maharaj, I think you have some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Archbold.
Good afternoon.
At paragraphs 17 and 18 and 19 of your witness statement, you gave evidence of the review,
Thank you.
17, 18, and 19, the review and assessment which was made by your department of the LMCS Emergency Response Plan, risk assessment, job hazard analysis, site-specific safety plan. And you stated that upon that review, your department found that the LMCS documents were satisfactory. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I I want to refer you to paragraphs 85 and 86 of Michael Way's witness statement, which is at page 1286, volume 4 of the witness bundle, in which he stated, if you just look at it.
Just a moment, yeah. You'll find it behind tab 34. Yeah. Got it. Which paragraph again?
Paragraphs 85 and 86 at pages 1286 and 1287.
Right.
In which he said that the accident was in respect of a Delta P situation.
Yes, sir.
Right. And that was the cause of the accident, correct? Would you agree with me that in none of those documents which Paria reviewed and approved was a latent Delta P hazard identified as a risk?
Reviewed and accepted rather than approved.
Accepted.
Yeah, thanks. As far as I can remember, Delta P was never mentioned. Or
Delta P was never mentioned. Before this accident occurred, in respect of a latent Delta P hazard, would I be correct to say that you did not consider that these works would have had an active Delta P situation?
You would be correct. The contractor LMCS did not raise Delta P to us as a potential risk, and that is correct. I did not consider it.
Do you consider that persons in your department had the necessary qualifications and experience to identify a Delta P hazard situation?
No. I could explain a little bit more.
Yes.
Okay, so the HSE department within Paria, we work within the oil and gas industry. And the risks and the hazards and threats that we are more accustomed with would be related to oil and gas. So for diving activity, it would not be normal unless somebody has worked somewhere else before from in that industry and is working with us. It would not be normal for someone to have that knowledge or that competence or certification. And that is the case.
And that is the case. So would it be correct to say that as far as you were concerned in that department, you never envisaged that any time that Paria was doing these works, this kind of works, there would have been a Delta P hazard?
That is correct. For this type of work, we never considered that as a risk. It was never introduced to us. At least I could say I did not think about it.
You did not think about it.
That is a fact.
And as far as, how long are you with Paria?
Its inception in December
2018.
Yeah, so it's 4 years now.
And as far as you're concerned, from what you know, Paria didn't consider that, or your department didn't.
I really don't know if I can answer that question.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Mr. Paul Yearwood, who is one of your officers.
Yes, he works with me, yeah.
He told us in his evidence that at paragraph 7 of his witness statement at page 1301, I'll read it to you. He said that Paria did not have the competence and experience to execute these works.
Paragraph 7?
Yes. Last three lines. because the works which were to be executed by LMCS were highly specialized in nature and were not of a kind which Paria had the competence or experience to execute. And Paria necessarily relied on the specialist expertise of contractors such as LMCS.
Okay, I see it.
Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes,
Well,
I would agree.
you would agree.
Yeah.
Something that has troubled me in this matter a lot, and I wonder if you could help me. If Paria did not have the competence and experience to execute these works, how could Paria have reviewed these documents from LMCS to accept them, to give the go-ahead to do these works?
How could Paria have done that?
Yes. If, for example, you and your department do not have the skill, the experience, the competence to review and assess the works for the works to proceed, and your officers have been saying, and Paria has been saying, it did not have that experience and competence, but yet it is asking to review the works with its staff and give the go-ahead to do the works. How it makes me feel that something is not right.
Okay. So
Am I wrong?
But let me give the answer.
Yes.
And the decision of whether you're right or wrong would still be up for you to decide. The risks appear in two basic areas, two basic forms: functional risks or situational risks. Situational being geographic or the condition. So the functional risks are related to the job. So for example, if a contractor is building scaffolding in Paria, and he builds it in Port of Spain or wherever, it's his function. He has the functional risks associated with the job. So he's the expert, and he understands those risks. The situational risk or the geographic risks belong to Paria. That's our facility. We understand those risks. So when we hire a contractor, he brings to us the functional risks associated with the job. He is the expert. He is doing the job. So he tells us, this is my method of doing the job, and these are the risks associated with the job. And then we say to him, well, this is our facility, and these are the risks associated with our facility. And the two are supposed to come together for the job to be executed safely. So in doing the risk assessment review, or the JHA review as in this particular case, our role was to introduce or inform the contractor, these are the facility risks. We have oil and we have hydrocarbon here, and this is the depth and that sort of thing. These are the activities that we have taken place at this point in time. And we inform him of that. We also are informed of the functional risks associated with the job by him. And we are also informed of the controls that he intends to implement to manage those risks. And to a certain extent as well, once we are able to, if there are any risks that are obvious to us, that relates to his job function, and it often happens that we are able to, we introduce that to him as well if he missed out on those.
But Mr. Archbold, the functional risks must be associated with the situational risk, because the situational risk is at Paria. The site is at Paria. The works are being done at Paria. Paria is the site authority. So the functional risks are connected with the situational risk. So if you're assessing risks, you would be assessing risks in order to determine whether an accident can occur, people can get injured, or people can die. So if you're assessing risks for works to go ahead on Paria site. You want to ensure that these works can go ahead safely without any injury or death to anyone. Am I not correct?
That is exactly it. And I want to say again that the contractor brings to Paria, in the case of a specialist contractor, the functional risks that we may not be aware of, and the company, Paria, brings to the contractor the facility risks. So they come together to be able to get the job done safely.
But Paria is authorizing works which, if done and proper risks are not considered, can cause the death or injury to individuals. Without Paria approving those documents, the works wouldn't happen. So did Paria consider that it had a duty of care? Did you, in doing this, did you consider you had a duty of care to ensure that the risks were properly assessed?
Paria has a duty of care as the occupier, the owner of the facility. There's a requirement under the OSH Act to do certain things. The employer, which is LMCS in this case, has a responsibility to provide a suitable and sufficient risk assessment for the activities. The occupier is informed by the employer about the functional risks.
So, Mr. Archbold, are you telling us, I just want to understand it, are you telling us that as far as Paria was concerned in doing this review and assessment, Paria did not have a duty to ensure that the works which were being done and being authorized by Paria were done safely and done in a way in which no one would get injured and no one can die?
I would say, in my opinion, that Paria should ensure, so far as is reasonably practicable, that the risks are presented and mitigated.
I want to take him to the permit to approve. What you want me to take him to? Yeah. I know.
For the job with the hyperbaric chamber, the applicant was Mr. Houston Majad Singh, a Kenson employee contracted by Paria.
Majad
A
Singh.
representative of Paria, yes.
So Majad Singh, Mr. Majad Singh was representing Paria.
Yes, sir.
So in substance, Paria was the applicant. LMCS was not the applicant.
LMCS was not the applicant.
Who was the applicant?
Houston Majad Singh was the applicant.
All right. So he was the applicant representing Paria.
Yes, sir.
Right. I want to take you to the rules. It's at volume 1 of the core bundle, page 28.
Thank you.
Now, the applicant is Mr. Majad Singh representing Paria. Look at 5.1 on page 28.
Yes.
The applicant, that is Mr. Majad Singh representing Paria, must have the necessary competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job. So these rules envisage that either Mr. Majad Singh representing Paria would have the competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
But you have told us that Paria didn't have that competence.
That Paria, yeah, I told you, I agree with
Remember,
Paul's
I-
statement that
yes.
Paria did not have the competence
Right.
to execute the job. May I explain?
Paria did not have the competence to execute the job. Did it have the competence to supervise the execution of the job?
In the opinion of the technical and maintenance department, yes.
Yes. So
Because they put Mr. Majad Singh, they assigned him to supervise the execution of the job.
So you are saying then that Mr. Majad Singh had the competence to supervise the execution of these works?
I think that might be implied, but I didn't say that.
Okay. So let me ask you specifically.
Let's be clear, please. We don't need implication. You're here. You can tell us what you understand the position to be.
Right. The technical and maintenance department assigned Mr. Majad Singh to supervise the execution of the job.
What does that mean? Sorry, what does that mean? They assigned him, Mr. Majad Singh, to do the job. What does that mean?
To supervise the execution of the job,
Yes.
they put him in charge of being the applicant. And the duties and the roles of the applicant are outlined in 5.1.
Can we take it from that they would not have appointed him if they did not believe he was capable of supervising the execution of the job?
I could assume that, yes.
Has there been a review since this has happened,
Of,
whether he was capable of supervising the execution of the job?
I'm not certain.
Well, I don't know what that means. I'm not certain. You're the HSE head, aren't you, at Paria? Has there been a review since this happened as to whether Mr. Majad Singh was someone capable of supervising the execution of the job?
The Paria did an investigation.
No, I am familiar with that, but I want to know from you, as the head of the HSE, whether, look, whoever's responsible, whether there's nobody responsible, something went wrong because 4 people died, right? So I'm assuming you as head of HSE would want to ensure that whatever the position is, it doesn't happen again, and that the personnel who were in charge or responsible for the undertaking of these works were the right people to do it. So has there been a review, to your knowledge, of whether Mr. Majad Singh was capable of supervising the execution of the job?
Of this job?
Yes,
No.
this job.
As far as I'm aware, no review was done for Mr. Majad Singh, on Mr. Majad Singh, whether he was capable of executing this past job.
Right, so if there was another job similar to this, he might be reappointed.
The review might be done.
Well, a bit late then, isn't it?
But the job would be different. If it's the same exact job, we have other things in place now to address doing a job like this.
We'll turn to those in due course, I'm
Yeah.
sure. But, all right, but as far as you're aware, no review has been conducted by Paria as to whether or not the man who was to supervise the execution of the work was fit to do so.
Correct.
Mr. Archbold, I want to give you an opportunity. Are you telling this commission that as the person, as the lead of this department in Paria, are you telling this commission today that Mr. Majad Singh had the specialist knowledge to supervise this job?
I would like to explain.
But it's a simple question, but you could give me the answer and then explain.
Okay. Again,
The question
he
is,
was assigned by the technical and maintenance department to be the applicant on this job, which is to supervise the execution of the job.
Okay,
Is
that's,
the answer yes then?
The question was whether, in my opinion, he is,
whether in your opinion, he has the specialist knowledge to be given that duty to supervise this job.
for the diving aspect of the job,
No, I'm talking about the works.
the works. No, I would say that Mr. Majad Singh, there are some aspects of this job that was out of his ability to be able to supervise.
Well, what aspect of the job it was not out of his ability?
The aspect of the Delta P hazard.
The Delta P hazard.
That's right. I am of the opinion, I believe that Mr. Majad Singh, and I don't know for sure, that he did not know about Delta P.
So when he was made by Paria, the applicant for these works on the date that this accident happened, according to you, he should not have been the applicant. On the permit.
Yeah, I think I can agree that for some aspects of the job, that he should not have been the applicant. And the reason for that was that again, the Delta P hazard was not something that he would have been knowledgeable of.
You know that this accident happened on the 25th of February, not so?
Yes, sir.
And on the 25th of February is when they had the incident with the plugs being pulled out
Yes.
and the Delta P occurred, right? You know that in respect of those works on that day, Mr. Majad Singh was the applicant.
Yes.
So are you telling us that Mr. Majad Singh should not have been the applicant for these works on that day?
I think I answered that just now, but just to be clear, there are some aspects of this job that Mr. Majad Singh would not have had the competence to not have knowledge of the hazards. And the more appropriate thing to have done would have been to split the permit so that Mr. Majad Singh would be the applicant for several aspects of the job and keep the area that's dealt specifically with the Delta P hazard under the contractor.
Under the contractor with no representative from Paria. Did Paria have anybody else than Mr. Majad Singh to be the applicant for this job?
No. In circumstances like this, for example, the diving job, LMCS personnel were the applicant. LMCS was the applicant in that case.
For the diving job? On the 25th?
That's right. So, for example, Andrew Farah was the applicant. So he was the one supervising the diving activity at that time. Mr. Majad Singh was the applicant for the hyperbaric works.
Yes, and the hyperbaric works. The hyperbaric works in the chamber, there's where the accident occurred.
And the hyperbaric works that I was referring to that he was the applicant for, which is where his knowledge and competence is supervising the execution of the pressure testing, as well as the installation of the flange.
And whatever works were to be done on that day, he was to supervise it. In other words, he was to supervise the works which were to be done in the hyperbaric chamber.
He was to supervise the execution of the works outlined in the permit.
Yeah.
There was another job taking place for which he did not have the competence, and the LMCS was the applicant for that.
Mr. Majad Singh, in his witness statement to this commission, and I'm referring to page 3049, volume of the supplemental witness statement bundle, and particularly at paragraph 15 of his witness statement said, as a maintenance technician, I only know of work relative to my field. I did not have specialist knowledge about the job LMCS was doing. He didn't say part of the job LMCS was doing. He did not have the specialist knowledge about the job LMC was doing. Do you agree with his statement?
Some of the activities, oh, you want me to answer first?
Answer first, please. Do you agree with his statement?
I don't know what he meant. I could tell you what I know.
So you disagree with his statement?
I cannot agree or disagree.
Well, hang on a minute. Who is he?
Sorry?
Marjad Singh, who is he?
He works with Paria through Kenson.
Right. And you've been there 4 years.
Yeah.
How long has he been there?
I'm not sure.
Right. Longer than you?
No.
No. All right. You knew who he was?
Yes.
You knew his competencies?
No.
You didn't know his competencies?
No.
You were content for him to sign a work permit for these, what can only be regarded as hazardous works to be done, and yet you didn't know his competencies?
No, the technical and maintenance department, according to the permit to work process, as well as the hiring process.
I follow that, but you're in charge of safety, health and safety at this site and for these works. That's your job. You're the top man. Buck stops with you, with health and safety, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right. And you're saying that you were content for Mr. Marjad Singh to sign off as the applicant for this work permit,
Yes.
doing these hazardous works without knowing his competencies.
I accepted the assessment by the technical and maintenance department and was satisfied with it.
Right. Do you think, on reflection, it would be sensible for you to know his competencies?
Yes, there is a built-in review process now taking place. Yeah.
Built-in review process as a result of this incident.
It started before. There was another incident last year that we have been looking at.
Yeah, so we. But what I want to know really is whether or not this new process involves you knowing the applicant's competencies before agreeing to him being an applicant.
Yeah, the applicant's competencies with respect to being an applicant, that process is in place, and I could confidently say that I am satisfied with his competence.
Now,
for being an applicant before the job, his competencies with respect to him executing his activities under technical and maintenance, that was not part of an HSE review. There are two things. One is being an employee of the technical and maintenance department to be able to execute or supervise the execution. The other is his competency as an applicant in the permit to work procedure.
Yeah, but the applicant has to be able to supervise the execution of the job.
Yes.
Doesn't he?
Yes.
So all I'm asking you is whether or not you knew of his competencies before agreeing to him being an applicant, which involved supervising the execution of the job. And you told me you didn't.
No, that would I answered. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I answered with respect to his competencies as an employee on the technical and maintenance department. With respect to the permit to work system, we have a process in place.
Forgive me, we're at cross purposes, right? I want to be clear about that. I'm not undermining his ability as an employee of the firm. I'm assuming if he was a decent employee, they'd be keeping him on. If he was no good, they'd have got rid of him. But the fact is that he, in this context, in this matter that we're considering, is the applicant. The applicant has a responsibility to supervise the execution of the work. And I'm asking you whether or not you were satisfied as to his competencies to be an applicant in this and therefore supervise the execution of the work.
Yes.
Right. Are you satisfied that he did have such competencies?
Yes.
Even though you've identified to Mr. Maharaj that there are certain areas of his ability that clearly he couldn't supervise.
Which is the diving.
Just the diving.
Well, as far as I could remember, the pressure testing and the mechanical works, those fall within his competence.
Right. So, and you were satisfied from your own knowledge that he was capable of doing that?
Yes.
Right. But you're satisfied that the diving aspect of it was not something within his...
Correct.
Right. Does it follow from that that therefore there was no adequate supervision of that aspect of the job?
Well, that is why we have a different permit for the
Right.
diving aspect.
Okay.
And we asked LMCS to be the applicant for that permit.
Well, we can see that at page 1072 of the core bundle, volume 3. It says here to carry out diving activities, specific tasks to carry out diving activities to assist with the maintenance work.
Yes.
Yeah? So this is the work permit for that. And if we go to the bottom, please, you can tell me the applicant there is a squiggle. I'm assuming that that's Mr. Farah.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I know.
That's Farah.
It is. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I thought it was Farah. I just don't recognize the signature.
Well, I have no idea what his signature looks like, but assuming that that is Mr. Farah's signature, so he is the applicant in this particular instance.
Yes.
Right. So he is responsible for the diving part of it.
Yes, sir.
Right. And then we move on 2 pages to 1074. So that's the work permit for the works to be done.
To remove and install the 50-inch flange, that would fall under Houston Majad Singh's competence. To remove and install the 30-inch riser pipe, that too would fall under his competence. To remove the 30-inch solid blank, conduct pressure tests on the flange weld, remove the chamber and blank the top of the new riser. Yes, all of those would fall under his competence.
So you'd be satisfied that he would be an appropriate applicant for that,
Yes,
that
sir.
part of the work. All right. And therefore he is the applicant at the bottom. We can look to the bottom of the page, please. We can see he is the applicant. All right. So you're able to assure us that he would have been more than competent, or competent at least, to be able to supervise those aspects of the job.
Yes, I am confident.
Right, thank you. That helps me considerably because the previous work permit deals with the diving aspect.
Yes,
And this part deals with the actual works to be done.
that's right.
Now, there is inevitably a crossover between the two.
Yes.
Isn't there? And is it anticipated that in the crossover between the two, Mr. Marjad Singh would be liaising with Mr. Farah?
Yes, yes, it would be. That's right.
You would expect that.
I would expect that.
Right. And just so that I'm clear about this, Mr. Marjad Singh's responsibility to supervise the execution of the work would include that which is identified on page 1074. Scroll back up a bit, please. Thank you. Where it says, keep going. That's it. Stop. That's it. You see where it says cleared of process hazardous materials. Do you see that?
Yes,
And then it says, yes, migration barrier to be used.
yes,
Right? Now, we've been told that the migration barrier was to be used in order to preserve the good air in the chamber and to prevent anything falling into the pipe.
yes,
I summarize what we've been told, but that's the
Yes.
essence of it, because Delta P had not been identified, all right?
That is
So
correct.
the purpose of the migration barrier there was to preserve the good health of those working in the chamber
Yes.
and the integrity of the pipe. Now, is Mr. Marjad Singh,
And the integrity of the pipe?
yeah, nothing falling into it.
Oh, yes. Well, it's not for the integrity of the pipe, I suppose, but it is for inclusive of people as well.
Well, obviously it's inclusive of people, but I mean, when I say the integrity of the pipe, I mean that there shouldn't be foreign bodies in it other than the oil that it was intended to carry.
Yes.
Right. Given that that's the purpose, can we take it that Mr. Marjad Singh would have prevented, had he known, the removal of the migration barrier at all?
Yes, he would have known that because it's on the permit as a control. And
that's
he would
something you
have,
were
if he
content
had
with?
known that they were going to remove it, he would have intervened.
Right. Well, what it amounts to is this: you're content that Mr. Marjad Singh was competent enough to know that the removal of the migration barrier would be something that should not happen.
Yes.
And if he were supervising the job, as he was required to do in the execution of that work, had he seen it or been told of it, or in some other way come to know that the migration barriers were to be removed, he would have stopped it, or should have stopped it.
Yes, I believe that if anybody had told Houston that they were going to remove the migration barrier, or if somehow he were able to see, then he would have stopped it. I believe that.
Well, the somehow that he would have been able to see is a camera, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I don't know if he would have been able to see from the camera. I'm not certain because the migration barrier is a couple feet below.
Yeah, a few feet below.
So I don't know if the camera sees the migration barrier.
But if he's monitoring the work, we've heard varying evidence as to how long this migration barrier would have taken to be removed,
Okay.
the two barriers.
Okay.
If he's monitoring the work or supervising it as it's described in your document, one would have thought that it would have been pretty obvious that somebody's putting a great big tool down inside the pipe in order to remove it.
Well, he is required to monitor. It's not, he's not required to be there 100% of the time.
No, I follow that. What would you say would be the appropriate period of time for him to have an eye on it, or what would be an inappropriate period of time to have not had an eye on it? You follow what I mean?
Well, let me describe the situation.
No. You help me first with that, then you can describe the situation, right? You help me with what you think supervising the execution of the job involves by way of a time associated with it. So, obviously he can nip off to go to the loo, have a cup of coffee maybe, attend to one or two other things, but would you expect him to be away for an hour or half an hour?
In this particular instance, I would say within maybe every 2 hours he should visit.
Right, I see. So you would be content as the head of health and safety for Mr. Houston Marjad Singh to keep an eye on it every couple of hours?
Yes, can I explain?
You can in a moment, and I will let you explain. But that in an ordinary working day, would that amount to 3 or 4 visits?
Yes.
And you think that's adequate, do you? In a job which on any view is described as hazardous, dangerous, and unusual. You think that's sufficient, do you?
For the specific situation here, yes.
All right, good. Now you can explain why.
Okay. Mr. Marjad Singh was handling the job on berth 5 in addition to berth 6. The diving aspect of the job, which was being supervised by Andrew Farah, and according to Andrew Farah's dive plan that was submitted in the contract, he stated in the dive plan that the pipeline must be double plugged in order to prevent any chemical contaminants from affecting the people in the hyperbaric chamber. Mr. Majad Singh was aware that Andrew Farah was supervising this activity 100% of the time. It is a contractor HSE requirement for the contractor supervisor to be there 100% of the time. Based on that requirement, I would say that Mr. Majad Singh's visit need not be as frequent as every hour, and possibly maybe even 2 hours might be sufficient. However, in this particular instance, it is almost irrelevant how frequently he should have visited, because when they broke for lunch was when the plugs were removed.
When they resume work after lunch.
Paria did not know that they resumed work.
Why not?
We were not informed.
No, you mean Mr. Majid Singh was on his 2-hour break or doing something else?
I don't know if he was on a 2-hour break.
Right. So you're saying, as far as you're aware, that when the work resumed after lunch by LMCS, you, Paria, were wholly unaware of the resumption of that work.
Yeah, at least that is the evidence from Dobson. When
We've had the
Dobson
evidence,
left,
Mr. Dobson.
Well,
yeah,
all right.
We've had his evidence.
We had it evident.
okay,
We'll
well,
make
that's
our-
what he told me.
Well, all right. I am conscious of what you're saying, but I do need to understand, because it seems to me quite important. You regarded supervision of the execution of the work every couple of hours as being sufficient.
In this particular instance,
in this
with
instance,
with the fact that Mr. Farah was
You had
supervising 100% of the time, and that Mr. Farah himself knew that the 2 plugs should have been inside there,
Well,
I
you
think
s-
it's reasonable to expect that Mr. Farah would not have supervised them removing the plugs.
Yes, you say Mr. Farah knew that the plugs should not be removed. Where do you get that from?
In the tender documents, there's a document called a dive plan,
Yes.
that in it he has that the 2 plugs should be in the line to protect the men from chemical contamination.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Majad Singh, with the greatest respect to you, on the permit,
He's not Majid Singh.
sorry, Mr. Archbold, much obliged. Mr. Archbold, with the greatest respect to you, on the permit to work that Mr. Majad Singh was the applicant,
Yes, sir.
in his supervision of those works,
Yes.
according to you, he had to ensure that the migration barrier was used, correct?
According to the permit to work document,
Does it show migration barrier to be
that's
used?
right.
So he had to, that is one of the part of the job he's supposed to supervise.
You asked me if he has to ensure,
But is that what he had to supervise?
among other things, he was responsible for that, to
Yes.
supervise the execution of the job, and that is one of the controls. But as I said earlier, I don't know if he could have seen the plug.
Well, whose duty it was to ensure that if Paria had to supervise the works, that the supervisor would be able to see what was going on? Was that LMCS duty or Paria's duty? If Paria had to supervise the works, and Mr. Majad Singh was its agent to supervise the works, whose duty it was to ensure that Mr. Majad Singh would be in a position to supervise the work?
I want to come back to this work permit to answer the question.
Well, would you answer the question first?
whose duty was it to supervise this
Whose
permit that
duty
is on the
was to
screen?
ensure that Mr. Majad Singh would be in a position to supervise the works, that he would be able to see what was happening.
I think you're asking who. I just want to make sure that I get the question correct.
Do you consider it was Paria's duty to ensure that Mr. Majad Singh would have been able to see what was happening in order to supervise the works?
The diving aspect of
I'm
the
not
job
talking
was
about the
not
diving
under.
aspect. I'm talking about the works on this work permit. I know what you want to say, Mr. Archibald, but I'm talking about the works on this work permit.
I don't even know what he wants to say, but could my learned colleague allow the witness to answer the question? And the witness was going to use a document and assist him in answering the question, which all witnesses ought to be allowed to do in all proceedings.
Of course, that's right. I think Mr. Maharaj was trying to get an answer to the question, which something I've been engaged with many witnesses. Answer the question first, and you'll be given the opportunity to add whatever you want to afterwards. But if you can answer the question, sometimes, most times, it can be answered with a yes or no. But, or however, I will always permit the but or however, unless it's flippant, I'll permit that. So if you can answer the question asked by Mr. Maharaj, answer the question with a yes or no. And if there is a rider to add to it, I'll have no difficulty with you adding that rider. You want to explain why you're saying yes or why you're saying no. All right?
Right.
So can we, so that we get where we are,
Yeah.
Mr. Maharaj will ask the question
I
again.
can ask the
You'll
question.
answer it, and then if there's a rider to be added, you'll be permitted to do so.
Thanks.
all right?
I'm just having a little challenge with the length of the question, maybe. So
Okay,
let's
I'll try and
go.
shorten it
Let's
for
go
you.
again.
Oh dear.
I'll try and shorten it for you. Okay. Did you consider that it was Paria's duty to ensure that Mr. Majad Singh, as the supervisor, would have been able to see the works while it was being done in order to discharge his duty?
Which works?
The works described on the work permit, migration barrier to be used.
In this case, no.
In this case, no.
In this case,
Do you want to
no.
explain why?
Okay. For example, the installation of the 30-inch riser pipe has to be done inside of the chamber. And I don't know if it would have been possible for him to been able to see that.
Well, we know that it is.
Sorry?
We know that it would have been. We've seen video footage inside the chamber from the original camera that was located inside the chamber. And if they were putting a riser on, we'd have seen it.
Okay.
So we know that that is the case. You could see, certainly could see a riser being put on. I accept immediately, I don't think you'd have been able to see the plugs at all looking into the chamber as it stands. So take it from me, that what we've seen so far and on the evidence that we've heard so far, you would not be able to see the actual plugs themselves in the pipe, but you would be able to see the riser. You'd have been able to see the flange being put on it. You'd have been able to see the new riser being attached to that flange. All of that you'd been able to see.
Okay. So because of the use of the camera.
Because of the camera, yes.
Okay. So Paria did make it possible to be able to see. And the question is whether Mr. Majad Singh should have been watching all of the time.
No, that's not the question. Nobody says he should be there 100% of the time.
Okay. Well,
the question is whether there was a duty for Paria to ensure that Mr. Majad Singh could carry out his job.
Yes.
Which was to supervise the execution of the job.
Right. So then the presence of the camera would have made it possible. Yes.
So you would agree?
No, that doesn't answer the question. What did you regard it as Paria's duty to ensure that he could see sufficient to be able to carry out his job? Was it your duty, your company's duty?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Right,
Yes.
if you want to, like I've said before, to you and others, If you want to add anything to it, you're more than welcome to do so. You want to refer to a document, you're more than welcome to do so. But it helps me, and no doubt the questioner, if you answer the question with a yes or no, where that is possible. And here it is, clearly. So yes is the answer. It was their duty.
Yeah.
And if you want to add anything, feel free.
So if he was in a position to see, as you say, right? If the migration barrier was not being used in his duty to supervise the job, he would have seen it.
We have just jumped from one work permit to the other.
From one work permit to another?
But the answer that I gave was with respect to the work permit that is on the screen.
Yes, so
But now you're talking about the migration barrier.
the permit on the screen is a migration barrier to be used.
Well, I mean, the diving, if I may say so, has got nothing to do with the migration barrier. The migration barrier is in order to carry out these works. The diving is in order to get into the habitat in order to carry out the works. The diving certificate that we've looked at, I pointed it out to you so you could see it, so that no one could suggest for a minute that you were being in any way misled, all right? I pointed it out to you. That's got nothing whatever to do, can I suggest, with the migration barrier. If I'm wrong about that, please tell me, because I am proceeding on the basis, and have done for the last few weeks, on the basis that the migration barrier is there in order to carry out the very works that are set out in that work permit.
Yes, the migration barrier is there to set out the works.
You don't need to be a diver to be able to put the migration barrier in.
I don't know that if it was necessary for him to be able to see the migration barrier.
Nobody's talking about that. I accept that. I said to you less than 2 minutes ago, you could not see, unless you were in it, in the chamber itself, you could not see those migration barriers. I accept that completely. So the question is related to this work permit, nothing to do with diving. So we're not jumping from one to the other. If that was happening, I'd stop it.
Okay, so let's say the question.
So the question is that if the migration barrier was not being used and he was supervising the works,
I don't understand what you mean by if it was not being used.
well, on the work permit, it says migration barrier to be used.
Yes.
So if that was being contravened, that is to say, the migration barrier was not being used, it was being removed.
Okay. So if the migration barrier was being removed,
He would have, and he was supervising the works,
and he could have seen it
and he would have been able to see it.
if he was watching at that point in time.
Yes.
Yes, he
Yes.
would have been able to see that something was being done, but he would not have been able to see until it came out, would it?
But he would see that it is being removed.
Well, he would see that there was some activity of men looking down into a pipe.
And
I still don't think that the migration barrier could have been seen from the camera. So if men are looking down into the pipe, at the only point in time that he would know that it's being removed is after it has been removed. I don't know if
Forgive me. Look, we're going round and round in circles here. There is no question that the camera inside the hyperbaric chamber did not show the actual barriers themselves. There are two, correct?
Correct.
The fact that there may have been one or two men around the top of the pipe with a T-bar that I understand to be something in the order of a couple or 3 feet long and a T coming across, being placed inside that chamber and being turned would have been obvious to anybody looking inside the chamber, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, there couldn't have been any other reason for putting such a bar inside the pipe, could there? Could there?
That was used to remove it?
It's the only way you can remove it, as I understand. Someone tell me if
No,
I've got this wrong.
that was used to install it because of the height of the spool. And it would have been used to remove it after the new spool was put in. So
Correct.
I don't think that they used, is that the evidence?
Well, I've understood it to be used as a smaller T-bar was being used and that a longer one was necessary in the event that the pipe was refitted. that it was necessary to use it. But even if I'm wrong about that, I mean, they're taking spanners and leaning inside and using a spanner to open it. Now, I appreciate you might not have seen the spanner, but what else could they be doing?
I agree. I agree that
Right,
they,
so
that,
whether
that
they're
it-
using a T-bar or a spanner or whatever it is, right? There's one or more men reaching inside this pipe, and it's not something that takes just 2 minutes. It takes a bit of time. From what I've seen, there is 15 or 16 bolts to be removed, presumably not easily.
Yeah.
So all we're trying to establish, please, all I'm trying to understand, Mr. Archbold, is that, and I hear what you say, 2 hours might be the appropriate time as far as you're concerned. But anybody who was watching inside that hyperbaric chamber by virtue of a camera would have appreciated that the first barrier was being removed. Couldn't have been missed. And someone with Mr. Marjad Singh's experience would have immediately understood that, surely.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
He
So
could
that's
have assumed that.
Yes. So, or at least said, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? So let's assume that that's where we are, okay? Now, of course, it seems apparent that Mr. Marjad Singh either wasn't looking, or if he was looking, didn't understand it. And so,
But Mr. Marjad Singh was not there.
no, it was not there. Right.
They broke for lunch
Yes, I understand.
and they came back early.
About how early, but anyway, the fact is Mr. Marjad Singh did not observe what was happening. Had someone been observing, they would have recognized it.
But Mr. Farah was observing.
Yes, all right. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it, see?
Yeah, and Mr. Ali was observing too.
Well, some of the time, yes. He dived down to provide them with a spanner to do it. Didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they clearly thought there was nothing wrong with taking it out. Didn't they? Must have done.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Mr. Archbold, I want to show you 1072, the work permit that you are relying on.
Can I ask you to find an appropriate moment to break for lunch?
Yeah, just after this. Okay, just at page 1072 of the same volume 3.
Yes, sir.
That is the one that what Mr. Farrow with the dive-in work permit, right?
Yes.
Nothing there had to do with migration barrier. Nothing there. I want you to look at it.
Okay. Yes,
Okay?
sir.
All right. And the works which were being done,
Is there a question?
sorry?
Is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that there is nothing on that work permit had to do with migration barrier.
No, that's a statement.
Sorry?
I think he's looking for you to agree to that statement.
Okay,
all right?
okay. So I agree with you, but the dive plan says that the double plugs must be in the pipeline.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the work permit.
But
Okay?
the work permit is for diving and a dive plan is for diving.
But I am talking about the subsea maintenance works, the offshore subsea maintenance works.
So am I.
Yes, okay.
I don't understand if you don't understand.
Okay, Mr. Archbold, after lunch, when we come back, I will show you some more things and probably you could help us more, all right?
Okay.
In the meantime, I will ask you to look at the OSHA report, which mentioned your name,
Mhm.
okay? Okay then.
Now?
No, during the lunch period.
I think he's suggesting you might want to remind yourself of what's in the OSHA report so
Okay.
that you're not caught out.
So it's in here?
No, I'll make sure you have a copy,
Okay.
all right?
I don't think he
I'll
had it,
make
Mr. Chairman.
I shall make sure you have a copy, all right? And you can have that as a bit of lunchtime reading.
All right.
All right, we'll break for now. Yes, we'll break for now. Good afternoon. Afternoon, Mr. Archbold.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Maharaj, you're asking questions.
Mr. Archwell, you recall before lunch you said that Paria was not monitoring the work after lunch on the 25th because it did not know that the works were being monitored, and Mr. Majad Singh wasn't there because he did not know that the works were being monitored.
He went for lunch.
Yes, he went for lunch, and therefore when the work started after lunch, he was not there.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And you maintain that.
Well, as far as I know, Dobson would have advised that
I want to refer you to what Mr. Majad Singh said about that. And it is in the transcript of the 6th of December.
7th of December.
I'm sorry, the 7th of December.
Page 135.
Page 135.
What you quoted from his
Transcript.
Right.
Transcript
It is, all right.
At
So this is what he gave as live evidence.
live evidence.
On the 17th of
On the
December.
7th.
7th of December.
Right. Line, from about line 3. Okay, so I want to go to your responsibility as the applicant. Before I go there, you told us that you arrived at Berth 6 at about 2 p.m. About after that, I say around 2 or after that. What time does this work start that day? Sometime in the morning. Yeah, correct. So you didn't monitor the morning period? No. And the first time you start to monitor the work was at 2 p.m. Yes, that's when I reach out at Berth 6. That's after lunch. Yeah. So Mr. Majad Singh was saying that that he was there after lunch from about 2 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Then you remember you said that there was nothing in the dive plan about the hyperbaric chamber.
Well, just before you pass on from that, it follows, doesn't it, as a matter of logic, if he was there from 2 p.m., he had, first of all, the ability to supervise and monitor, didn't he?
Yes.
Right. And we know that the incident happened at about 2:45 or so.
Yes.
So whatever was taking place between 2 o'clock and 2:45 when the Delta P occurred must have involved the removal of the 2 plugs.
I'm not sure what time they went for lunch, but it would have been definitely.
Well,
from
even
the
if they
time, yeah.
removed the first plug, I think someone suggested that the
Yeah.
first plug might have started to be removed before lunch. But either way, whatever was happening after lunch must have involved the removal of the plugs.
Yeah, I believe the inflatable plug, as soon as it was started to be removed, would have the event occurred.
Yeah, sure. So it follows, doesn't it, as I say, that between 2 o'clock when he tells us that he was present and 2:45 when the incident occurred, the final plug at some point must have been removed.
Yes.
And there's no question that Mr. Marjad Singh had the ability, at least, to look at what was going on.
Well, if, as you say, he's on the berth after 2 p.m., yes, he would have had the ability to look at the screen.
Yes. Well, he didn't have any other job on Berth 6, did he?
I don't think so.
You told us earlier that he had another job earlier before lunch on Berth 5.
On Berth 5.
Which was to do, as we know, with the something or other test. What's it called? Carber test. Thank you. To do with the carber test with the integrity of the weld, isn't it? We know he had something to do in the morning, but by 2 o'clock, he's telling us that he is now on Berth 6 and in a position, presumably for the first time that day, to do some of the supervising and monitoring that he was employed to do. Correct?
Yes.
And we're agreed, aren't we, that there wasn't any other task that you had given him or that you knew of that he had?
As I said, I don't think that there was anything else other than the work on Berth 6.
So apart from supervising and monitoring at that time, he had nothing else to do.
But as far as I know, that's right.
So if these plugs were being removed between 2 o'clock and 2:45 when the incident happened, one might have thought he might have seen it.
That would have been very possible if he was on Berth 6.
Well, he was, according to him.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Archbald, I also want to refer you to what Mr. Kirk Scott said that he saw on the screen that day. Okay? And that is at that is at the transcript on the 6th of December at page 228 and 229. Starting from lines 22 on page 228. Line 21 says, I saw the top of the pipe where the flange was, right. Have you got it before you? Yes, and it's on the screen. And you could have seen that they were doing some work at the top of the pipe. Yes. Taking out something from the pipe. Answer yes. Are you seeing it on the screen? Sorry. Sorry, well, I'll wait and I'll start back.
That's okay. I am understanding what you're saying.
You understand what I say?
While everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Line 21. You got it? Right. I saw the top of the pipe where the flange was, right. And you could have seen that they were doing some work at the top of the pipe. That's a question. Answer yes. Question, taking out something from the pipe? Answer yes. Question, what you say they were taking out? First, what you saw they were taking out? First, I saw they was working, moving some bolts from on the blank, right, and during another time, another period, because every time I pass, I would take a look. I saw personnel operating a chain block and turning something, and if you see, I wonder if we could show I wonder if the witness can see that mechanical plug on the screen. I want to show you on the screen something, and you will tell me if you recognize it, okay? And he was shown something on the screen. Yes. Was it something like that that you saw them working on? Something like that I saw after takeout of the pipe. So, therefore, from that, you would agree that based on what Cook Scott said, who is an employee of Paria, and he was looking on the screen, you could have seen the plug being removed.
Yes, but I understand that he must have seen that they took it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Was there any reason why he shouldn't know that it shouldn't be removed?
Kurt Scott is in operations, and this is a maintenance activity. I don't know that Kurt Scott was briefed or taught or educated or informed in any way about what the plugs looked like or what they were doing, what they looked like.
Yeah, never mind about what they look like. I mean, Did he understand in any event, that there was certain works that he was to be observing?
I don't know if he was supposed to be observing those works.
What did you think he was there for?
I was told that Kurt Scott was there representing the operations section and monitoring the activities with respect to the diving. For example, one of the roles of the operators or the operations department is while diving is going on to ensure that no vessels are in the area to cause a harm to the people, facility risks, as well as if any work is going on that there's no cause of pollution taking place as well.
In other words, there should not be any of the gas from the pipe going into the hyperbaric chamber.
No, pollution would be liquid hydrocarbon from the lines.
Coming out of the line?
From other lines on the berth.
I'm not following you. On berth 6, to make sure there was no oil leaks from any of the other pipes?
Yeah. Well,
What did he need? The only pipe inside the hyperbaric chamber was the riser, correct?
yes, but the role of the operator is to monitor for pollution on the berth.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. But the purpose, I mean, he's looking at a screen. That's what he told us he was doing. Not all the time, but he was looking at the screen.
I don't think that was his purpose for being there, looking on the screen.
Right. So the screen's not for his benefit.
The screen was not part of his job function.
All right. That's what you understand.
That is what I understand.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, and remember before lunch, you told us that in respect of the dive plan, it had nothing about the hyperbaric chamber.
Did I say that the dive plan had nothing about the hyperbaric
No,
chamber?
what you were saying was that the dive plan contained reference to the plugs being in the pipe.
Yes, that the pipe must be double
Yes,
plugged.
yeah, that's what you were relying on.
Yes, sorry. So I looked at the dive plan, and it is at volume 3, at page 1064. Yeah. And tell me if you see anything there about the dive plan requiring the plugs to be in the pipeline.
No.
No.
You sure?
So you made a mistake when you said that.
This is from where?
This is the dive plan. Look at the date.
Yeah, what I was referring to was
It's put in front of you. Have a
Yeah.
look at the whole of it, so that I don't want you to be misled.
I was referring to, I mentioned that it's in the contract that was submitted. In the contract document. There's a dive plan in the contract document.
There is a dive plan in the contract.
That's what I remember
Yeah, but,
saying.
no, well, you said the dive plan. I don't know about contract, but you said the dive plan. Let's be clear.
Is there a transcript that we could check back?
Let's not worry about it. Right?
Okay.
It doesn't matter particularly.
Okay,
What you meant was the dive plan in the contract.
Yes, that's what I meant.
The dive plan in the contract, I think, is in a different bundle.
It's
Core
in
bundle 2, isn't it?
Page 714.
714.
14.
Right, 714.
Yeah, I think this looks familiar.
Yes. Can we? Yes, there it is. Yeah.
And this is dated.
First of all, is that what you were talking about?
This is what I was speaking about.
Right. And this is part of the original contract.
Yes.
Bundle of documents that were put together
Thank you.
and submitted by LMCS,
Yes.
right? Yes, I'll leave it to Mr. Maharaj to ask you about it.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Well, Can you show me where they talked about the plugs there? Not to be,
There's a row talks about chemical contamination. Show it to you, sir.
yeah, if point out where it is.
How do I do that?
No, I'm not seeing it. Tell me.
Yeah, it's just on the, it's on the screen there now, yeah.
Yes, okay. Contents of riser removed and line double plug,
Yes, sir. That is what I was referring to.
but it doesn't say that plugs to be used or plug not to be removed. But is that what you're referring to?
That is what I was referring to.
Yeah,
and I
well,
thought that
I need a little help with this because I don't really follow. You see, you said in answer certainly to questions I was asking and to questions Mr. Maharaj was asking that you regarded the separation between the dive work permit to work and the works permit to work as being two separate items. And I showed them to you so that you could see what they were.
yeah.
The dive plan I suggested to you had nothing whatever to do with the plugs.
Yes.
It doesn't mention plugs at all. The other work permit did mention the dive, that the plugs were to be used. You remember it?
Yes.
said to be used. Right? And you said, well, the original dive plan did mention plugs. And what you were referring to is this document.
Yes.
Is that the only reference that you wish to make in relation to diving and the plugs? Is there, there's nothing else, is there?
I can't think of any other.
No, and I don't think there is anything else.
Yeah.
The position is this. This is a document which was submitted as part of the original contract, correct?
Yes.
Do we see that the date of this is, if you scroll back the other way, please, the 10th of May, 2020?
Yes.
Scroll up, please, so that we can see everyone. Yes, see top right-hand corner. This is dated the 10th of May, 2020. Yes?
Yes.
Clearly something which apparently is drafted long before the contract was entered into. Long
Correct,
before,
yes.
Long before. Perhaps even a cut and paste.
I don't know.
Well, nobody knows that for sure, but there's no reason why the 10th of May would have been something. I don't think even the contract was out for tender on the 10th of May.
Well, certainly I don't know. But I am assuming that they would have used this in the 2020 job.
Yes, in other words, this looks to be in relation to an earlier job,
And
which
they,
might have been cut and pasted.
and they
Fact
used it in the
remains-
tender submission.
The fact remains, though, that has obviously been superseded, hasn't it, by the document at page 1064, which is dated the 15th of February 2022, I believe the day of the initial works.
And this was used in the document. This was submitted.
Yes.
Okay.
This is what has been supplied as part of the documentation. And if you look over the page, you can see it has to the next page, please. So you can see it's signed Mr. Farah at the end. But I mean, if you just look over the page, no, you've gone too far, I think. We're 1065. Yes, there we go. So 1065, you can see that what it does is to set out a pre-dive checklist.
Yes.
Yes, so as part of the dive plan, attached to it is this pre-dive checklist.
Yes.
And it has a whole range of different things that they are considering and either are ticked or not ticked, correct? Nothing to do with plugs.
Correct.
And going back to the dive plan itself, we can put that on the screen as well, please. That's at 1064. As I say, dated the 15th of February. On any view, appears to supersede anything that might have been sent as part of the original contract on the 10th of May of 2020.
I don't know if the risk or the hazard has disappeared. It's still there. It's the same hazard that existed before. But I agree with you that there is nothing in this document that speaks about using the plugs.
No, And the reason for that, it seems clear to me, is because the diving has got nothing whatever to do with the plugs in the pipe. Has it?
The diving that was done on the perimeter work has nothing
No.
to do with the plugs on the pipe?
Yes, that's the question.
I don't know. I really cannot.
No.
I
Do
cannot
your
say
best.
that.
Forgive me. You are the head of health and safety. Is it the position that the plugs in relation to that pipe have got anything to do with diving or not? If this had all been above water, would it have been any different? Would the works that needed to be doing, if the riser was being replaced above the waterline, you'd still use plugs, you'd still have the same removal of the riser, you'd still have the flange put on, you'd still have the new riser fitted. All of that would have been exactly the same, wouldn't it?
Yes,
The only difference here is that this was below the water level, correct?
correct.
So the dive plan relates only to diving in and out of the hyperbaric chamber. Look at what it says. Method statement at the bottom of the screen, or where you've got it there, method statement, the last of that paragraph. You've gone too far on the screen. Go back where you were. Method statement, dive from barge to chamber, access port at SL36 riser.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
back.
I agree that this.
Use of barge ladder for water access and exit. This has got nothing whatever to do with the plugs.
I agree that this method statement has nothing to do with the plugs.
Well, this is the method statement that was being used, isn't it?
Well, I assume so.
Well, I hope so, because it's dated the 15th of February, 2022, when the work was being done.
I accept that.
Good. So where we are then is there is a separate work permit to work for diving, correct?
Yes,
That permit relates to diving in and out of the hyperbaric chamber.
correct.
There is another work permit that deals with all the work that needs to be done, which includes the question of the barriers.
That's right.
And that was being supervised by Mr. Marjad Singh.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I've got it.
Okay, much obliged. Let's go to another issue, okay? Let's go to your witness statements that you dealt with the question of rescue, right?
Yes.
At paragraph 35, you said it came to the knowledge of the ICT that persons were diving inside the pipeline in the wake of Mr. Budram's rescue. And based on your qualifications, knowledge, and experience in occupational health and safety, you advised the incident commander that diving into the pipeline was unsafe. And then at paragraph 37, this is what you said. And this is also based on your qualifications, knowledge, and experience, correct? You said,
Yes.
I believe it was unsafe to dive within the pipeline at that time without a continuous air supply with a tank and a tether. The rescue divers would have at least needed a rope with them and supply of air. They would have needed a tank to be on them as an emergency air supply in case their regular air supply was interrupted. Air and a means in communication and extraction were three things they needed for any rescue dive inside the pipeline to be safe. And you still maintain that?
Yes.
Yes. And so I want to point to you that as a member of the ICT, were you aware that at 6:30 p.m. on the Friday, that when a rescue plan was being offered when Conrad Bedu arrived at the scene. It was supported by commercial diving equipment and experienced divers, and I refer to paragraph 40 of Andrew Farrer's evidence. That is at page 448 at volume 1 of the witness statement bundle, paragraph 40. Were you, as a member of the ICT, were you aware of that?
At around 6:30 p.m., Conrad arrived with all of the surface supply equipment which we brought onto the barge. The rescue plan was modified so that we could now enter with commercial equipment.
Pause there, please. I want to make a note of this. At around 6:30, Conrad arrived with all commercial equipment.
Yes.
Well, all the equipment.
With all surface supply equipment.
Surface supply equipment. Yes.
And later on it says the rescue plan was modified so that we can now enter with commercial equipment. I remember there was a, yes.
And you're agreeing with that?
Yeah, Subsea Global came around that time. I
No, later Subsea Global came.
They came later.
I'll tell.
Oh, Conrad came with equipment?
Yes, Conrad came with equipment at 6:30 p.m.
Mhm.
And at 7:14 p.m. Subsea came with dive support vessels, also with all the necessary equipment that Mr. Alvin Sitaram told us
Okay,
that could be used to do a rescue.
right. I know Subsea Global came at some time that night, and that they had everything that was necessary, except for divers.
Yes, because Subsea could not use their divers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So I just want to be clear, do you agree with this? That you were aware of that?
I did not know that someone named Conrad Bedu came.
All right, forget his name. You
Yeah.
knew someone came, a
I-
diver.
Yes, divers came.
So as far as you're leaving aside the names of the
Yeah.
individuals, you in the ICT were aware that divers had arrived
Yes.
with equipment,
I don't know what equipment they came with,
Right.
but shortly after, a lot of equipment came.
and then Subsea Global arrived,
Yes.
whoever they were, and they had the commercial equipment
That's
necessary.
right.
Right. So you knew that at the time that it was happening. Is that
Yes.
the position? Thank you.
and you also knew that there were divers that LMCS had available who had commercial diving experience.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because I mean, it was an assumption, but yes, that was my assumption, that
Yeah,
they were good divers, that they were experienced and trained.
And before I refer you to the evidence that Catherine Balkisoon gave us, Catherine Balkisoon was
Yes.
a member of the ICT.
Yes.
But before I refer you to that evidence, you also had information at the ICT that they were willing to go into the pipeline to do a rescue.
Yes, we got feedback from Catherine, and I think whoever else was on that divers, people wanted to dive.
And based on the evidence you have given that I just referred you to, they had the commercial equipment, they had all the equipment that a dive could have taken place.
Yes.
Do you know whether the ICT, apart from the Catherine Balkisoon talking to them and relaying the information to the ICT, do you know whether the ICT has sent anybody to talk to them?
Well, Catherine was the person on the site.
Catherine was the person on the site.
She represented the ICT on the site.
So she communicated all that information to the ICT,
Yes.
and you agree to that. So the question now is, do you know whether the ICT had any discussion with them?
Through Catherine, it would have only been through Catherine.
Through Catherine.
Yeah.
And were there discussions that no diving should take place?
Well, at one point in time when we found out that at least one person was diving, the decision was that it should stop, and that was communicated.
Yes. So the ICT made that decision,
Yes,
and it was communicated by
I think it was communicated by Catherine.
Catherine.
I think so.
But who communicated it to Catherine? Mr. Piper?
Might have been.
Might have
I'm
been.
not sure, but I assume it would have been Mr. Piper.
No.
Time.
Around 7 p.m.
So after Bedo, I appreciate you didn't know his name, but after the diver arrived and the equipment, or before?
Well, after the diver and before the equipment.
Right, between the two.
Yeah.
Right. When the equipment arrived, was there a review of the no diving ban?
The reason why we said no diving.
No, answer that question first, then add whatever you like. Was there a review of the no diving ban at the point at which the equipment arrived?
Continually, yes, there was a review.
Continually there was a
Yes.
review. Did it change?
It never changed.
So the ban remained in place.
Well, the decision to not allow an attempted rescue to take place remained in place.
Not quite the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you is, there was a general ban on diving, or diving into the pipe, or diving into the hyperbaric chamber. Which was it?
There was an advice at some point in time, and I don't know that it was repeated. I don't know that it was enforced.
Right. And none of those answer my question. The question is, first of all, was there a general diving ban, or was it limited to the pipe?
It was limited to pipe rescue. Yeah,
Right. No diving in the pipe.
correct.
Right. That's the first thing. Right. Your understanding is that that happened for the first time between the diver arriving, experienced diver arriving, and the equipment arriving.
Yes.
And you said already about 7 o'clock-ish, which would fit in with that timeline. Right?
Yes.
So about 7 o'clock-ish. There was a review of whether that ban should remain in place once the equipment arrived. That's what I understand you
I
to say.
don't know if I don't know if we reviewed the ban. I cannot say that the ICT reviewed the ban. The
Right,
ICT.
well, that's what I'm asking you, see,
Yeah.
because obviously things were changing. And I need to know whether once the equipment arrived that could have been used to effect a rescue, whether there was a review of the no diving ban.
No, there was no focus on a ban. There was a focus on a rescue.
Well, the initial ban was you can't dive into the pipe because it's unsafe.
Correct.
That was your position.
Yes.
And that was the IMT position, right? Equipment arrives that is capable of being used to effect a rescue.
Correct.
All I want to know is, once you were made aware of the arrival of that equipment, did you, as the head of HSE, Health and Safety, did you say, look, we need to review whether or not we should be stopping them going into the pipe? What was happening once you knew this equipment had arrived?
There was no focus on a ban.
Right.
The focus was on a rescue.
Right, so it just remained in place.
Yes, and we needed several things to effect a rescue.
You said so in your statement.
No, that was for the dive. We needed more things than that for a rescue.
No. Paragraph 37 in your statement, it's been pointed out to you by Mr. Maharaj already. Paragraph 37. Just let's bring it up on the screen. It's at page 1320. There we are. You've got it in front of you, I think.
I'll see it on the screen.
Yes, I believe it was unsafe to dive within the pipeline. Well, what was the purpose of diving within the pipeline?
I have no idea what the dive was about. My advice.
Really?
No, hold on.
Is that a fair answer?
Yeah, what I understand from seeing on YouTube subsequently was that it was an attempted rescue, having traversed vertically downward at about 10 feet into the horizontal.
Mr. Archbold, please. I'm only interested for the moment, at any rate, in what you were thinking at the time in the IMT. Never mind about what you subsequently learnt on social media. I try to ignore it myself. But doing your best to place yourself there at the time, you say, I believed it was unsafe to dive within the pipeline at the time, correct?
Correct.
Right. And there's only one purpose for diving in the pipeline, wasn't there? It wasn't for fun, that's for sure.
Certainly.
No.
That is.
And that was in order to effect some kind of rescue.
That's right. I believe so.
You believe so. So what you're saying in this statement, which you prepared for us, is this. I believed it was unsafe to dive within the pipeline at that time. Without, 1, continuous air supply, 2, a tank, 3, a tether. The rescue divers would have at least needed a rope, that's the tether, with them, and a supply of air, which you've expressed. They would have needed a tank to be on them as an emergency air supply. In other words, if some sort of snag in the hose going up to the surface, they had a separate air supply. That's what you meant by that, isn't it? A separate tank.
Yes.
Yeah. And their regular air supply was in case it was interrupted. Air and a means of communication. So that's a 4th thing. Some way, although you could use the rope, presumably.
Yes.
Means of communication and extraction were the 3 things that they needed for any rescue dive inside the pipeline to be safe.
Correct.
Right. So just pausing in time, as Mr. Maharaj has asked you about, these men have arrived. There's been a ban put on diving. These things have now arrived, haven't they?
Those things have arrived, yes.
Right. You had concluded at that point in time that it might be safe, or at least safer, to dive into the pipe if you had those things.
Yeah, that is correct.
Where did you get this from? Are you a diver yourself?
I got that from knowledge of confined space.
Right. So you're not a diver, do I
No.
take it? Right. But this, if I may say so, is a logical approach, isn't it? As to the sort of things that you might think someone would need in order to effect a rescue. Correct?
Well, it's based on my knowledge of confined space entry on land.
All right. Well, it seems reasonable enough to me, I would say. But anyway, that was your view at the time.
Yes.
And once that equipment, which you described yourself as being the sort of minimum level
that's right.
in order to make it safe.
That's it.
Once that had arrived, what were you saying in the IMT? Look, the equipment's here. We've got the divers. Why don't we do it?
We did not have divers who were willing to traverse the horizontal portion of
Is
the
that
land.
right?
As far as I know, as far as I believe.
I thought you told Mr. Maharaj earlier that you knew that there were divers who were prepared to do that.
I understand that there were commercial divers present, but the traversing into the horizontal portion of the line, I don't know if there were any of the divers that were actually willing to go down. When we had no time after the first dive where they reached up to 10 feet, at no time after that did any of the divers come with any plan, or we were not able to get any plan from them to go into the horizontal portion of the line.
Right. Okay. So you knew that someone had been into the pipe and had gone a few feet into the horizontal.
Yes. Yes.
And it come
I think we might have heard about that night. I'm not so sure. But we know that they dived into the line.
Yes. All right. Well, you say you might not have known that at the time.
I'm not so sure about the horizontal portion. I'm not certain. That came out afterwards.
And is it then your evidence that you didn't know at that time when this equipment had arrived that there were divers available and willing to go into the pipe, into the horizontal?
Into the horizontal part.
What, only just down to the end?
I think that they would have been willing to go down to the end. I think that was safe enough. I think they believed that that was safe enough. But to start traversing the horizontal portion, it seemed to me that none were willing to come forward with that.
Where did you get this from?
Well, it was from the feedback from Catherine, I should say, that none of the divers that there was no plan.
Yeah, that's a slightly different thing, isn't it? Because I've recognized in the inquiry that we've had so far and the evidence given that there was a need, certainly as expressed by some, for a formal or informal dive plan, right?
Informal would be fine for me.
But in any event, a dive plan. And
Yeah.
You're saying that you had no such dive plan ever advanced to you.
Correct.
Did you ever seek to try and obtain one through Ms. Balkisoon and the divers who were there?
No, I cannot say that we actively went and asked them for a dive plan.
Why not?
When LMCS, when the incident occurred, the automatic trigger was for LMCS to initiate our emergency response. That was accepted. That is what Kazem was doing or leading.
But you stopped them from diving in the pipe.
We arranged for as much resources as possible to facilitate their diving.
Mm-hmm.
And when after that first dive by Michael Kurban, there was no effort coming forward at that point in time.
Well, pausing there, did you have a dive plan for Mr. Kurban to go into the pipe?
No.
Right. So what was different between Mr. Kurban going into the pipe and somebody else going into the pipe a little bit later on, once all the commercial equipment was on site?
We did not know that Kurban had gone into the pipe.
Until after he'd done it.
Until after he had done it.
But had come out.
Sorry?
But he had come out.
That's right. And he had only traversed 10 feet. This now was an effort to go further than 10 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Probably much further, maybe 50, maybe 100.
Maybe more.
Yeah. And the thought about going further in, well, I don't know what the divers were thinking. What I do know is that none came forward to say, I am going to dive. At least that is the evidence we have.
None came forward to say they were willing to dive.
That's right. We
That's
did
really
try.
the case, is it? That's really the position. No one said, I am willing to dive in that pipe.
That is correct.
Including Mr. Kurban, including Mr. Farah, including Mr. Beddoe and his brother. None of those people said, I am willing to dive in that pipe.
On that night, as far as we're aware, yes.
Thank you. That's your evidence.
But you agreed, you told us that Catherine Balkisoon told the IMT, she was a representative of IMT,
Yes.
that LMCS had divers who were willing to do a rescue.
Yes, yes, I have to say yes to that, that they were saying that they want to do a
rescue.
They have divers.
Right.
And
If it is that you or the IMT wanted to find out whether those divers were prepared to go into, or wanted to make sure they were prepared to go into the horizontal section of the pipe, the IMT could have asked them.
well, that's the thing. The IMT attempted to deal. Yes, we could have asked them. IMT.
And you had Catherine Balkisoon on the site.
Yes,
And I want to read to you what Catherine Balkisoon said in evidence here.
certainly.
So I could get your comment about it, okay? Catherine Balkisoon, transcript of the evidence on the 14th of December, 2022, on page 66, lines 8 to 24. It's on the screen for you. And according to the question, and according to my instructions, They made several requests of that, and they were told to stand down several times. Answer, at the very start around 7, right, they asked to dive, that would have been around 7. And then sometime after that, and that would have been after they got when I saw the people with the air commercial people came, yes. Andrew Farrar asked, right, and I told him, stand down. I'm not in charge. Let me talk to Colin Piper about it. So definition of several, it's not like, it was like, you know that. Are we there yet? Movie. It was like, are you there yet? Are you there yet? That every minute asking, he wasn't asking me like that. If that's what you mean by several, I don't know. He did ask me more than once. So she was saying to us in evidence that the divers there were prepared to go into the pipe, wanted to go in. She communicated it to the ICT and they were told to stand down. Were you aware of that?
Not to that detail, but I could tell you what, not to that detail.
But you would agree with me that the IMT did not have any discussions with the divers who were prepared to go into the pipe with all the commercial equipment they have, to ask them or to point out to them or to find out whether they would want to go into the horizontal section, if they had any objection of going into the horizontal section.
Yeah, I don't know if they had any, I don't know if they were prepared to go into the horizontal section.
You don't know.
The IMT sought to deal with LMCS representative, not freelance divers at the first instance. And that would have been Andrew Farrar or Kazim Ali. There must be at least one leader for us to have been able to lead with. Even if Conan Bedo had stepped forward to be the leader of that team, we would have been able to meet with him and to say, look, let's work this out. Let's have a dynamic risk assessment on this thing now. But it did not happen.
Mr. Archbald, before I go into the evidence, because I want to go this as the last part of my cross-examination to you, as to, I want to just put what I'm going to put to you and ask you to answer me in respect of some of the things that the IMT did as their form of rescuing, right?
Yes.
But you would agree with me that these 4 men who were in the pipe after Budram came out, you or the IMT would have recognized that any rescue to get them out alive had to be within a short space of time.
As the planning section chief, I really did not attach time frame on it.
So you did not, what you said as a
planning section chief.
As a planning section chief, you did not attach any time frame. So as far as you were concerned, it could have taken 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours. It didn't matter.
I attached no time frame to it.
No time frame.
Yeah.
So you did not think that this was urgent to get a rescue done from the pipeline?
By not touching a time frame, I don't think that means that it's not urgent. It was very urgent and very critical.
But if it was very urgent and very critical, would you want to take 6 hours to do it, 10 hours to do it, 12 hours to do it, or try to do it in 3 hours?
Immediately.
Immediately. So therefore, if any rescue of the men from the pipeline, and if Paria wanted to have a rescue done, a decision had to be made urgently.
Definitely.
Right. And therefore, if these men who were prepared to go into the pipeline at the time at around 7 o'clock, from what we just talked about, would you not agree that Paria should have tried to see whether that rescue should have been effected?
From the information that we have, there was no safe dive
to be able to take place at that time.
And there was no safe dive as Paria was concerned because they wanted to see the conditions in the pipeline.
That, you mean with respect to the crawler?
Well, with respect to everything that they wanted to see.
Well, we got the crawler to be able to find out, to try to find out where the men were. That was the main objective as far as I'm aware of for the crawler.
But you knew the men were in the pipeline.
To know where along the pipeline they were. Sorry, I didn't make myself clear. By sending the crawler down, if we be able to pinpoint whether they are 100, 200, or 300 feet, it would have been able to give us more information.
Okay, so the reason for the crawler and the reason for getting all this video footage was merely to find out how far in the horizontal section the men were.
Not merely, it was to try to find out where the men were.
Okay. Well, let me just point out to you what Paria did, because Paria is relying upon this timeline to do a rescue. And I want to put it to you as a representative of the IMT.
Yeah, what timeline is that?
Yeah, I'll go through it.
Oh, sorry.
Mitchell was contacted at 4:30 p.m. on the 25th of February, 2022. And they were told to be on standby by Paria from 8:40 p.m. with surface supply equipment. And that is to be found at paragraphs 4 and 5 of Fitzroy King's witness statement, supplemental witness bundle, page 3017. I wonder if we could put that up on the screen for the witness to see. You see that?
Yes.
Right. Then could you put paragraph 7 on the screen for him at page 3017? Based on Fitzroy King's statements, they were on standby and not given any further information until just after 1 a.m. on Saturday, when he, Rolseys, requested him to view the video footage of the pipeline. Mr. King assessed that his divers were too big to fit into the pipeline. So that is from 4:30 p.m., 8:40 p.m. standby, and then at 1 a.m. on Saturday morning. You see that?
Yes.
Right. Let's go to Eastern Engineering responses. Eastern Emergency Responses Services were not contacted until 11:40 p.m. on Friday. See paragraph 6.
They were not contacted until 11:40.
11:40 p.m. on Friday. See paragraph 6 of Andy Johnson, Witness Bundle, Volume 4, page 1526. And also paragraph 11. The first part of the team arrived on site at 12:30 a.m. on Saturday. They were briefed at 1:25 a.m. by the incident commander, that's at paragraph 11. The incident commander advised Mr. Johnson that due to the variables around the incident, Eastern should prepare themselves for a retrieval and not a rescue due to the possibility that the divers may have expired, paragraph 11, page 1527. After viewing the video footage of the pipeline and visiting Berth 6, Eastern at 3:45 a.m. informed the ICT that they could not perform a rescue because the pipeline was filled with water and that the rescue required a diving team, paragraph 19, page 1529. And then at 5 a.m., Eastern was placed on standby, and at 7 p.m., that is on Saturday, they were called off their assignment by the IMT, paragraph 21. See that?
Yes.
OTSL. OTSL was contacted in the afternoon of Friday, the 25th of February, look at paragraph 6 and 8 of Ian Bertrand's witness statement at supplemental witness bundle, page 2842. On the afternoon of Friday, the 25th of February, 2022, and they arrived on site at 8:10 p.m. and remained on standby until 5:30 a.m. The evidence is that they were not called upon by Paria to do anything.
Remained on standby until when?
They remained on standby until 5:30 a.m.
5:30 a.m.
a.m.
And were stood down when?
And they were stood down, well, they arrived at the site at 8:10 p.m. At Friday evening and remained on standby until 5:30 p.m. On 5:30 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Right.
And the evidence is that they were not called upon by Paria to do anything.
Thank you.
And that is paragraph 6 and 8 of Ian Bertrand's witness statement, SWB 2842.
Thank you.
Then Hull Support Services. That is at SWB 2990 and 2991. That's Andy, it's Gayasi Woodley witness statement. And he said he received a call at 4:30 p.m. from Andy Fortune, and he told Andy that he would try to put a crew together. Hull did not go to the site as it could not put a crew together. So that is Hull. According to Michael Way, at paragraph 103, at page 1289, volume 4 of the witness statement bundle, a request was made for a camera by Paria at 6:30 p.m. at 6:10 p.m. on Friday. It arrived at 7:30 p.m. but could not be used as the light was insufficient. Further, let me give you at paragraph 105 of Mr. Way's witness statement at page 1290, volume 4 of the witness statement bundle. He said further at around 9 p.m., a pushrod camera from Atlantic LNG arrived on site at 9 p.m., that is on the Friday, and around midnight, that Atlantic LNG camera was used to perform an inspection, but could not go past a scuba tank in the pipeline. Hummingbird was contacted at 10:50 p.m. See paragraph 107 of Michael Y's witness statement at page 1290, 107. It was contacted at 10:50 p.m. on Friday by Mr. Michael Y to make arrangements for a crawler with camera. You see that?
Yes, yes, sir.
And Catherine Balkisoon said at paragraph 31 of a witness statement, witness bundle, at page 1333, that the pipeline crawler went in at 3 a.m. on Saturday. They were still trying to retrieve footage from that camera by 4 a.m. See paragraph 79 of the statement of Mustaq Mohammed, page 1457, volume 4 of the witness statement bundle. So you see, Mr. Archbald, that although Paria knew that there were divers since 7 o'clock on Friday evening, prepared to go into the pipeline, Paria was engaged in these activities that I pointed out to you without even talking to the divers who were willing to go, or making representations to them?
I've heard what you read. If I could share what I know.
But do you find that satisfactory?
I've heard what you
Question,
read.
as an IMT person,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Maraj read a lot. And the witness is saying, I heard what you read, but I want to tell you what I know. Because if it's the invitation to the witnesses to accept or dispute any of all of that, it has to be done seriatim.
I mean, I agree. Let's take it one step at a time. I think what Mr. Maharaj was doing is just set the scene so that we understand the purpose of the question. And I have no difficulty with that. You understand what has happened. He's read to you what the evidence that has been placed before this inquiry has been. All right? It's not all of the evidence, obviously, and there's some evidence that potentially contradicts it. All right? So, but this is the evidence that has been led before this inquiry, either in writing or by live evidence.
Well,
all
it's
right?
bits and pieces of
No,
evidence.
of course it is. It's a selection. We're not going through the whole of the evidence for you to consider that. That's my job, all right? But you've been given a picture of the activities in terms of finding people who were prepared to do something, if anything, to rescue these divers by the IMT, all right? He's given you a picture. I accept it's a snapshot, but it's a picture, all right? First of all, you said in answer to that, first of all, that you hear what he says, or you hear what has been read to you. Do you dispute any of what has been read to you? I mean, are you able to say whether it is accurate or not? If you can't, then fine.
But he read a lot.
Of course he did, yes.
And it's rather difficult for me to say that I dispute with each one now, not having been able to comment on each one.
Let's proceed on this basis then, shall we? Let's assume for a moment that it is accurate. What is read to you is accurate recounting of the evidence. Doesn't mean to say we're necessarily going to accept it. Do you follow that? But it's an accurate recount of some of the evidence. Let's assume that for the moment, all right? If that is true, if it's true, does it represent to you what Mr. Maharaj has asked as a satisfactory approach to the rescue of these men?
It's a difficult question to answer because the bits and pieces that he read is not necessarily the facts that I have.
You mean you may not accept them as being accurate?
That's right.
Right, all right. Let us assume they're not accurate.
Yes.
Do you think that the efforts made to rescue these men by way of contacting different agencies was satisfactory?
The outcome was that there was no rescue. So
not the outcome. Do you think that
the efforts were satisfactory? I think yes, because we did all that we could have done. I think. I don't think there was anything that we could have done that we did not do.
All right. Well, that'll be for us to determine. But I think the concern from Mr. Maharaj, and to be frank, for me, is answer to a question you made earlier, and it's against that background I suspect that these questions have been asked of you, which is, was there any kind of time frame or timeline that was applied by the IMT, given that you accept that it was very urgent and very critical and needed to be done immediately? You follow the point, don't you? That if you're contacting, just take one of them, you're contacting somebody saying we need help here, and you do that at 5:30, right? And they tell you they can arrive by 8:10, and then they are on standby until 5:30 in the morning and not being called upon to do anything. That is OTSL, if that is right. It doesn't really bespeak of a particularly well thought out plan by the IMT as to how they should progress, given that it was very urgent, very critical, and should be acted upon immediately.
Well, if it were right,
Yes,
but
if
I
it's
don't
right.
believe that that is what occurred.
You think it's wrong,
Yes.
right? You think that they were contacted before 5:30?
No, I think the time that they were contacted is correct.
Right. They
But what
arrived at 8:10.
I believe that that is also correct.
Right. But you say they were called upon to provide some assistance.
Yes.
Right. All right. Well, let's assume that that is correct. At 8:10, when they arrived on the scene, well, now go back one step. If at 5:30 they're saying they can't get there for the better part of 3 hours, did you think that that represented to you what was either very urgent or very critical? They can't even get there for the best part of 3 hours.
I believe that that was the best they could have done.
No, I believe that too. But is it good enough for you?
Well, it certainly was not good enough for the rescue.
No.
But there was nothing else. This is the Friday afternoon, evening,
Yes.
and you're calling upon persons to mobilize. Mobilization doesn't take an instant. You're calling people out from their homes, possibly, and they have to report to work, and then
No,
different
I
things.
understand it might take. Believe me, I've been stuck in the traffic here just like everybody else. But I understand how it works. The point about it is this: is that if you had a timeline, and you know the incident happened at around 2:30, that they disappeared 2:30, 2:45. Call it 2:45. All right? They disappeared 2:45. 2.5 hours later, approximately, somebody comes out of the pipeline alive. So at 5:30 or so that evening, you know for sure that there are people alive in the pipe.
We believe that.
Yes, exactly. There must have been in your mind a critical timeline upon which to work. Because at 5:30, you say, well, if we can get a team in there now, we might save 1, 2, 3, or all 4 of them. If we wait an hour, it's going to take, we may lose 1. If it takes 3 hours, we may lose 2. If it takes 5 hours, we may lose them all. Did you not work to some kind of timeline?
No, I think I understand the question, but I don't agree with the basis.
Right. That you'll need to explain.
If you call upon someone for help and you want the help now, and they say, I can make it there in an hour or 2 or 3, do you tell them, no, I don't need you anymore? No, we did not do that. We called upon them for help, and they came. And then we called upon another team for help, and then another team, because we did not assume that one would be good enough. We called upon everyone that we were able to get in contact with. So we turned away no one because they were not able to reach immediately. They all understood the urgency of why they were coming. And I believe that they came as quickly as they could have come.
I believe that too.
Whether that was good enough, I mean, we know the result, we know the outcome. But whether they could have done better, I don't know.
No, it's not about whether they could have done better, it's whether you could have done better. You, the IMT, I don't mean you personally, although that may be an issue too, but the fact is that if you call someone and they say, look, it's going to take us 3 hours to get there, there must be another plan. All right, you say, then you call someone else and get them to come there, and another, and another.
But we didn't tell them not to come.
No, I appreciate that. There's no point in telling them not to come.
Thank you.
But, and I get all of that. The point is, though, is if the first arrival of anyone to give you any help is hours away, is there not a plan B? Is there not some other alternative?
LMCS was affecting the first plan, which is to put together a rescue team,
right?
Which we were helping with.
Well, you say you were helping with, as I understand it, what was happening is that you provided them with a few tanks of air when they said you needed some more. But apart from that, you were prohibiting them from going into the pipe, weren't you?
The help that we provided to them was to get their divers down, to get air for them, and well, they got their own vessel.
Yeah, the help that you provided, LMCS, as I understand it, correct me if I've got it wrong, but that when they said they ran out of air, you provided them with some more air tanks.
Yes.
at the same time, you were saying don't dive.
Correct.
Right. So what I want to understand from you is this, is that you knew pretty early on that the best that you were likely to achieve was it was going to take hours for any of the people you were calling to turn up and be able to help you. That was the position, was it not?
Yes, but I have to, the questions caused me to have to ask this. What was the alternative?
The alternative was to have a plan B, which, bold as I might be to make the suggestion as to what it might be, is to go to LMCS and say, or go on the barge, the berth, and or speak to them directly, not through Miss Balkisoon, if that wasn't working. I mean, you knew, according to you, that the equipment had arrived. You knew that there were people who were still in the pipe, almost certainly alive, and you knew that there were divers who were available and willing. I mean, is it beyond the wit of man to be able to put together a plan yourself?
No, we could have.
Well, why didn't you? I mean, you came up in your own statement, which you dated the 16th of August of 2022, with what you regarded as the minimum requirements to be safe. It didn't involve selling in a camera. It involved making sure that the person who was going to go into the pipe was as safe as he could be, didn't it?
That's right.
And you had that.
And after 7 o'clock, there was, as far as we know, as far as I believe, there was no one willing to traverse the horizontal part of the line.
Do you think you might be wrong about that?
It is possible.
Right. And if you are wrong about it, then somewhere along the line, there was a failure in communication of that, wasn't there? If
yes,
you're wrong.
Yes, yes.
So if there were willing people, if that's our finding in due course, that there were 1, 2, 3, or 4 divers who both had the ability and the willingness to do it, you say you at the IMT did not know that.
Right. So
Is that the
I
position?
agree.
Yeah. All right. And if that is so, there was a failure in communication, was there not?
Definitely.
Right.
But the willingness,
the consequences of which may be death.
It may, but the willingness would not have effected a rescue. The willingness would not have effected a rescue.
Well, you needed someone who was prepared to do it.
I still, if it is, we could ask those same people who we think were willing, and sit together with them and develop a plan now, even now, after this incident, and see what it actually entails to go down into the 30-inch line, traverse horizontally, and to remove the bottles, and then to come back up, then to go back again.
Why did the bottles need removing?
To be able to get to the first man.
Why? 30-inch pipe couldn't go past me and a bottle?
Well, in my, and I'm not a diver, and I'm not a rescue diver.
I'm neither of those. I dive a bit, but I'm not a rescue
But
diver.
if the rescue diver is going down, he would have on his helmet the umbilical. He would need to have an extra bottle for the person and a tether.
It's a smaller bottle, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, well, and he should probably go with a BCD, the vest, so that way the man would not have to swim or be pulled up to the surface. That what I think might have been the better thing. So that would have used that to rise vertically rather than to have to pull, because to set up a pulley at the top of the riser would have been almost impossible.
All right, well, let's not muse too much at this juncture, because I'm not sure that's going to achieve very much.
But
that musing that you're doing now is something that might have been done then.
We did it then.
I rather got the impression from your statement that you had identified the things that you thought were necessary in order to effect a safe rescue.
We did that then, and we worked. But there was the willingness from the LMCS supporters was not enough to effect a rescue. It might have been enough to dive, but not to effect a rescue.
I'm not sure I understand that. But,
diving does not.
As I understand it, and again, if I've got this wrong, Mr. Archbold, please tell me. You say the only impediment ultimately at around 7:15, 7:30, when the commercial equipment arrived, the only impediment to a rescue at that stage was the fact that there was no one communicated to you willing to go into the horizontal part of the pipe. Have I got that right?
And that is the main impediment.
Right, okay. The main impediment.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Just before we move on, Mr. Maraj, I heard you just mention that it was a possibility, or even if no, we were to sit with the willing personnel, right? I think what has already been established for me by Paria is that the ICT members are ICS trained, and you as the head, are you aware of a unified command under ICT or IMT philosophy?
Yes, the ICS teaches about unified command
Right,
approach.
so a
Yes.
unified command would dictate very much what you said. So even engage any specialists and or your outsource stakeholders, under that philosophy, you could have engaged all your specialists, whether using technology, teleconference and stuff, to start enacting components into your tactical plan as early as when you started engaging the first specialists.
Right, so the specialists that we contacted were on site, and when they came on site, we engaged them at that point. The unified command, it did not include an LMCS representative, which is what the commissioner is saying.
No, not necessarily. So I'm even removing you from any having to think about diving or confined space rescue. I'm dealing with your expertise or competence in ICS.
Yes.
And since you're familiar with a unified command, there are multiple agencies that you engage, not concerned with the time that they showed up.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to interrogate the philosophy or your understanding of the unified command philosophy, because it speaks to a quality timeline that you could have gotten quality information and or started developing components and tactical plan.
Okay, so
under the unified command.
Right.
So the unified command won't only pertain to LMCS as your first responder, because you've engaged Ralph Seals, you've engaged other
Right.
members. So even though if they were scattered across the country, and I do appreciate February 25th, that was a Carnival Friday.
Yes.
So I think if you have a good understanding and a good command of the unified command philosophy, I'm a bit challenged in terms of what I'm hearing. It seems as though your outside stakeholders were engaged in silos and not necessarily under the unified command philosophy.
I'm not sure which agency should have been in the unified command that was not there. Yes, there may have been others, but and if you consider the planning P, which is the initial response and then the generation of the ICS-21, the incident briefing, and the formation of the incident command / unified command, right? Unified command for larger incidents. And before you get into the cycle, that at that point in time, we actually did have TTCG, TTFS, Trans-Tobago Police Service. We did not have the dive companies as yet. They didn't arrive until about 8 o'clock. And I think what you're seeing is that we could have been online with them in order to be able to start soliciting information. Yes. We were not necessarily online over the phone with them, explaining what the situation was. I think the only person that actually responded affirmatively or in any definite way what their position was Hull. The other three needed to be on site to be able to assess before they could have made a pronouncement. So the creation of the unified command, you could say it was started, but the
the first tactical plan did not take place until after the first site visits were done.
But now I'm going to have to test the site visit because there's nothing that came out to me. You know, what the diving companies did in
That's right.
as a
That is
site
absolutely
visit.
correct. Yes.
So, but also under the ICS system, I mean, again, the thing about it is command and control and over exaggerate.
Yes.
So I understand Coast Guard showed up. Coast Guard immediately almost said, look, we're not going into the pipeline. So I'm not hearing powerfully that a unified command operated as advertised under the ICS system.
No, I would agree
Okay.
that it did not operate as advertised in the ICS system. And that is actually one of our findings.
Okay, so then really,
Yeah.
okay. So there are gaps in terms
Definitely.
of the timeline.
That's right.
Okay.
And the recommendation is to do training with the joint training with the regulators and the persons in rescue and that kind of thing.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just by housekeeping, are we likely to get to Mr. Osei Fleming Holer? I see it's 3 to 4. And,
We have to rise at 5:30 at the very latest.
yeah, that's what I was
Yes.
advised. So at least we could keep Mr. Seals and Mr. Fuentes at least, so that we don't lose time. But
No, quite.
I can't see us getting to Mr. Osei.
Well, what I would like to do, can you just give me a moment?
Sure.
Ronnie. It seems to me that how much longer do you have, do you think? Right. All right, well, ask that question and I'll deal with with where we are going to with the rest of the witnesses. Go.
Mr. Ashwell, I have a duty to put something to you. You're aware that OSHA conducted an investigation into this matter,
Yes.
and you're aware that you were interviewed by OSHA,
Yes, sir.
and you're aware that OSHA made certain findings.
Yes.
Well, actually, preliminary findings.
Yes, I understand.
And at page, and I want to ask you your view on it so that you'll get an opportunity.
Okay.
At page 1239 and the core bundle volume 3, under the heading 6.24, and what I'll do, it's on the screen. You can
Yes.
You can read it, but I'll just want to put it to you and then ask you 2 questions on it, okay?
Yes, yeah.
Well, OSHA stated that you had no experience in offshore subsea maintenance works.
Yes.
Do you agree with that or not?
Whether I have no experience or that I told them that.
Well, did you tell them that?
I don't remember saying that to them,
You don't remember saying that to them?
but it's something that I might have said, but I really don't
Something you
remember.
might have said.
I asked them to be able to tape the conversation, and they said no.
So you agree with them then that you have no experience in offshore subsea?
Well, I have
maintenance?
never done diving or any sort of maintenance work.
Offshore maintenance?
Offshore, yeah. I have never done any of that.
Right.
So if that is what was meant here, then I don't have competency, qualifications or training in doing any sort of offshore work.
Great, okay. I thought I had a duty to ask you that.
Right.
And it went on to say that he admitted that his team does not have the required competency in offshore subsea maintenance work.
Well, I don't know what the word required there, but my team does not do offshore maintenance work. We are HSE. We are HSE professionals, so we don't do the work. We understand the risks associated with the work for the oil and gas industry.
You do not understand the risk associated?
We understand the risks associated for the oil, as far as the oil and gas industry pertains, but actually the doing of the work, no, that is not our area of expertise at all.
So you understand the risks in this job that was being done?
Well, as far as it pertains to the oil and gas industry, the diving aspect of it, the competent contractor would have brought that to us.
So you think that you were competent in Paria to assess the method statement?
The JHA, the risk assessment?
Yes, you
yeah.
are competent.
So to assess it for as far as to include the facility risks, which is what I would have spent some time explaining earlier.
All right, Mr. Archbold, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Maharaj.
All right, just wait one moment. Who wants to ask questions of Mr. Archbold? Three, and I take it you both will have something. You may not have much. Right, all right. Well, I know when you say three, you mean three, or maybe 3.5 at the most. All right. Realistically, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break in a moment, but I think realistically that's going to take us at least half an hour, perhaps a little more. So I'm minded to certainly to release Mr. O.C. Fleming Holder. That's his name, is it? Fleming Holder, right. Well, he should be allowed to go, I think. The question is whether I keep Mr. Seals or Mr. Fuentes or both. My inclination at the moment is to keep Mr. Seals. Fuentes? I'm being told to keep. Well, maybe we should just have Mr. Fuentes. I think he's the one we should keep, and let Mr. Seals go as well. I've got an appointment at 6 o'clock, which I have to keep, and I need to do a little bit of reading before that. So, so what I'm going to do is to keep Mr. Fuentes, ask Mr. Seals and Mr. Fleming Holder to come back tomorrow morning. I'm sorry about that, but if you ask them to come, I shall call them first. We'll have Mr. Seals first and then Mr. Fleming Holder. All right, and then the other two that are fixed to come, Mr. Johnson from Eastern Emergency Responses and Mr. Gill from Hull Support. All right, well, that's what we'll do.
Time to be confirmed, so I see. Time for tomorrow. You need to tell them now.
We're going to tell them now, yes. Okay. So I'm going to rise for 5 minutes. Everyone will stretch their legs. Then we'll resume with
the start time.
Yes, thank you very much.
The starting time. If it
tomorrow.
For tomorrow, yes. If it's not on the schedule.
Right. Oh, it isn't, is it?
Yeah. It says to be confirmed. But I think it did say 9 o'clock or 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I think.
Well, the question is this, isn't it? Do you want to go home early or start early? Why don't we start at 9:30 tomorrow? 9:30? All right, 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'll rise for 5 minutes, all right? Just 5 minutes.
All right.
No problem with that, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, I didn't ask for him to go in place of Mr. Fuentes. The request was for him to be squeezed in, but when I spoke to the secretary, I understood the position, and he has no difficulty being here for 9:30 tomorrow.
Right, but I think if he comes at 9:30 tomorrow, I can give him the reasonable assurance that, subject to hurricanes or something like that, he will be first on and be first away.
And we'll be very happy for that, because tomorrow will be the third day he'd be up here.
No, I understand that. He's
Yes.
not the only one, I'm afraid.
Yes.
It's just what happens, as you know. All right, so what we're going to do is we'll finish with Mr. Archbold. We'll hear from Mr. Fuentes, and the target time is 5:30, please. And then we will hear from Mr. Seals tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you very much. So let's get on. Now, who wants to ask Mr. Archbold some questions? Yes. So first of all, we'll hear from Miss Alfonso, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Archbold. My name is Nairi Alfonso. I represent the interests of the SWWTU, and I have very few questions for you. A lot of the stuff has been traversed already. Mr. Archbold, you would have been involved in compiling an investigative report, an incident investigation report in August of last year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And in that report, amongst other things, and that report is to be found, well, attached to Mark Rudder's witness statement at 1743 in part 3 of the witness bundle. At Appendix 14. So you would have come to two conclusions: that the incident, which caused the, 5 divers to be sucked into the pipeline, was caused by LMCS removing the inflatable plug. That's
Yes,
one.
yes. Maybe I can have it. Do
Sure.
I have it anywhere here?
Sure. I don't know about I
Just a
can't see in
moment.
front of
You want the original document?
Yeah, well, to answer the question.
Yes,
Okay,
of course.
certainly.
I'm not sure how many
Just a moment.
conclusions.
Where are we, Miss?
We are the place that I found it is tab 59 in the part 3 of the witness statement bundle.
I don't remember how many conclusions, but I remember there were 2
Is it the core
recommendations.
Right. Okay. Just a moment.
I know it's in the core bundle, but I accessed it from the witness statement.
The original core bundle. 185. That's why I haven't got it. Okay. It just take a moment longer because there's a central core bundle, and then there are the ones that we're using. It's core bundle 1143, is it? 1185. Sorry, 1185.
Oh, it had to be here. Right.
Okay, so if and because we might be looking at totally different versions, I have page 3 of 21, which I hope will be at the
Okay, yes.
right. I would say the penultimate paragraph, if it looks the same on that document, based on the information gathered. Yes, there we are. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
But you best read it because we haven't all got it unless we have it on our screen. So
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you would like me to read it, or?
yes, or that part which you want to referring to,
Oh, I
because
see. I
it's,
see.
unless we get our screens up, we're not going to be able to.
Okay,
to read it out
I'm
for
sure.
ourselves.
I will oblige. Based on the information gathered, the incident occurred due to the LMCS employees removing the mechanical plug and attempting to remove the inflatable plug. These actions took place without the knowledge and or permission of Paria's T&M personnel, technical and maintenance, I suppose.
Yes.
LMCS employees did not follow the agreed work plan, failed to properly comply with the permit to work procedure, and acted outside the terms of the work permit for the task. LMCS also failed to follow the manufacturer's safety instructions for preventing movement of or for deflating the inflatable plug. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be correct to say that's what you deem to be the root cause?
The root, yes. Well, direct cause.
Causes, I beg your
Yeah,
pardon, because it's
it's
more
really
than one.
direct, immediate or direct.
Or immediate, okay, I'm happy for that terminology.
Yeah.
An immediate or direct cause. And you would have gone on, and I can make it simple by just looking at in the executive summary, which is the next page on. You'd have made key findings and recommendations. So you basically reiterated what we've just read there, and you made 2 recommendations, yes?
Yes.
And that recommendation really was retraining of the contractors including, I guess, LMCS on the permit to work.
Yes, so
procedure.
arising directly out of the direct causes that the investigation found.
And you would have also recommended that essentially when contractors bring equipment, that they be trained in the use of their equipment.
That the employees also be trained in it and not
And you
dependent
have some
on,
way of
yeah.
some evidence of that fact be produced to Paria.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So let me ask you, having regard to your evidence this afternoon,
Yes.
do you still hold to that view, those findings and the recommendations?
Those are still the direct causes.
Okay. So you would have had access at all, Mr. Archbold, to the Inquitec report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And I'm the most untechnical person you will ever meet, so forgive me in advance if I oversimplify. Is it that the Inquitec report concludes that the removal of removal of a good quantity of the line contents caused a gaseous accumulation in the pipeline, and then that led to the delta P?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. I'll give the but after.
And again, I say I'm the least technical person, so I would be happy for the but.
Well, the thing about it is that the Paria investigation report only looked at the direct, immediate causes
I see.
based on the lack of information at that point in time. If you look at this report, we didn't even know if they were intentionally removing the inflatable plug, or if it slipped, or if they were fixing it and it fell. So after this inquiry, we would have a lot more information to be able to say not only what are the direct or immediate causes, but the underlying root causes as well.
Okay.
So we will be able to talk about things like delta P and the removal and suitable and sufficient risk assessments and that kind of thing.
So let me just ask you, Mr. Archbold.
Yeah.
So again, I just wanted to say, let me expand what I said earlier. With the benefit of your evidence this afternoon, with the benefit of additional information that would have come to Paria, and I know, to be fair to you, I know this report is completed even before your witness statement. I beg your pardon, I am wrong.
It's the
2
same
weeks
month.
after,
Yeah,
2 weeks after,
yeah.
right? But in the same month. So with the benefit of additional information, are you still of the view that these findings, these conclusions in your report are accurate, are spot on?
Well, they are the direct causes. The removal of the plug is the direct cause. If the plug had not been removed, then the event would not have occurred. So, but there are other contributory causes as well, which could be considered to be direct, I suppose, depending on the methodology that we use, which is the emptying of the line to a certain extent that would allow the plug to fall. So yeah, that would definitely be part of the contributory causes as well.
If, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I follow what Commissioner Wilson has explained previously, as well as the Incotech report, isn't it that the line, the removal of the, the lack of contents in,
Yeah.
in the pipe allowed for the differential to exist?
Yes.
Because there was one pressure outside. I can't tell you anything about atmospheric pressure, but there was one pressure outside and there was one pressure inside.
Yeah, the lack of the,
inside the pipe, I beg your pardon.
the lack of the contents caused the sudden drop in the inflatable plug, which then at that point in time would have caused the rush of water to come in.
No, that's what you think, is it?
Yes.
You think that the lack of fluid in the pipe meant that once they deflated the inflatable plug, it fell.
Yes.
What, like in gravity, fell?
No, not gravity. No, not gravity.
Well, what do you mean then, fell?
The compressor was on,
Yes.
and the line was plugged,
Yes.
and there was about possibly maybe between 6 and 7 psi of pressure acting down on the face of the inflatable plug.
At the top?
At the top.
6 or 7 psi?
Yes.
On top?
Yes.
And you didn't know what was on the other side?
No. It should be 6 or 7 psi in addition to what was on higher than on the other side, I should say.
Right.
And then so that was 7 psi over a surface area of pi r squared diameter, which was about 4,000 pounds
of pressure,
of weight, 4,000 pounds
Yes.
of weight.
The equivalent of the pressure.
Yes,
And-
due to the pressure.
Correct.
So I believe when they started to slacken the plug, even if it was chained, and even if they were holding it, that 4,000 pounds would have broken whatever restraints it might have had, and it fell.
Even a substantial chain wouldn't have held it.
Yeah, and when it fell, it created what we could describe as a partial vacuum in the space above it, and that now caused the flow of water into the line.
It sucked everything the other side of it into the pipe.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. So
It's just the use of your word "fall" made me sit up for a minute.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Sucked, I think, it might be better.
Well, the plug was, maybe the better word was pushed down.
Yes. All right. Better
Yeah.
still.
and I've heard a lot of terminology. Vortex was created, a sudden vortex was created,
Yeah, I've seen that word being used.
Okay.
Yeah.
but it was a
Yeah.
violent action,
Yeah.
right? It wasn't, I agree with the chairman, fall.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. The plug was forced down because of the weight of the pressure, and the water rushed in, and because of the space, the empty space underneath, the water created a siphon with a vortex and then went in, following the plug.
Okay. So one of those root causes we can, as a takeaway, which you may not have had the benefit of in August of 2022, is that you created and I don't want to say you, the job created the environment, the way that the job was conducted, the pre-work for the job. I think that's a better way.
Yes.
Created the environment for this potential hazard, which unfortunately evolved into a real hazard.
Yes. Yeah. There was a realization of the risk.
So that is something that is now in the psyche of Paria. This is something that you are addressing in some way, following on this loss.
Yes. So specifically with respect to diving work or any works related to diving, where there could be, we have built-in ways to address the risk in a different way.
And that is by seeking external diving
Yes.
expertise and so on.
Yes.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Archbold, that was also available pre-February, or to be fair to you, maybe July 2021 when the tender was being awarded? Reviewing the plans and so on that your department had to plan, that was available as well, that external assistance?
External third-party advice is always available.
Is always available.
Certainly, I mean, I could add more.
Please,
Certainly, if LMCS had sought third-party advice, they would have been able to present a suitable and sufficient risk assessment to the client, Paria, outlining all of the risks as per the requirements of the OSH Act, Section 13A, for the employer to provide a suitable and sufficient risk assessment.
And would you agree, Mr. Archbold, by the same token, that Paria could have sought that
Yes.
third-party external assistance? Because, well, I'll let you answer that before I ask you.
Yes, Paria could have also sought third-party
Because,
review.
because you have admitted you didn't have that expertise internally
Correct.
in your department.
That is
I want to
right.
give you you have
Yes.
one department. So if you got a method statement, a risk analysis, and so on, you didn't have the expertise internally to interrogate it, to review it, to analyze it.
The diving aspects of the job, correct.
Good. But this job had a diving
Yes.
component.
Yes.
Yes. So, okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Archbold.
Can I ask you in that regard, please? There's no national standard applied in Trinidad and Tobago for diving in this way, commercial diving of this kind, is there?
No, not that I'm aware of.
OSHA haven't introduced any regulation in relation to diving
Not as yet.
commercially in this country, have
No.
they? No. There was nothing, of course, to stop Paria having their own diving regulations,
No, there was nothing to have stopped.
which could have been adopted from, say, Canada or United Kingdom, or wherever else this sort of work. I mean, I picked those because they both have
That is
oil
correct.
and
Yes.
gas producing operations, or from other parts of the world. Could have been relatively easy, couldn't it, for Paria to themselves have said, you know what, there may not be any regulation or law here, but in order to ensure the safety of those who are carrying out this hazardous work, we will impose our own system. You never did
Definitely.
that,
That's correct.
and you still haven't done that.
We haven't adopted a specific standard. What we have done is introduce third-party verification who
Right.
use standards of international standards to be able to measure the contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archbold. Mr. Archbold, I want to carry you to paragraph 50 of your witness statement. That is on page 1322. You have it before you?
I will. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, my learned senior, Mr. Maharaj, would have carried you through certain timelines, which I won't do, and also detail certain companies who were present at one point in time or the other. Could you identify, so are you able to say that Hull Services was asked to dive, or OTSL was asked to dive and they refused?
Yes. Well, as far as I know, we asked them to be able to do a rescue, and they considered it, they assessed, and they advised subsequently that the risk was too high for them to be able to initiate a rescue.
When?
Sorry?
When did you ask them?
From the time that we called them, we explained the situation to them, and I think you might have read the timeline, the times before. And when they came on site, they did the assessment, and I'm not sure exactly at what time they would have arrived. I know Mitchell and OTSL came at around 8, between 8 and 8:30.
OTSL arrived 8:10.
Yes.
Did you ask them then?
I'm not sure if we asked them before or at that point in time, but we would have asked them at some point in time that we want to be able to rescue.
No, it's a different question from the one Ms.
Alfonso.
Alfonso was asking you. She was asking you in relation to these companies, whether or not they were divers who were prepared to go into the pipe. Were they prepared to carry out such a rescue?
Within the dive crew?
Yes. No, the crew that they would bring, whoever they were.
Or if there were any divers.
Yes. Were they prepared? Did you ask them if they were prepared to carry out a rescue? You said that they refused in the statement that you made. I was informed that Hull Services and 2 other diving establishments which Paria made contact for the purpose of assisting reference advised that they would not be able to dive into the pipeline. I'm asking you when. When was it that they were asked to provide that, to dive into the pipeline? When
Commissioner, I don't know the exact time. That would be in the statements of the persons who would have asked them.
Do you accept, let me ask you this way, the closer to the time when there was a greater likelihood of the men being alive in the pipe might encourage people to carry out a rescue. The later the time that men were in that pipe might discourage people to carry out a rescue. Because when you know they might be alive, it might be worth taking the risk. When you know that there is a real likelihood that they're already dead, it is less likely you take that risk. Do you accept that as a proposition?
I accept that.
Right. So if the later that these people were asked to dive into the pipeline, the less likely they were to entertain that risk. Do you accept that?
I accept that, but I don't think that, at least for me, that I really can't speak for the dive teams, but I did not.
No, I'm not asking you to.
I did not think that within the first 24 hours was unreasonable.
Within the first 24 hours, you really thought that there was a prospect that these men would still be alive in a pipe apparently filled with fluid, at least most part,
We
with
were
fluid.
continuing with rescue efforts until Saturday evening. We were still continuing with rescue
No,
efforts.
the fact that you were still saying you were still conducting them is one thing. I'm interested to know whether or not, and you seem to accept my propositions about the risk involved. It is the case, isn't it, that it was always going to be a risk. There was no 100% guaranteed safe way in which to extract these men from the pipe.
No, there was not.
There never was going to be, was there?
Yes.
So it was always going to have a risk.
Yes, it's always a risk-based approach.
Of course. If you're the man going into the pipe, you would want to know what is the likelihood of them still being alive before I risk my own life?
Yes, and to say it a different way, I would only go into the pipe, not me, but the rescuer, if someone is alive.
If there was a reasonable prospect
Yes.
of them being alive. You might never be sure that they're alive, but if there was a reasonable prospect,
Yes.
then you might be more willing to go in, might you?
Definitely.
So in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Boudram coming out, or within the hour of him coming out, you might be more inclined to go in.
Definitely.
As each hour passes, the likelihood of your being willing to do that, it is reduced, isn't it? Lessened.
I suppose some people would think like that.
Well, wouldn't you?
Well, with each hour, maybe with each day, you might think like that, but not with each hour.
With each, these are men reliant on air. Did you know how much air was in the pipe?
No.
Did you know how much fluid was in the pipe?
I believe that it was almost filled except for a couple of few air
So
pockets.
how did you think these men were going to survive for days? How did you think they were going to live?
Well, not days. I said that maybe 24 was
Well,
not
all right,
unreasonable.
A day.
Yeah.
How long do you think a diver has in with one tank?
Not tanks, air pocket.
No, with one tank, how long do you think a diver has?
It depends on how much the tank is able to hold. Maybe
No,
an
let's
hour,
hold it,
2
say-
hours. I don't know.
A normal dive tank. Did you ask anybody how long has a man got, a diver, an experienced diver? How long has he got with one tank
At
at
one-
70 feet?
1 hour.
Good. So that was an estimate. Best an hour. All right. Did you have any idea how many tanks might have been in that pipe?
Yes, we initially there was supposed to have been 5
Right. So
And-
5 hours for one man,
for 1 man.
if you had all the tanks.
Yes.
So you had 5 men in that pipe,
Yes.
right? And the first man didn't come out for 2.5 hours. So you knew he'd used some air, did you? From tanks?
Yes.
Right. So you had no idea how much air was in the pipe, but you just told me that you believed the pipe to be largely full,
Yes.
right? Correct?
Correct.
Right. And insofar as there was any space in the pipe at one point in time, it sucked in, on any view, a very substantial amount of water.
We know that.
Yeah,
Yes.
we know that as a fact, don't
Yes.
we? So start from this premise, would you please? You know how long that pipe is. You know the topography, the layout of that pipe, how much area there is inside the pipe.
Yes.
You know how much it was supposed to be originally completely flooded with oil, wasn't it?
Yes.
You know how much you pumped out of it. You should do.
Well, I
Well, that
don't know
is-
how much was pumped.
No, apparently neither does anybody. But let's assume that you should have known how much was pumped out of it,
Uh-huh.
because you have a measure of control over that, because you were the ones pumping it, right?
I think it was LMCS that was emptying the line, air blowing.
They were air blowing, but it was going into your tanks and your boats.
Yes, yes,
Right,
yes.
so
It
you-
was going into. We were receiving the
You were
product.
receiving the product,
Yes.
and you were able to measure what that product was.
We had the capacity to be able to measure what went into the
Well,
tank.
we've looked at quite a lot of charts to do with the capacity, right? So you should have been able to work out how much had been taken out of the pipeline.
I can't answer that.
Why not?
I don't know if I could have done it. Maybe
No, I'm not asking you personally to do it. I don't know whether you're a mathematician any more than you are a diver, but somebody could, couldn't they? Once you know what's in the pipe, which is particularly, it is a piece of pipe, which is 30 inches in diameter. It's a pretty easy calculation to work out what the volume of the pipe is. Yes?
once you know where it's going, yes,
No,
you would. You
forget where it's
should be
going.
able to.
You know how long the pipe is. You know how much it goes along the vertical and the horizontal. So you have a complete length. It's supposed to be completely flooded with oil. You pump a certain amount out. That leaves a capacity, a gap within that pipe, doesn't it? Once you pump that amount out.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So you should be able to work out how much have been taken out and therefore how much is left in there.
It is very possible that you would be able to
Right.
do it.
You know, what you don't know is how much water it sucked in.
Correct.
What you don't know is the extent to which there was any air pockets before the delta P occurred.
Correct.
But you are in a position to be able to say the maximum that it was likely to be was going to be X and the minimum was going to be Y.
Of air?
Yes.
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No,
Right.
I really.
Let's say I'm wrong, right? It's not possible to work that out at all. On any view, it was going to be relatively small air pockets. Do you agree?
I cannot agree to that either.
Why?
I don't know the shape of the line. I don't know how much air went in.
You don't know the shape of the line? You're Paria. You should.
I don't know how much air went in.
How much air went in?
That's right.
Well, should any air have gone in?
Well, we could possibly have worked out how much air was in the chamber, but we don't know how much air was in the line, and I'm assuming that's what you mean, that that's the total quantity of
Exactly.
air.
You're sucking in everything that was in that chamber, all the tools, all the bits and pieces, the air, and then the water,
Right.
and the men, all get sucked into this pipe. The pipe was supposed to be flooded. It clearly wasn't. But what I'm saying is this, is that even if you're not able to give an accurate picture of the amount of air pockets that there might have been, you could have estimated it from what information you did have. That would have provided you, can I suggest, with a timeline, a potential for how long these men could survive in the pipe.
Okay, but that was not done.
No, I appreciate it wasn't done. My question is, why wasn't it done?
Okay, I cannot answer that.
Right. Well, you might want to think about that for the future, but it does seem to me that you're talking about a 24-hour window for these men to be alive is just a guess, a wild guess.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Well, for me, the incident command was on rescue mode.
I'm
And
not interested in that. I'm asking you this question. The idea that these men could survive in that pipe, even after Mr. Boudram came out, there were 4 more left in there. The idea that they might survive for 24 hours was unrealistic, wasn't it?
it might be unrealistic to other people, but I did not make that determination in my mind,
Why not?
because I continue to believe for them to be alive.
No, you continued to hope,
Thank you.
didn't you?
I continued. If you want me to say hope, I will say hope.
Well, it is a hope because it was a hope against the facts, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The facts were that these men were sucked into a pipe that was filled with oil and then water. Right? And the idea that you had no timeline to work towards other than 24 hours completely ignores the facts as they were known to you.
The incident command system is command and control.
Yeah, I know.
This is the objective, and this is what I believed, and I continue to work.
As each hour passes, and I simply don't accept your days scenario. As each hour passes, the likelihood of these men being alive lessened. Do we agree?
That is for sure.
Right. And there had to be some sort of maximum period that could be realistically considered.
That was not calculated.
No, I appreciate it wasn't. Nobody seemingly made that calculation. And that is what, can I suggest, is what failed in the IMT, because you were not able to measure the decisions being made against a timeline as to the likelihood of them still being alive. So it doesn't become as any surprise to me that there were divers who were not prepared to go in the pipe after 5, 6, 7 hours of Mr. Boudram coming out, because the likelihood from their point of view as the experts was they're likely to be dead, and I'm not risking my life to save a dead body.
Well, if that is what they said, well, then I wouldn't argue with that.
No. But you had a window. You had a window of opportunity when Mr. Boudram came out of that pipe, and you didn't take it, did you?
We did not send anybody into the pipe without a safe plan.
Or, sorry,
That's all right.
it's been a long time, and I keep interfering, and I shouldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my position is, can you back to paragraph 50?
Yeah, I kind of forgot what we were
Yeah,
talking
oh, yeah,
about.
sure. And I will take you back to where we were.
Yes.
Paragraph 50.
Yes.
Right? So my reading of that first bit of that paragraph, Mr. Archbold, sorry, Archbold, right? Is that OTSL and Hull Support and 2 other dive establishments, just 4 altogether, refused to dive. That's my understanding of it. Am I correct?
Did I use the word refused?
I was informed.
It sounds so bad.
advised that
They
would not
advised
be-
that,
they would
yeah,
not be
yeah, no, I
able-
didn't use the word refuse. They
Yes,
advised
yes,
that,
I'm
yeah.
absolutely. You did not use the word refuse.
Okay.
That's my terminology, but it amounts to about the same. Right?
They considered the risk that they would be putting their men to, and they were not able to do it.
They were not able to dive into the pipeline to attempt a rescue of the missing divers. I don't see anything else beyond that.
Okay.
So I'm just taking you through the individual four persons or four entities you have identified. Let's start
Yes.
with the Coast Guard. You deal with the Coast Guard in paragraph 45 of your witness statement, but
Okay.
I mean, I really do think we've done the Coast Guard. You know,
right.
I-
No,
I mean-
I'm just breezing through the four entities. So Coast Guard says I'm not trained. I don't have the equipment.
Yes,
Agreed?
yes.
Yes. Mitchell profession. I'm dealing with the people called by Paria, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, or Heritage, right? So Mitchell professionals say my divers are big fellas, can't fit in a 30-inch pipe.
And that it's too risky.
No, but they say we can't fit.
Okay.
We can't send a diver because our guys are too big. Yes?
I suppose he was taking into consideration the equipment as well.
Okay, but I'm just saying what I've read.
Yes.
My guys are too big. That's
Right.
all it says. Not my guys and equipment, right? I see no evidence that OTSL, which is where we were a little while ago, was asked to do any diving. Do
Okay.
you agree with that?
That you don't see any evidence? Or that there is no evidence?
Okay, well, I in my reading, from what you have said so far this afternoon and going through the witness statements submitted by OTSL, I do not see any requests was made
All right.
of them.
So I would have to
by
check,
Paria.
I would have to go back
Okay.
to the incident commander and logistics section chief to verify that.
Okay.
About the request, well, as far as I know, it was requested of them to dive.
Okay, if we carried you to the witness statements, they're very brief of both Mr. Donawa and Mr. Bertrand.
Well, I was actually referring to Colin and Michael.
Okay, so we could also take it that if OTSL doesn't have that they were asked to do any diving plan, rescue operation, as the case may be, that there may be some merit in that, yes?
Sorry, say that again?
If we look at the witness statement submitted by OTSL,
Yes.
and there's no reference to Paria asking them to conduct a rescue dive, rescue plan, rescue operation, any terminology,
Uh-huh.
we could agree that at least from their evidence, that no request was made of them.
So what we call them for? Sorry,
All right, I'm going to bring this to an end. Mr. Maharaj, I think very carefully took a number of these issues with the witness, and he was not prepared to agree to the detail as provided by Mr. Maharaj without looking at each individual document himself. That's his entitlement. We will be making the determination ultimately of what the evidence shows. I'm not sure that there is any value in your taking him through it again, because we're simply going to get back to where we were, which is unless you show him each and every single document, he's not going to agree. It doesn't matter, it seems to me, for these purposes. If you have a separate question in relation to what the outcome of that all is, then by all means ask it. But I don't think there's any value in taking him through it once again.
Chairman, I was trying to elicit from him is that these people that were called, and he said it brought out all the resources, they were not asked to perform any tasks.
I know that point has been made. That's what I'm saying. That point has been made, I think, quite comprehensively by Mr. Maharaj. The witness has said what he has said. You're not going to be able to persuade him to say something different.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I only have one more question for Mr.
All right.
Archbold. Mr. Archbold, you would have worked in Petrotrin or Trinmar, one of those entities prior to your
Yes.
employment in Paria.
Yeah, I worked at Petrotrin.
During the, I think, 4.5 years you said, prior to joining Paria.
I was in the refinery for 4.5 years prior to Paria, yes.
During your time in Petrotrin, did any similar job as this one take place, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, while I was in the refinery, I don't remember.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Archbold. Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Alfonso.
Mr. Trevu Hansing. Have I pronounced that correctly? Or close enough anyway.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. 100% accurate, yes.
Oh, marvelous. That's a first, I have to say, for me. But anyway, please proceed.
I do not have any questions for this witness.
That makes it even better. Where's Mr. Ramadar? All right.
Good afternoon,
Good
Commissioner.
afternoon.
Yes, I am Sharon Jagannath Mohammed. I act with Mr. Ramadar for the families of Faisal Kurban and Yusuf Henry's daughter. Right. I just have one or two questions, very brief, in the interest of time,
Very
for
well.
this witness. Right. Good afternoon. Good evening,
Hello.
Mr. Archbald.
Hello.
Right.
Remind me of your name again, please.
Sharon Jagannath Mohammed.
Sharon Ramatar Mohammed.
Jagannath Mohammed.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Yes, Mr. Archbald. Now, I heard you mention and you give evidence that you all called several companies, Mitchell, Eastern, OTSL, Hall, and so on, right? Now, can you tell me if you all considered calling any other companies, such as, let me suggest some, Well Services, Shell, I don't know if you all call them in that small window of opportunity you all had.
I don't know. I
You
don't know
don't
if we
know.
call them, no.
And you are the planning section chief, but you don't know who was called and who was not called.
I don't know if that implies that the planning section chief should have done doing the calling, but no, I don't know.
Right.
Normally it's the logistics section chief,
Thank
but
you.
I was not advised if any other companies were called.
All right, great. Now, I know you all call NGC for the recovery, not the rescue. Now, the reason I ask this is because these companies, they have big pipelines, like the one in Paria. Now, these companies, Shell, I know Shell, Well, NGC, they would have vast amount of resources that would, equipment that could go into pipes, such as ROV. Did anyone call any of these companies for assistance
I would have to
in
find
that
out.
window of opportunity? Sorry.
I would have to find out from the logistics section chief if any of those companies were called.
Right. Okay. So from that point, looking at Michael, another issue. Michael went into this pipe, right? You said he only went into like 10 feet into the horizontal.
Yeah, that's what he
Right.
reported, yes.
Right. Now with that information, right? I mean, you all did not get the information in time, but even when you did get the information, did you think that if someone could go 10 feet, why not 200 feet? Because he came back out, let me explain. He came back out, no set of oil, no set of, the conditions was such that he could dive into the pipe. So if you could dive into 10 feet, what happened to the next 200 feet?
I mean, I could attempt to describe what you're entering vertically, foot
Mhm.
downward.
Mhm.
Might take 5 minutes, and then you're 10 minutes, and then you start traversing. But you would have to drag yourself because you're moving forward with your feet in a
Mhm.
30-inch line. You're carrying with you rescue equipment,
Mhm.
and you really cannot swim. You would have to be dragging yourself. I don't know if I should get onto the ground and imitate if
Well,
necessary, but
Please
okay,
don't.
accepted.
but it's a 30-inch line, and you cannot swim. You have to
Where's
move.
Mr.
with your-
Ramadar when we need him?
Yeah. and then at a certain point in time, you have reached, I think, your 75-minute limit, and then you have to come back. Well, according to the U.S. Navy tables, again, I'm not an expert, and you have to come back out. Else you would have to go through decompression, and then you have to switch because divers need to take 2 or 3 hours break. I've read 4.
All right. Okay. Thanks. I understand what you're saying. Right. One more thing. Now, in terms of training, the commissioner did touch on this, but do you all do international training?
If we receive international training,
Yes, well, you're responsible for training,
yeah,
so.
yeah. So we have never hired an international company to come down and do training. But there are local companies that offer international courses, right? And that is one of the things that we have access to.
Do you think, from that question now, do you think if you all had more training, the IC team would have been able to handle this situation better?
I don't know. I can't say that for sure. I don't know.
Well, when was the last
I would-
time they drilled?
We do drills every year.
No. When was the last time
Last.
that this IMT did a drill?
Can I send you the records?
I'd rather you tell me.
It's in a book in an outside room.
You have it outside?
Yes.
All right, well, you can perhaps get it in a moment, but was it within the year of this event happening?
Yes, not every year, maybe twice over the last 3 or 4 years, we did hurricane drills. And we would have done
Did that involve an IMT?
Yeah, we used the IMT fit. And then we used we had a company-wide drill that involved a fire on the berth. And that was in 2019. We'd use the ICS system for that. Now, it takes an effort to really use the ICS system because it's almost natural to get into emergency response without following the system. But we have been using it so often that we even attempted to use it on a ICS could be used for anything, for any event, including an incident. And we used it for the repair of 66 Sealine recently. We set up the incident commander and the logistics section chief. So we used it for a repair purpose. So we have been using it.
The answer to my question is there have been drills and they took place in the year before.
Yes.
Approximately.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, Twin.
Within 2022, that is, this year.
Yes, Mr. Archbold. Now, I've been hearing more problems than solutions, and that's what we've been hearing from Paria. Problems, risk, but no real solution. What did you do, or what did you recommend to the team as conditions or whatever could mitigate the risk factor of diving into the pipeline or any part of the rescue?
Well, he sets that out in paragraph 37, and he's been asked about it.
Oh.
He has made it clear what he regarded, whether others did or not is another matter, but he set out what he regarded as being the minimum required to make it safe. And I've asked him about that, so I'm not going to ask him
Guided
to
chairman.
answer again.
Right.
Anything
Thank
else?
you, and nothing else. Thank you.
All right, marvelous. Thank you very much, Mr. Pekas.
I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. I do have some questions for Mr. Archibald. Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Chase Pegas, and I represent the interest of Kenson. Now, is it correct to say that you developed the permit to work procedure?
No, it's not correct to say that. I was part of it.
Okay, you had some involvement in the development of the permit to work procedure.
Yes, well, all I could call the names.
No, the
Okay.
names are not necessary,
Yeah.
right? Good. So I have some questions on this procedure. And before I proceed, I want you to understand that I'm not faulting it in any way, right?
Okay.
Good. Now, this permit to work procedure, it predated the contract between LMCS and Paria.
Yes.
Right. And before I proceed, I would just like to make it clear from up front. You were familiar with the contract between LMCS and Paria, yes?
Yes.
Good. And you were familiar, of course, with the scope of works.
Yes.
And you were familiar with the obligations of the parties under that contract.
Yes.
The permit to work procedure, it was a generic permit to work procedure. It was a general procedure, yes?
Well, the permit to work procedure outlines how you should proceed.
Okay. It was not specific to the job that was being done on Berth 6. So that procedure, you could have used it for, let's say, I don't want to say any other job, but you could use that same procedure for another set of work.
I think I understand. I'll try to answer in this way. Yes, the permit to work, yes, you can use it for other works. The
Okay.
permit to work procedure provides the steps, the objectives, the scope, as well as the mechanism by which jobs can be done, which is the work permit document and the certificate.
Okay, thank you. Now, would it be correct to say that this permit to work procedure and maybe, well, I'm not sure if I would make you refer to it, right? It would be correct to say that the permit to work procedure would normally be used by Paria regardless of the particular works that are being done. That's a fair statement to make.
Well, it outlines what type of works it is to be used for,
Yes.
contractor works, maintenance works, and so on.
Okay. The one that we are concerned with, it was not developed specifically. I'm sorry if this was asked before, but I'm trying to.
I think you asked it a few moments ago, actually.
Well, the question, I didn't finish the question.
You can change it now.
Right. Now, this document that we call the permit to work procedure, it basically lists the obligations of the different participants that would be involved in the job. So they would have obligations for the applicant, competent person, site authority, etc.
Yes, sir.
Right. And these obligations were intended to be a general guideline to be used in the execution of the works, yes?
I would rather say there are rules and responsibilities that must be followed.
Okay, rules and responsibilities that must be followed.
They're not just guidelines, are they?
No, they are not guidelines.
Right. Now, earlier you indicated that you are familiar with the contract between LMCS and Paria, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can the contract be shown to the witness? I have it at, well, I'm on page 557 of the witness statement bundle, but it could also be found.
Got it.
And the first heading we have there is the contractor responsibility. Yes?
That would be 4.5.
5.1. Well, 5.0, and we're going to focus on 5.1.
You're in the wrong bundle.
Oh, sorry.
Right. Remove that bundle from his desk, so give him some space, exactly.
Yes.
Right. Now, take a look at 5.1.
Yes.
Right. Now, what we are concerned with here are the contractor's responsibility, yes?
Yes.
Right. These are LMCS's responsibility, yes?
Yes.
Right. And 5.1 states that they were to supply adequate, competent, certified licensed labor for the job functions, comma, full-time supervision, etc., for the timely completion of the scoped work.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So, notwithstanding what the permit to work procedure says, and we'll get back to that shortly,
Mhm.
Your understanding is that LMCS had an obligation under the contract to provide full-time supervision for the timely completion of the scoped work.
Yes.
Right. And part of the scoped work would obviously include subsea works, yes?
Yes.
Now, Paria did not have a diver, a Paria employee as a diver on the job site. Agreed?
Correct.
Right. Either through themselves or through the company Kenson. Agree with that?
Correct.
Right. Now, as far as you are aware, the parties involved in the execution of the job knew that Paria's representatives on the site, these are the Kenson workers, they knew that the Kenson workers were not divers.
Yes. Well, I don't know if they knew that. I really ought not to say that they knew or not.
But you knew that.
Yes.
Right. Now, I want to, before I embark on this particular area, read clause 5.12 to yourself.
Yes.
Right. Now, one of the limitations of the permit to work procedure, which my friend Mr. Maraj, learned senior, Mr. Maraj Senior Counsel referred to as rules. One of the limitations of the permit to work procedure would be that the applicant could not supervise subsea works.
Okay.
You willing to agree with that?
Could not.
Okay, so maybe I should do it a different way. Let's go to the permit to work procedure.
Yeah,
Can I be please?
yeah, the applicant in this case was not able to supervise the subsea works. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
You're willing to agree with that?
Yes.
Now, clause 5.12.
Well, no, hold on. With respect to the removal of the plug, but with the presence of the camera, I'm not sure. To me, like that's what we had said, that it was potent. There was a possibility to observe the installation of the flange and so on.
Okay. Let's put aside that point for a minute.
Okay.
And let's focus on what 5.12 says.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're still on the contractor's obligations. These are LMCS's obligations, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They were obligated under the contract to maintain permits to execute the entire job.
Yes.
Full stop. The contractor shall become familiar with and conform to Paria's permit to work procedure at his own expense, any limitations, provisions, or requirements in or pertaining to the permits.
Okay, yes.
The contract contemplated that there would be limitations in the permit to work procedure. You're willing to accept that?
The contractor shall become familiar with and conform to Paris at his own direct any limitation, provision, or requirements in any limitations, provisions, or requirements in or pertaining to the permits. Okay, okay.
What's the proposition you're putting?
The contractor shall become.
The proposition that I'm putting is that the contract LMCS had with Paria contemplated that there may have been possible limitations to the permit to work procedure. That's the proposition I'm putting.
I would have to go to the person who wrote this to find the intent. I don't want you to make a pronouncement on this.
Okay, so I'm not asking you to make a pronouncement, but you are seeing the use of the word any limitations.
Yes.
Right, good. So you're willing to accept that pursuant to clause 5.12, right, the contractor, LMCS, they were obligated to become familiar with and conform to Paria's permit to work procedure, yes?
Yes.
At their own expense,
Yes.
any limitations,
Yes.
provisions or requirements in or
Yes.
pertaining to the permits.
Right.
Right. So quite apart from you not making a pronouncement, you've seen it in black and white.
Yes. Black and white.
Right. Now, earlier in your evidence, an answer to the learned chairman, you indicated repeatedly that you were not sure. Are you paying attention?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, that's
Sorry.
good. Yeah. I'm just making sure that
I
you
was still
right.
mulling over the sentence.
Yes. So earlier in your evidence, in answer to the learned chairman, you indicated repeatedly, at least this is what I gather, that you were not sure that the Paria's representative, Mr. Madrad Singh, could look at the monitor and see whether they were interfering with or attempting to remove the plug.
Yes.
Right. Now, before we move forward, I would just like to draw your attention to clause 5.1 of the permit to work procedure.
Yes.
And I believe that is page 24 of the supplemental core bundle, or the core bundle, page 24 of the core bundle. Right. Clause 5.1, please.
I'm not sure you're in the right place, Mr. Pease.
The permit to work procedure is at page 24 of the core bundle. It's on the screen now.
Ah, yes.
Right. Right. Now, what it says here is that the applicant must have the necessary competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job.
Yes. Yes.
Good. Now, based on what we heard from you today, there would be a limitation in terms of Mr. Madrad Singh supervising or monitoring any interference with that mechanical barrier.
Yes.
Good. Now, under 512, the same provision that you just read a little while ago, are you willing to accept that LMCS had an obligation to become familiar with one such limitation, well, with that particular limitation?
I understand. So the question is, if LMCS knew that, sorry, I just, I know.
That's not the question. So let me try and keep it simple. We have just identified a limitation under the permit to work procedure. Yes?
We have identified that he would not be able to see the plug directly.
Right. And to the extent that the permit to work procedure provides that he was supposed to supervise the execution of the works, but he was unable to monitor or supervise simply because it was under the water, and from the monitor he wasn't able to see,
Yes.
right? That's a limitation of the permit to work procedure. Agree with that?
It's a limitation of the situation to allow him to be able to see. If we could call that a limitation of the permit to work procedure, then I will go along.
Right. Okay. Right. And I want to suggest to you, sir, that this is a limitation that would have been glaringly apparent to the participants on that job. Agreed? Not only Paria or Kenson. It would have been glaringly apparent to anybody who look at that monitor.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, they would have known that that no one could see the plug.
Good. And what I'm saying to you, what I'm suggesting respectfully, is that LMCS, the contractor, under 5.12, they had an obligation to become familiar with that particular limitation, yes?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
Right. So you're willing to accept the proposition, yes?
Yes.
Good.
Just a minute. Does not the limitation apply to the permit to work?
The permit to work, Mr. Chairman.
The permit to work, what it says is the contractor shall become familiar with and conform to Paria's permit to work procedure. That is the procedure that gives them the permit to work.
Yes.
And that permit to work grants them the ability to do the job.
Yes.
Right? And that any limitations, provisions, or requirements relating to that permit to work, the procedure for the permit to work,
relating to the permit,
has to be something that the contractor must be aware of.
Yes.
And you're saying, are you, that the limitation there is that he wouldn't be able to see, or they should have appreciated he wouldn't be able to see the actual plug?
Yes.
Is that your point?
Yes, that's my point.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Do you accept that, that he wouldn't be able to see the plug? That is a limitation.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we all accept that.
Okay. Am I allowed to proceed?
You are. Yes. As long as it's not on the same point.
Right. Thank you very much. Yes. Good. Now, the permit to work procedure, you were involved in the development of the permit to work procedure.
Yes.
This was always intended to be subordinate to the contract.
When we wrote the permit to work procedure, I did not contemplate its subordination to a contract.
But I'm asking you, when you wrote it, you didn't contemplate the procedure being subordinate to the contract, right?
No.
But it's not going to displace a contractual obligation which is placed on a party.
I don't know if I have the competence. It seems like a legal question.
Okay, all right.
I would agree
right,
with
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I think
okay,
that is a legal question,
yes,
and
yes.
you can address me about that.
Yes. Now, I understand you don't want to I understand you don't want to give an answer because you think you do have the legal expertise. But we see in black and white an obligation on LMCS to provide full-time supervision, yes?
Yes.
Right. And what we see in the permit to work procedure is reference to the applicant playing a supervisory role.
Yes.
Right. Are you willing to accept from a commercial point of view or on any point of view, it would make absolutely no sense for Paria to pay someone to provide full-time supervision and then turn around and pay another entity to supervise the first set. You agree with that?
Well, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And you're also willing to agree that the supervisory role, for want of a better term, which was placed on the applicant under the permit to work procedure, is inconsistent with LMCS obligation, to provide full-time supervision. You agree with that?
Yes, it's not the same. If that's the question.
Well,
When is it
not the question,
inconsistent?
but I think it's, I'm not sure what you're actually asking when you're saying one is inconsistent with the other.
Okay, let me try and clarify. Under the contract between LMCS and Paria, there was a contractual obligation to provide full-time supervision. We established that.
Yes.
Right. The obligation under the permit to work procedure,
Yes.
which places a duty on the applicant to supervise,
Yes.
is inconsistent with a full-time obligation on LMCS to supervise.
Why? Why is that inconsistent?
Well,
you're putting it as a proposition. I don't understand why you say one is inconsistent with the other.
Right.
So an obligation on the part of LMCS to monitor and supervise their own work, and then a supervisory role by Paria, the contractor of their services, having a supervisory role. Why are those inconsistent?
Well, the point I'm making, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, is that one party providing full-time supervision, an obligation on one party, to provide full-time supervision for the duration of the works. That idea is inconsistent with having another party providing periodic supervision to the person who's responsible for full-time supervision. It's a suggestion.
Well, I frankly don't see that at all. If I'm LMCS and I'm performing a job, putting in bolts, and someone's watching me put those bolts in to make sure I put them in straight, the fact that the company that employs my company to do that job and has periodic supervision over that seems to me to be entirely consistent. If I was employing them at not inconsiderable expense, I'd probably want to actually make sure they were putting in the bolts correctly, notwithstanding what LMC might have been doing.
Okay. What I would do, Mr. Chairman, is address the issue and not seek to address you on it, and not try to bring it out in the form of an answer.
No, but you put it that the two things were inconsistent, and I don't see that they are.
Okay. And I'm guided. Right. Now, I just want to canvass the area of supervision. Yes? Okay. Right. Now, earlier in your evidence, I believe it was an answer to the learned chairman, you said that if Mr. Madrad Singh knew they were going to remove the barrier, he would intervene and stop it. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And what we established, both in your earlier testimony and a few moments ago, is that he could not have done this by simply looking at the monitor. Yes?
Yes.
Right.
I believe so.
Now, what Mr. Chairman...
Is that what was established? He established that he couldn't see the plugs. That, I think that much is agreed.
Yes.
Doesn't mean it couldn't see it. What, for example, like Scott, whatever his name is, Kurt Scott said, he saw the thing coming out of the pipe. The whole thing coming out of the pipe. The fact that you might not have seen it actually being unbolted doesn't prevent them from arriving at a conclusion that that's what was happening, or that once it came out of the pipe, there it was. What I think everyone agrees is that it's not possible to see into the pipe. I think that both Mr. Archbold and certainly this commission agree from what we've seen that is likely to be the case.
Well, well, my earlier question, well,
what's your proposition?
Okay, my proposition is that Mr. Madrad Singh could not have seen the removal of this barrier. This is what we established, unless I'm wrong.
No, he couldn't have seen the actual barrier.
He could not have seen the actual barrier.
Correct.
By simply looking at the monitor.
Correct.
Right. I am putting to this witness that he could not have seen the act of removing the barrier by looking at the monitor.
All right.
He could not have seen them unbolting it. We could not have seen them. They would have actually have been taking it out and him standing there at the same moment for him to have seen it, I believe.
Okay, good. Now, and this is something that I want to address because the chairman pointed out to you that he arrived on Berth 6 at about 2 p.m., yes?
Yes.
And the incident happened sometime after 2 p.m. Right, good. As you understand it, his role was not to remain by that monitor, to look at the monitor non-stop when he was on Berth 6. You willing to agree with that?
No, certainly. That is definitely not his role.
Of course. And I can't recall if it's an answer to Mr. Chairman or to Mr. Maraj.
I think it was Mr. Maraj.
Well, right.
Well, I'm blaming him anyway.
Right, good. You indicated, right, and it may be in error, you indicated that when he arrived on Berth 6, he had nothing else to do but provide this oversight or monitoring. You recall saying that?
I recall being asked if there was any other jobs for him to do. And I said, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. I want to suggest to you that another job that he had, another function that he had, quite apart from providing this oversight, he was responsible for, well, going to source materials if needed. So if LMCS needed something from the stock room, he would go and get that and bring it back. Are you aware of that?
Yes, yes.
Right, good. And we also willing to accept that this man was not stationed on Berth 6. You're
Yes,
willing to accept that?
that's
right?
a fact.
Good. Now, this obligation to supervise / monitor that is placed on the applicant under the permit to work procedure.
Periodically monitor.
Yeah, periodically monitor.
Yes.
Right, thank you. Right. It did not extend to work going on subsea.
As far as he could see, it would have extended to it.
Okay. As far as he could see, are you willing to accept that the whole system was set up in such a way that he was supposed to be continually kept abreast by the LMCS supervisor?
Yes. So there is a set work to be done, and if there's any deviation from that work, certainly, if there's any hazards that arise, he definitely has the supervisor of LMCS has a responsibility to inform him. And if there were certain reporting points, the supervisor would have reported to the applicant as well.
Good. Right, now,
Can I take you up on the periodically supervise? Because the applicant in your document is described as having a number of tasks, one of which is said to be continually monitor the job to ensure that it is performed in a safe manner and within the conditions prescribed by the work permit. That doesn't sound to me like periodically. Continually monitor. What do you understand by continually monitoring? I asked you about this before.
Okay.
You told me that you thought that every couple of hours would do. But I am anxious to understand, because you seem to have adopted what Mr. Pegas is suggesting, that periodically it was enough.
The word continually is used if we reference the ISO 45001 document, Safety Management System, or ISO 14001 Environmental Management
It's
System.
absolutely no use to me at all, I'm afraid, quoting various IS documents.
Yes.
I'm reading your document,
Right, so
which
the-
is what the contractor would be reading. And it says that one of the responsibilities of the applicant, Mr. Marjad Singh, was to continually monitor the job to ensure that it is performed in a safe manner and within the conditions prescribed in the work permit. He may sign the renewal section, etc., but that's one of the requirements. As I understand what you said to me, was that you regarded that as being every couple of hours. You've accepted from Mr. Pegas that periodically, I'm not sure what periodically means, but in this context, but periodically. I take from continually monitor to be something more than either periodically or every couple of hours. What do you have to tell me, because you're partly the author of this, so what do you understand by continually monitor the job?
Continually means on and off, periodically.
Periodically.
Yes.
And periodically to you is every couple of hours.
In this particular instance, because the dive supervisor was over the screen constantly, I would have said that every couple of hours is sufficient.
The dive supervisor's job was to supervise the diving part, isn't it?
Yes.
Not the actual job itself once they were in the habitat.
Rudolph Gonzalez, the contractor official for this particular permit,
Right.
had the responsibility for 100% supervision. My assumption is that the reason why he was not there supervising it is because Andrew Farr was doing it as a delegate for him. According to the contractor HSE requirements, which is in the contract, the contractor supervisor, the contractor official, according to the permit to work, is supposed to be there 100% of the
You
time.
said that before. I understand that. I understand that they're supposed to be doing their job, and I'm assuming they were for these purposes. I'm asking you about your obligations, which are to continually monitor.
Yes.
And your understanding of continually monitoring is periodically, and that, in many instances, is every couple of hours. I mean, he didn't do any periodical monitoring in the morning because he was on the other berth.
Yes.
I'm right about that, aren't I?
That is every couple of hours in this instance.
I absolutely follow that. I think they went out a little earlier than that, but never mind. The fact is that there was no monitoring at all in the morning, and the first monitoring that took place was at 2 o'clock when he says he arrived on the berth. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not sure if he was not on berth 6 at all.
Well,
If
he's
that
made
is
it clear he wasn't.
Yeah,
he
if
was
that's
on
the-
berth 6. He was on berth 6 from 2 o'clock.
Well, we're referring to the morning.
Yes, I am referring to the morning.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't there. He was on berth 5.
Yeah. So if he wasn't there, he wasn't there.
No, I appreciate that. I want to know from you, as head of HSE, whether or not continually monitoring that is being satisfied by being there at 2 o'clock.
The work that was being done in the morning was limited to from 9:30 till about maybe about 10:30. They were waiting for the carbon test to be completed at berth 5, and then to come across to Berth 6.
That's your understanding of what they did.
And that is where, yes, and that is where Houston Majad Singh was, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you thought that they'd been on the job for maybe less than an hour.
Yeah, they had, I think they started at around maybe 9:30, and just a couple things, well, yeah, just about an hour before. But I will have to go back and check the statement.
Whatever the position is, there was no monitoring until 2 o'clock. Do you agree?
Correct.
Right.
If Houston really did not go to the Berth 6.
Right. There was no monitoring until 2 o'clock. And if that is correct, then, and you still regard that as being compliant with your own regulation, that there should be continual monitoring.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Peters.
Yeah, not a problem. Now, sir, as we on the issue of monitoring, his obligation to monitor could only be limited to what he could see. Yes.
Yes.
Right. Now let's deal with just a second. Let's go to Mr. Kurt Scott. Now, earlier when you were giving evidence, the transcript from Mr. Scott was shown to you.
Yes.
And there was a specific portion which spoke to Mr. Scott observing something being, well, I don't know if I'm being loose here, but something being removed.
Mhm.
Yes? Good. Now, let me suggest to you that Mr. Scott had a specific role on the day in question. You willing to accept that as operator?
I believe so, yes.
Right. Now, part of his functions were to monitor the work area for any signs of pollution, mainly oil pollution. Yes?
Yeah, yes.
Right. And to be on the lookout for any incoming vessels. Yes?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. And to ensure no work other than operation within the defined area of Berth 6 was being performed. Yes?
I said that earlier.
No, I'm putting my instructions.
Oh, okay.
To you. You wouldn't.
I'm sure that Colin Piper might have said it. What is this exact role and description?
Right. Now, you're willing to accept that he wasn't there to monitor any work. That's number one.
He was not there to monitor the contractor.
Good. And it was no part of his business to stand by that monitor which was on Berth 6.
That is correct.
And just to make it abundantly clear, he wasn't there to monitor any subsea works.
That is correct.
Good. Just a second, Mr. Chairman. Let me just ensure that. Right. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Can I just ask you one question, Ryan?
Yes.
Again, to do with the responsibilities of the applicant, because in addition to continually monitoring the job, he has also the role, doesn't he, to stop the work if there are changes in site conditions that increase the risk, or if new hazards are identified, and to promptly notify the site authority of these changes.
Yes.
I think you agreed with me previously that he had the power to stop the work.
Yes.
And would have done had he known
Yes.
that these plugs were being removed.
Yes.
Yes. Or you would have expected him to.
Yes. He, along with any employee and any contractor employee, LMCS, have the power to stop.
Irrespective of how lowly that member of staff might be, the
Yes.
fact is, if he'd realized that there was something happening that shouldn't happen, he has the power to say stop.
Yes.
And then call in somebody else.
Yes.
Correct. And that would apply to Mr. Scott as well.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right. Yes. Ms. Maharaj.
Good afternoon. My name is Kamini Prasad Maraj, and I'm attorney at law for LMCS.
Good afternoon.
All right. So I'd just like to take you back to paragraph 5.12 of page 571 of the core bundle, to which you were referred by my friend. This is in relation to the interpretation of limitation, any limitation.
Yes.
Right. So you considered that the limitation proposition of my friend to be a limitation of a situation. You accepted that to be the meaning of limitation in this clause?
What did I accept it to be?
A
Sorry.
limitation of a situation, a factual situation?
I think Mr. Pegas was suggesting as a limitation any permit to work procedure.
A limitation of the permit to work.
I think he was suggesting that, but I am not comfortable with making a pronouncement.
Okay, that's fair. What I would like to ask you to consider is whether or not this any limitation would actually mean a condition in the permit to work system. The limitation that is being referred to in this paragraph here, meaning the condition that would be set out in any of the permits that is issued.
I'm not seeing that in the words.
I think really both you and Mr.
I-
Pegas could address me about that.
I-
I have certain views about it anyway,
Certainly.
but
I would also like to take you to the PTW procedure that we were now looking at, page 29. I know you already said that continually is interpreted as periodic.
Defined as.
Right,
yes.
and that's in relation to the applicant. I would just like to draw your attention to 5.2,
Yes.
to the very last bullet point that appears there. And you would see that it is specifically written, periodically check, and that's in relation to what a competent person shall do.
Yes.
Yeah, it says periodically check the site and equipment to ensure that the condition for certification have not changed.
Yes.
Right now, my question is in relation to the interpretation that you're given to continually and periodically. This is a document that you were part and parcel of drafting. Could you explain the difference between what you mean as continually above in relation to the applicant as opposed to periodically here?
There's no difference.
There's absolutely no
None.
difference.
That's correct.
But you'd appreciate you could have used periodically as continually instead of having continually used in the description of the roles and responsibilities of the applicant.
I appreciate. I agree. Use words interchangeably, yes.
It's used interchangeably. This morning, you were explaining there are two different kinds of risk situations.
Yes.
And you would recall that you said that there is functional and situational risks.
Yes.
Yes. And in relation to the situational risk, that was risks associated with the facilities according to your
Yes.
explanation. Those risks would include risk associated with, let's say, the pipe system that is at Paria. Assets.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Would you be able to say to the commission whether or not, and these pipes, Sealine 36, it has been out of commission for some time?
I'm not sure how long it has been out of commission.
All right. But we do know that there were repairs clearly
Yes. Yeah.
that had to have been done.
Yeah.
Yes. So they were not functional. Yes.
Correct.
Right. Was there any, to the best of your knowledge, any condition report for both the internal and external system of pipe on Sealine 36 that had been done, for the entire Sealine that had been done by Paria or even Petherton?
A condition report, like an inspection
Like
report?
not just a mere inspection I know there's an inspection for the part of the riser. That's on record and in evidence. But I'm asking about the entire Sealine 36.
An inspection report for the
Yeah.
entire sea line?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know. All right.
is there a topographical, probably a wrong expression, some sort of map. We've been provided with one by Paria showing the pipe where it goes. Still not 100% sure I understand it, but can you tell me, do you know, or does anyone know, if the pipe in the horizontal is level?
We believe it to be relatively level
Well,
because
right, yes.
the bathymetric survey shows the surface of the ocean floor.
Yes.
The line is 30 inches in diameter, 1/4 inch thick, and coated in 3 inches of concrete. It is hardly likely that there would be significant deviation in the level.
When it's installed and put into the seabed, it's in sections, obviously.
Yeah.
How long is each section?
Typically, a length of pipe is 40 feet.
Right. And is it already coated in concrete?
I'm not sure at when it's coated in concrete. I believe that it's coated and then lowered into place, but I'm not certain what would have happened in this line.
Right. So on the one hand, the first question is whether or not it has any undulations in it at all. It's 1,200 feet.
Yeah, undulations would be very slight deflections, if any at all. Undulations is no hardly likely with the thickness of the concrete.
Yeah, well, it depends when the concrete was put on, but in your estimate, it's unlikely to have undulations.
Well, it's concrete right through, so the concrete would have been put on before it was hit the floor. Yeah.
But as each piece is put together, they're welded together, aren't they?
Yes.
Rather than flanged.
Yes.
Right. So each section is welded together.
Yes.
So one piece is lowered, put down onto the ground, seabed.
Yeah.
And the next piece is lowered.
Yes.
The two are joined together, welded.
I'm really not certain how this line was fabricated.
Right. So you're not really able to say whether they were, in other words, when the two came together, they weren't exactly straight and were just, do you follow what I mean?
Oh.
At an angle, as they're welded.
It would have to have made a seal such that it would pass the welding inspection.
Sure.
So definitely it would have met that, which is very slight deviations, if any.
And I appreciate the slight deviations. My concern, I suppose, is that over a length of 1,200 feet, even a slight deviation might produce a significant difference in height at different points.
Yeah, I think that information is available if there's a difference in height.
All right.
Whether there's any undulation,
yeah.
it's unlikely.
All right. So let's assume that there's no undulation in this pipe at all. But you are able to tell whether it is higher at one end or lower at one end.
Yes.
And it follows from that if it's lower at one end, when you pour water or oil or any liquid in it, that will settle so that the levels of the liquid are the same height.
Yes.
Whereas the vertical part of the pipe might be longer at one end than the other.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You familiar with one Mr. Ahmad Ali?
Yes.
Right. On the 25th on the day of the incident, 25th of February, 2022, did you meet Mr. Ali at the shipping office?
I'm not sure.
You don't recall that?
I'm not certain.
Could you bring the microphone a little closer, please?
So Mr. Ali's evidence is that he met with you at the shipping office. What say you?
Well, if Ahmad said that, then he probably did.
You have no recollection of it?
That day was I'm not certain. I don't doubt that he did meet with me.
You don't doubt. It would have been, well, okay, I accept that. In your witness statement, paragraphs 54 to 57, you deal with, well, in fact, from 53, sorry, to 57, you deal with a meeting with Mr. Kazim Ali Sr.
Oh, yes.
Yes? This was on Saturday, the 26th of February?
Yes.
Yes. And this meeting was with Mr. Ali and yourself and Catherine Balkisoon?
I'm not certain. I'm not absolutely certain. I just remember speaking to Kazim.
All right. So I'm going to put this very quickly to you because the version of what you have and what you've presented as to your recollection of that meeting and what he said in that meeting, right? Mr. Ali denies that.
Okay.
Yes. Now, his instructions and evidence is that he was at the meeting on the 26th for the purpose of convincing Paria to allow a rescue.
Okay.
Yes? Would you agree?
If I agree
Would
that
you
that
agree?
is what his evidence is?
No, would you agree that that is true? That is
No.
his evidence.
No,
Would
that's
you-
not true.
All right. So I'll put it to you that what you have said is untrue. And you can answer that.
No, it is.
Untrue or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. We can say that it's inaccurate. Your version from paragraphs 53 to 57
Yes.
is inaccurate.
And what am I supposed to say?
Well, you tell me.
Well, either it's accurate or it's
Or
not. Do you
not.
think it may be wrong?
No, this is what I wrote here is correct. I remember
Right, that's
this
what you
because I
say.
was shocked when I heard it. And I resolved afterwards that he has surrounded himself with people who also believe the same thing. And this is, it might have been understandable, but at the time he said it, this is what he said.
All right. And, well, you don't recall.
Specifically was shocked about what?
That he would say that his son is no more.
And this was at what time?
I think it was about 1 p.m. I feel like it was between 1 and 2 or somewhere
On
around
Saturday?
there. Yeah.
Early afternoon on the Saturday.
Yeah.
He's probably not wrong, was he?
I don't know.
All right. Well, that's really all that I could clarify. I think everything else has been dealt with. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to say I've moved my meeting to 6:30.
Oh, great. But that doesn't mean I would use all the time. But could we first have up Mr. Houston Majad Singh's statement? I'm interested in page 303. 30.
Supplemental bundle.
In there, the supplemental bundle. 3053 and 3054.
Yes. Particular paragraph you want to?
Paragraph 27 to start with. I'm interested in 27 into 28 actually. Mr. Archibald, you were taken by Senior Counsel Miraj, my learned friend, with respect to the transcript of the 7th of December of Mr. Majad Singh, where you were directed to his testimony. You wouldn't find it there. It was on the screen earlier, yes, where Mr. Miraj showed that Mr. Majad Singh was speaking about having arrived on berth 6 from berth 5 at around 2 p.m.
Yes.
That it was put to him in his cross-examination. So I'm trying to interrogate that, taking into account the event. If you look at first of all, paragraph 27, I'll show you why I'm going there. Yes. At paragraph 27 of Mr. Majad Singh's statement, he speaks about upon arrival at berth 6.
Yes.
He spoke to the LMCS dive master, Mr. Andrew Farrer. He had a brief conversation, so I'm using his events to really test whether 2 p.m. is accurate. That's what I'm doing. So let me tell you one time what I'm doing. I had a brief conversation with Mr. Farrer to find out if the team was getting through with the job. He said yes. I went to the screen monitor on booth 6 and I saw one diver in the chamber. I then moved away from the screen, right? So that is after his arrival, he just gave that description.
Okay.
After about 10 minutes, so let's give him that, give or take a few minutes left and right of that, right? I felt a shake on booth 6 and I heard a noise. I immediately went back to the monitor to see if something had happened in the chamber. I noticed the camera was not focused in the chamber and it appeared to be showing the wall of the chamber. When I went back to the monitor area, Andrew Farrer was there. Now, we know, and I think it's beyond dispute, that the event that gave rise to the disappearance of the men into the pipe occurred about 2:50 p.m.
Yeah, 2:45, I think.
2:45, 2:50. So if we were to anchor his arrival, brief conversation, and 10 minutes later, that must be somewhere post 2:30 p.m. Do you agree with my analysis?
Yes, I agree.
Right.
Yes, I agree.
Because then that event occurred. And I don't think it's disputed that that's what we have been using throughout, 2:45 thereabouts,
Yes.
2:50. Mr. Chairman, I now wish to go to Mr. Dobson's statement.
Just pause for a minute. I'd like to make a note.
Also, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to go to Mr. Dobson's statement, which is at page 3020, which in the supplemental bundle is at page 183 of 378. So that's two ways of finding it. Page 3,
Dobson's statement in
the supplemental bundle. Supplemental witness bundle. There's a bundle I was using with
yeah.
the same bundle. Yes. It's at page 3020.
Yep.
I'm interested in paragraphs 12 and 13. You with me also, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Archibald?
Yes.
At paragraph 12, Mr. Dobson said this. At or around 13:45, which is 1:45, hours, work in the chamber stopped. So at 1:45, the work stopped. I observed divers Kurban, Henry, Nagasa exited the chamber. So let's picture this. I then left berth 6 and returned to shore for lunch. Before leaving for lunch, I informed Victor Delpaul, LMCS HSE officer, that I was going for lunch. He had to be on site at all times. I did not have to be on site at all times, as my role on that day in question, as directed by Mr. Yearwood, was to make the above periodical checks. So he has gone for lunch at 1:45. At or around 14:45, which is 2:45 p.m., I called Mr. Delpaul on his cell phone to notify him that I was leaving shore to return to berth 6 to resume my periodical checks. Mr. Delpaul told me he would call me back and hung up the phone. He then returned my call at or around 14:50, 10 minutes to 3 hours, and told me the diving supervisor, Mr. Andrew Farrer, reported that he observed a splash on the remote monitor, which showed the activities within the chamber, and thereafter they lost communication with the divers. So it is clear from Mr. Dobson's account that when he went for lunch, the work seemed to have been suspended. But
Yes.
whilst he was on lunch, just about an hour, usual lunchtime, even in this commission, just about an hour, the work resumed in his absence,
Yes.
unsupervised by Mr. Majad Singh,
Yes.
because the work ought not to have been taking place.
Yes.
And that's when the event occurred.
Yes.
I think it's consistent with your testimony here that you got a narrative that the incident occurred during the lunch period when there wasn't to be work.
Yes, that is what Dobson would have told me.
Sounds very unauthorized to me.
Yes.
Just tell me something. On the 25th of February 2022, if there were to be a permit to work issued for the removal of the plugs, who would be the applicant in such a case?
I think Mr. Majad Singh might have been used as the applicant there because it would have been mechanical work.
Right. To
Taking
remove
off-
the barriers.
Yeah.
Do you know of any permit to work issued for the removal of those plugs on the 25th?
No, none was issued.
Yes. So there was no question of supervision of the removal of those plugs on that day?
Absolutely none.
Anything else? Good written submissions. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Wilson has some questions.
Yes. Good afternoon, evening. I just want to go back to direct cause from your incident report.
Yes.
And I'm glad you used the terminology direct cause. I see that in the incident report, the direct cause will obviously point to LMCS.
Yeah.
All right. I believe I heard, I'm alive to correction, that you said you're awaiting the outcome of the commission.
Well, no, not
To-
necessarily. Sorry. More information that will arise from this commission.
In service of what?
Yes, yes. No, well, you know,
More information.
more
from the co-
information, statements, and that sort of thing. Things from even from LMCS that they would have said they did. From
Understood.
Christopher Boutram.
But you're waiting for more information from the commission in service of a report.
Oh yes, yes, to be able to not to redo, but to complete.
To complete
Yes.
the incident report.
Yes.
From your colleague, prior, it's Archbold.
Paul Yearwood.
Yearwood. It came out that no industry known root cause analysis was employed by Paria
For the investigation.
for the investigation.
Okay.
Is that so?
Well, we applied RCAT and something like 3 Ys.
3 Ys.
Right? I know there's no 3 Ys, but 5 Ys will take it to your management system.
Right.
Right? But in order to be able to get to the direct cause, I need to ask
Yes.
a couple of Ys. And I also did a cause and effect diagram.
Okay, understood. Where I'm going with it is because a direct cause would only point at one party. Would you appreciate if you did which is industry practice, a root cause? It could potentially flag the gaps that exist with Paria in the incident.
It would flag the gaps that exist at all levels.
At all levels,
At all
that's
levels.
correct.
And the more why we ask, we reach straight to the regulators, so on.
So why wouldn't you do a root cause analysis?
We would, but just not right now.
Is it industry practice to wait a year after to do a root cause analysis?
No, but the circumstances right now, we were not able to get information. The hyperbaric chamber is still at the base of the sea, at the bottom of the ocean. And so it is necessary for us to get, I did not interview any of the LMCS witnesses.
Okay.
Now I have that information. available.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's you're waiting for more information coming
Yes.
out of the commission.
Yes.
Once you get that information, are you now going to employ in-house resources or external to do a quality root cause analysis?
I think we will do in-house for the up to the rescue.
Okay.
Sorry, the emergency response, like a bow tie.
Okay. You do have an appreciation. Your direct cause would just it's just one component of this entire process that went, and I feel comfortable in saying it went wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I have your ear? You did ask me this morning to reconfirm the retrieval of the hyperbaric chamber.
Yes.
We have been able to confirm with the contractor that those are fixed dates. He would retrieve it between the 1st to the 5th of February.
Just a minute.
So he's confirming that retrieval, and it will be available for inspection from the 6th.
At Paria's site.
At Paria site.
Do I have to put all that kit? Do I have to put all that kit on again?
You still have it, sir?
No, you took it back. All right. Thank you. 6th of February.
6th of February. It's available.
It will be available from that date.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to reconsider whether or not we need to come on those 2 days that I've currently earmarked, but I'll come back to that. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Anything else? No? Look, thank you very much for coming, Mr. Archbold. I appreciate it. You're free to go. And we will rise now. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, 9:30. We need to try and get through as many of those witnesses as we can. So I think we're going to have a full day tomorrow. All right, thank you very much. Please feel free to get up and go. I'm going to collect my papers, so don't wait for me. Thank you.
All right, folks, so that's the end of today. I wish you all the best, and we shall convene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thanks for watching. Take care.